Okay. Okay. I am here. I have made it. I am here. I am here for the party. Yes, I am Mark. And yes, I am your parasocial friend on the internet tonight. Dylgn! How's it going, buddy? You doing good or what? I heard you got something new to show me. Let me know if the volume of that music is right. I'm seeing that if I keep it around, let's see here. I'm good, yeah. Need a new band, bro. Here, is that music too loud? I just kind of want it in the background. The volume of the music is just a little quiet. Okay, hang on. How about there? Is it better or too much? It seemed to jump on me there. We're gonna get the levels set. Yeah, wait for that stream to catch up. Takes a minute. Is that better? Man, this stream is really running slow. Whoa, what happened? It jumped to another track. All on its own. Volume music is just... What is happening? Okay, it seems like it should be a little bit loud. Let's see, take it down to about, I'd say 10%. Something like that. As if it just jumped like that. Must have been something I did. I think so anyways. Not really sure, but yeah. It is a thing. It seems to be doing stuff all on its own. Yeah. Are you still there? Answer my question! Tell me, up or down? Up, down, louder, quieter? I'm here, bro. Turn it up or turn it down? How's the music? I was reading? You're a reader. He's all reading. Are you doing some... Turn music up a little still? Okay, so we're at 10%, so let's bring it up to 14. Is that better? Looks like it would be loud, but I can't really tell. See, I'm sort of like looking at the meters on here, and that's about all I got to go on. It's good? Okay, we'll leave it there then. That's what we'll do. Yeah. So yeah, man. Just sitting here talking with my buddy Adam from Spectre, and we're just kind of talking about the music scene here in Winnipeg, and you know, some of the unfortunate events that have been taking place over that he's experienced and that I've experienced recently. And I was just saying to him that I'm ready for a new band. Yeah, like sure, I'm still waiting on Colin from Ipso Facto to be freed up so we can put that together, but I want a new band, and if I can't find one that I like, you know, that then I want to put one together. I want to make a band. So this stream, I'm hoping that I can draw some people in to talk to that are interested. I'm based out here in Winnipeg, Manitoba, so it would have to be a band that exists in Winnipeg, or musicians that exist in Winnipeg. Let me join your band? Sure. Where are you though? You're way far away from it. I can vibe code a band? I bet you can. You probably could. Do I have a band? Oh wait, it actually says something else. AI band. There he goes. The AI changed it. what you said kind of thing. Okay, hang on. I'm literally sick of that song. I like want to pull it out of there. Curtain Call? Yeah, I'm sort of tired of it. I don't know, it was like the first one I wrote for this starting soon screen, but I don't know, I don't really like it so much. Yeah, it's okay. But I like all the other ones a lot better. Yeah, I like this one too. This one's good and that. So yeah, what kind of a sound am I after? I don't know. I just want something raw and gnarly. You know what I mean? I want to write a set, and I want to go out and open up for a band with it. Yeah. There's a few people I've had in mind, but you know, that we've talked about it, but it's like it's all talk, eh? Nobody gets up and goes. You know, I can prepare for hours and days for some stuff that just never happens. I've said it repeatedly to other musicians. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's do it. Nothing. Yeah, we'll do it, man. It's like, yeah, just, yeah, and nothing. It's just like, oh, it's like, come on. You know, it's just like, let's just do this already. Yeah. I mean, do your homework, or I don't know, get up off your ass. Let's fucking go, you know. It doesn't take much to write a set worth of material, you know. It doesn't. It doesn't at all. And once you got a set, you can start playing live. It's like, I don't know, what do you need? 7 songs tops if they're a decent length? Maybe, you know. And then just go open up for somebody and start hitting. Yeah, just let's go. Yeah, that's how I'm like. Yeah, I'm sitting here spinning my wheels, doing nothing, just getting wickeder on guitar, but nowhere to go. Yeah, it's like all dressed up and nowhere to go. So it's like, yeah. And so, yeah, I just got to be careful at, you know, who I'm going to work with, because I just don't need any more repeats of bullshit, you know. Because no matter what you do, that shit just drains you, sucks you dry. Yeah, it leaves you in a mess. Dude, I've had bands that have almost built their careers on the backs of my music, and you know, and somehow stole it, you know. Like, you know, no one recently, you know, but I mean, even recently, like, there's no, you know, I got sort of cut out of the whole thing. There's no royalties. There's nothing. There's just a band going mine and running away with, you know, any hard work that I put in. It's kind of like, yeah, go away. It's like, I can't have that happen anymore. Yeah, that is not going to happen anymore. Yeah. Next person that tries it, that's for real. Yeah. they won't have any teeth left if they do. Yeah, I won't say anything. I'll just turn around and hit them. Yeah, for sure. No, I've been through enough of it already. It's like I'm ready to bare my teeth and show you I could be an animal too. Yeah. So all that, you know, all that said, what do I want to create? I want to create something gnarly. I do, yeah. And so the door is, you know, the door is open. If you're a musician and you live in Winnipeg, and you know, like, I need a second guitar player, a bass player, and a drummer, and a singer. That's what I need. That's what I'm looking for. And it's like, hit me up in the chat, hit me up on, you know, go into my DMs on Instagram, whatever you got to do, just get a hold of me. Yeah, if you want to get on Discord, you know, we'll talk, like, you know. if you're wondering if I can, what I can do, just take a look on my YouTube channel. It's padded with projects that I've either created myself or just been in, you know what I mean? Live, everything. Like I've got a history. Yeah, you go look at that and you'll know whether you want to work with me or not, yeah, for sure. And so yeah, only serious, you gotta be serious though, you know what I mean? Listen to Marks.live. Yeah, that too. I'm actually listening to some stuff right now. The stuff that you're hearing is just stuff that I created recently. Like all the music you're listening to right now is stuff I created recently. And I created it just so I'd have something for my starting soon screen. That's the only reason I created it. That, and it just, I don't know, it was rolling around in me. I wanted to lay it down, and I did. I wrote a bunch of songs. That's not exactly, what I was looking to create, like for a band, but I mean, I did that in what, a week or something like that. I think it was. I did it on live stream too. Yeah, created all of them on live stream. I did it. Yeah, I think I did one every night or every couple nights or something like that. I mean, I can do it. You know what I mean? For sure. And as you can see, if you go look into my YouTube channel there, I've done lots of different sounding genre stuff. For sure. I can. Yeah. So I mean. Yeah, you're dealing with someone who's a professional musician. I went to school for this shit. Yeah, and I show up and I do my homework, and when I play live I bring it and I play hard. Yeah, and I don't like fucking around. Fucking around pisses me off. Yeah, it does. It royally pisses me off. Yeah, I don't like people that play games. I don't like people that do little narcissistic games and cause trouble. I hate people like that. If you got a fucking problem like that, don't come talk to me. Yeah, or you'll be like, yeah, because if I let you in, you'll be leaving with no teeth. Yeah, I'm not kidding. So don't even bother. Just back off, Leviathan. It'll be the last thing you ever do if you try. Yeah, I ain't kidding. Yeah, for sure. I've had enough now. I'm ready to do some work. I'm ready to lay it down. I'm ready to play hard. Yeah, and ready to do this. So if you want someone who's got experience, who can rip, who can do all those things, who looks cool, willing to show up every rehearsal, knowing his shit, you know what I mean? To show up to the studio and lay down his take, one take, first take, done. This is the guy. Yeah. The last band I was in, we went into the studio, all my takes, first take, kept it. There was like, they were offering me the chance to like redo solos if I felt like I wanted to, but I just said to them, because we only had so much time, I said, look, do you want me to? And it was more along the lines of, do you want to? Is there something you want to change? Because it sounds great anyways. It's like, well, no, good, we're good. We got, we're on a budget. It's, I don't need to be some sort of a fucking narcissistic cocksucker. I'm just gonna lay down my part hard, and you got it. It's there. Yeah, if you like it, good. You want me to redo it, I'll redo it. Whatever. You know what I mean? I'm not egotistical. No, if I say I can do something, it's because I can do it, and it's not because it just magically happened. It's because I worked my ass off to be able to do it, sort of thing. So, anyways, yeah, I can pull my own weight. I don't fuck around. I don't like people that fuck around. Keep that in mind. You want someone wicked? Come talk to me. I'll make it. If I'm not wicked, I'll become wicked. Whatever it is, yeah, as long as you got something good going on. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's got to be good. For sure. You guys got to be serious. No weekend warrior bullshit. None of it. No. Don't have it. I'll go on the road with you. I'll tour with you. Whatever you want. Yeah, let me know. I got my own gear. The whole nine. I've been doing it since the 80s. No kidding. Not kidding at all. Yeah, I've been playing the bars since I was 17. Yeah. So if you pick me, you're gonna be happy. I'll make sure of it. Yeah. For sure. The only way you're not gonna be happy is if you've got someone in your band that's hell bent on making me disappear. Yeah. That's the only that'd be your only problem. If you got someone that feels that, you know, if you got someone narcissistic in your band that feels that I'm stepping, you know, on their pedestal or some bullshit like that, then you're not going to be happy. Yeah, yeah. I won't work with people like that. So, that being said, let's do this. Yeah, absolutely. So, Dylgn, that's my pitch. That's my pitch, yeah. Pretty much, yeah. My YouTube channel speaks for itself, man. Go look into the playlist. Yeah. It all does. Win pitch, you think so? Oh, good. I hope so. Win musician. Win magician. I am a magician. Look at me go. Zip zap. How about that? So yeah, Dylgn, I got stuff to show you. You got stuff to show me. Dylgn's my buddy. We do vibe coding together. Yeah, it's fun. He creates cool shit. Right now, actually, you're listening to my music on a website that he made for me. Yeah, I'll show you. These are all like, well, most of this are all my songs. Yeah, pretty much. I think it is, except for maybe a couple things. Basically, the player. It looks like a PS3. This website, isn't that cool? So you can make yourself a profile, and yeah, you make yourself a profile on here. You can change, like, you can put up your own wallpaper so it looks like the way you want it to when you come on here. It's a little social media platform. Yeah, it is. We can chat in here. We can do voice chat in here. You've also got a whole social section where, you know, you can post, and then you can make communities like you do on Reddit, you know. So far we've got some members in here. Yeah, look at that. We got a whole bunch of members in here now. Yeah. It's free to join. Yeah, it's free to be on. There's a few other things in here too. If you, I know you like video games. We've got, oh wait, what the heck? Where's the arcade part? Oh, weird. It changed. There's a whole arcade in here. Now we got this one, we got the Madness. If you go in here, you got my games. Arcade was removed? No way. We've got, these are games that I created. You got Osmongold in here, fighting aliens and shit. We've got a anti-woke game where it's like you gotta keep the drag queens away from the library with all the children in it. I don't care if you hate it. This one's like hillbillies and aliens. This one's really cool. This is one that I'm always working on constantly. I'm updating and putting new levels and stuff I'm adding to it. And this you can play right within your browser, which I think is just badass. Yeah, I like it. I'll have to show you something too, Dylgn. So no, I like it. I'm glad that. How come you decided to remove the arcade? You just wanted to do it different? I like it. I like everything that you do. All the changes you make, they're all really good. We got our settings. You can change the theme of that. It looks better. I know it does. I like it too. I think it does look better. Oh, you're welcome, dude. Oh, you do good work. Yeah, I appreciate everything you do. It's really awesome. Yeah, I love it. You guys can submit fan videos if you want me to react to stuff, or if you want to, yeah, sit and talk about stuff and that. You can just like submit video after video after video, and we'll just sit here and go through them. You just, it's pretty simple. It's just you put your YouTube URL in here, and then you put in a title and submit it. We gotta build that call-in thing. Yeah, we should, hey? We really should. Because I think we can have a lot of fun with that. We can do voice chat here, just like we can do on Discord. I'm a devout Christian, so we got a whole Bible section. All, you know, the quiet room, confession booth. We've got, you know, the King James version of the Bible, which I always use it. I use it a lot, yeah. I find it works really good. Yeah, it's fast for looking things up. I like it, yeah. I got real Bibles too, like, I mean, physical Bibles too, as well as this digital stuff is really cool though. Yeah, I want to show you stuff too. This is like, yeah, so I wonder if we should just literally vibe code a section on the web page, or an actual web page dedicated to doing call-ins. So I said, just completely dedicated to doing call-ins, and make it in such a way where someone can literally just phone in with their phone. Like, just dial a number and have them, you know, just like on a radio station or something, right? Or to have somebody waiting in the whatchamacallit? Oh, this is, how do I open this again? Oh, I know, just gotta go to music, radio. Here, we're gonna play something that always gets me, where is it? First album. This will get me copyright strikes, but it's my music, so it's like I'm rebelling. Try to join voice in here right now. What would happen though? Because I got music playing. Let's try it. Should have an alert that lets you know that a voice call is coming in. That'd be cool. Allow mic. That one. Okay. Just check. Okay, now join voice. What is it asking for? I see you.
Yo.
Oh, can you hear me? No.
Yo, Mark.
Okay, hang on.
Yo.
Hang on. Okay, how about that? Check. Nope.
Are you there?
I am working on it. I'm working on it.
I can hear you.
You can? Oh yeah, I see it. Okay, so it's working. Yes.
All right, we got it figured out.
Yeah, and this is cranked up to max. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I remember the problem was me before, and the reason my mic goes to like 1,000, it has to do with Discord, it turns out. Yeah.
The voice chat looks really good with this this monitor and everything. It looks pretty good.
Doesn't it look good? I like it too. I like it a lot. Let's see here, system default. Yeah, Look at that. I like that the inputs and outputs. It's just, yeah, it's really good. Dude, isn't it
Like,
fun?
yeah, bro. Imagine if we added a section to the site where people could like record and submit like voicemails basically, where they give a little bit of details about what they want to talk about, and then you could listen to those, and then you could like call them back, or they could join your call, or some way like that.
That way you could look. Oh, I like that idea. Oh man. Okay. Okay, so we need to sit here and brainstorm of how the whole thing should function. You know what I mean? So as let's look at it from the user's point of view, someone that's going to call in, right? It's got to be exciting, inviting, easy, very simple, and make them feel comfortable enough that they'll want to do that. Like, you know what I mean? And here's the other thing is, this site is like, it runs great on my computer, but it's labor intensive for some devices, right?
Yeah.
And that's why we haven't had some of our friends using it so much. It's like every time they go on there, it sort of slows down their system. But
well, most modern phones, most modern devices can handle it.
really, let me
Yeah,
try
like
it. I have, like, let me just try it. I believe you, and I want to see what it, because I haven't looked at it on my phone since forever ago. So it's like, before I start talking, saying shit, I should check it myself, just to see, coming from a $150 phone from Walmart, how it handles it. You know what I mean?
Well,
Okay.
same. I have a really cheap phone. I have a few phones, but I have a really cheap one I'm loading it on right now, and it works fine. Before I sent it over to you, I did a lot of work on the mobile version. And,
Oh, did you?
Yeah, it's working a lot better, but what you're saying is true. Like, I loaded it up on my friend's computer, and his desktop computer could not run it, bro. It was so laggy.
Really? I wonder, you know, like, I wonder if, like, you know, that amp sim, which I'll show it to you in a little while. I just kept telling the AI to you know, improve this, improve that, improve this, you know, so where it was lagging in the latency, it was able to do quite a bit to fix it. And I'm wondering if just simply putting in a prompt saying, hey, the site in its entirety is labor intensive, and on some devices, can you do something about it to make it run smoother? And because what I was finding is, it was finding reasons why it was the latency issue was happening. It was going, oh, it's because of this, this, and that. So I fixed that, and it told me to try it again. I try it, say, I'd be like, make it better, and so it would go through it again. And it'd be like, oh, that's why, because this, and that, and this was running into this, and this was like doing that. So he just rerouted this and rerouted that, and it's like better, and it would be better. So maybe just a simple saying, hey, improve the performance of the website, especially for on, you know, devices that are have less power behind it, you know what I mean, would be enough.
That does work, yeah. But you can really only do that so many times. And as you know, the AI, lovable AI is really good, but AI does hallucinate, and
Right.
I don't know. At the end of the day, there's a lot of shit to load. I mean, there's so much information. There's a lot of graphics to load that it is just a labor-intensive thing.
It is, eh? Yeah, it won't even... Wow. This is what it looks like when it loads on my phone. The website. I know it's bright, you can probably... Ow, my arm. That's what it looks like.
Oh,
Oh.
it's like not even loading the
Yeah.
elements.
Oh, I just
Yeah,
fucked
it'll
up
do
my
that
camera.
sometimes.
I just fucked up my camera by blasting light at it. Now it doesn't know what the fuck to do. Here, maybe I can fix it. Or maybe just give it a while and it'll fix itself. I hope, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, but you're right. It'll only go so far with it, or it can. What if I turn off my light and turn it back on? Maybe that'll fix the camera. I'm gonna turn it off for a moment and turn it back on. Yeah, it's trying to figure it out. Fucking thing. Yeah, so I mean, which makes me think that, okay, maybe we need to build a standalone site that is like, and hyper focus on it being something that can run really smooth in a phone app, just for a call-in thing, right? At the same time, well, it's like,
I would say if you're going for accessibility and ease of use, you should just set up a phone number and just have people call it, and you could listen to voicemails, and that's how you could filter who you're gonna call back to have on the show.
Well, then let's do that. I've already got an account with and it's funny, I've set it up just to be a joke kind of thing. Here, check it out right away. Let me just find it here so I know what it was called. Bongo. So let's hear. I'll show you. Bongo, and I've got a free. It's Canada, so I've got a free. Yeah. A free account. Log in. Oh geez, how do I log in? It's got a million login things.
I don't think you should use this.
Why?
You shouldn't use these, bro.
What do you mean? Why not?
I don't know what that is, but
I do.
Yeah, that's not what you should be using. Look up text now.
I can't. I looked at that one and I ended up not doing it for some reason. I can't remember why.
See if it's available. That's gonna be your best shot.
Yeah, you see, I've already gone to it. There was a whole problem with it and I ended up abandoning it. I can't remember what it was, but it was something I couldn't do because it was Canada or something. That's the problem. Yeah, text now.
If Canada doesn't allow you to get a phone number, you could get a VPN. There's an extension you can get called Windscribe. It's a free VPN. If you sign up with an email, it gives you like fucking a few gigabytes of VPN data. But I mean, you can try whatever. I mean, text now or Google Voice is gonna be the best option.
I can't use Google Voice. Is text now text now Google?
No.
It's not, eh? Because there was a reason why I couldn't use it, and I had to step away from it, and so I don't remember
text
what.
now is available in Canada. Try it, bro. Just try to sign up. I don't see.
Oh look, you can see I've already gone through this whole thing. I don't remember why. This is going to be a redundant thing to revisit it just to prove to you. But I mean,
bro, you just try to sign up.
No, seriously, dude, it wants me. I remember this bullshit. Okay, so it's like this: web messaging, download app, download now. I don't want to download the app.
In the top left, click on get free number.
Free phone number.
Top left.
Yeah, I did. Free phone number. Get a free phone number. Yeah, I remember this fucking bullshit. This was so frustrating. I remember, I don't know why I couldn't do it, but I couldn't. Let's set up with new local phone number.
Yeah, I'll do it with you. I'll set up a new account with you. Let me
Okay.
see how hard it is.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so I click the thing. I know you gotta wait for the stream to catch up. So say it caught up when it catches up, so that way we can be moving faster. You know what I mean? So you.
Alright, it looks like they changed it. So now you have to fucking okay. Click in the top right. You see it says web messaging. Click on that.
Continue with Google. I remember this fucking bullshit. I was so angry.
Continue.
See? Sign up free.
Oh.
It says unexpected error occurred. Please try again later. It does it every time. So
it
then
says
it
that for me too.
and then it told
Click
me
on email and enter your email.
it says continue with email. It's all grayed out. Oh, it's not. Okay.
Verify you're human. I'm signing up with you, bro. I'm making a new account.
Are you? Okay. This better work.
Oh, I think you have to. I think you're on the login.
You don't have an account. Sign up for free. The email you use for your text account does not exist. Okay, sign up free.
Oh.
There we go again.
On the mobile phone.
Yeah, that's what it wants.
I
It
see.
wants me to download the fucking mobile bullshit. And that's where I was like,
Yeah.
no.
So. Yeah.
Should
I
I?
forgot about this. Yeah. You have to download the app, and it's super easy and quick. It
Okay.
is, but. it's
But
up to
what?
You, bro. You don't gotta do it.
Okay, so tell me before I do this, really, what can this do for me?
Well, if you want to take calls, you could take calls for free on the show.
But it, calls on, like, they're gonna phone my phone, or calls they're gonna phone my website and I can use.
So you'll download the app, and then you'll make an account, and it'll give you a new phone number. It'll give you a brand new phone number that works within that app. But you can also log in on your desktop and message and take calls on your desktop as well. But you have to sign up on the phone.
Will this work for what we're trying to do?
Yeah, all you need is a phone number that can take calls, and that's what this is.
Okay, so for sure, because I don't want to sign up for this if it. I had to get Twilio. It keeps. I fucking fuck you, Twilio. By the way.
Well, you're signing up for weird stuff like whatever that was, Fago and Twilio, bro.
No, this Fongo thing is awesome, dude. I wanted to show it to you. Yeah, it's great, dude. It's a whole. It's like this. You know what it is? They give you a phone number. You can. No, it's not. It's like this is something that people use in Canada for businesses. It's good. I checked it all out. I looked into it first, but this is what it does. It gives you can generate a phone number, and then you've got an answering machine service, right? You can either have it'll either like you can set up like up to 6 people. So say I've got a band and I got 6 people, 6 of us in the band, right? Well, when someone calls in the number, they'll get an operator type thing, and it'll say press 1 for Derek, press 2 for, Griffin, press 3 for Terry, or press 4 for Mark, press it, you know what I mean? And then when you press it, it routes it to their phone, right? Their actual phone. Or you can set it up so it skips past calling their phone, and it goes directly to voicemail, and as soon as you leave the voicemail, that gets sent to your email address of the whichever person they were leaving a message for. Yeah, it was just like, fuck, this is cool. So I used it, and I put the number in my game on the wall. So if anybody sees it and decides to call it, they got a funny answering machine message, and they can leave a message, and it gets sent to the email, and I can read it or listen to it, and it's funny, right? And it worked. So I know that it works. That's why. But that's not what is going to do the thing for what we want. So that's what I'm saying. Will this do the thing we want? Like exactly. Or is it just another one of those?
Yeah, bro, you would have it signed up and ready to go if you just. If you
You
just
sure?
did
Okay.
it. Yeah, bro.
Okay. How does this fucking thing go? How do you get it to do QR codes?
You don't need to do that. Just go to the App Store. Just look up Play Store on your phone and open that app and then search up Text Now and download it.
Okay. I hate fucking apps. I do. I was like so down to not have any. Text Now. There's 2 of them. One that contains ads. They both contain ads, bro. Text Now Call plus Text Unlimited. Text Now Inc. Communication. Affordable worldwide calling. Contains ads. Then another one right below it says Text Now Call plus Text Unlimited. Text Now. Like what the fuck? What is that? Okay, what is this shit? Why has it got 2 of them?
Are they the same one? One's probably sponsored.
What do you mean sponsored?
Yeah.
In-app purchases?
Download one of them, it doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. It's my phone.
Bro, they're the same app, but one of them's sponsored.
What do you mean? If it's the same app, then why is it up there twice? And why is it a little bit different?
Jesus, hey? Mark. Come on, bro. It's
what do you
because they pay to have their shit show up first.
What? There's 2 of the same company.
Yeah.
And one pays for their shit to show up first, and then it doesn't pay for the second one, and so the second one's right underneath it? What was that? What do you mean?
You seriously don't understand? Bro, they're like, what is it? Advertisements? That's basically an advertisement. The first one, it probably even says sponsored.
Oh,
like
I see.
It probably says sponsored.
That's what you mean, yeah. No, I actually don't know. You know what I mean? Because
they give money to appear higher in the search results, but also they're already the top search results, so that's why they're showing it twice.
Yeah, both of them are downloading. It's the same thing. You're exactly what you're saying. It's not even 2 separate things. It's just presented to look like that on my fucking phone because they don't get their shit together. Sorry, dude. I hate apps. I haven't been to the App Store in years, and so going into it after that long, I'm looking at something completely foreign. It means nothing to me. It's just a bunch of shit all over the screen, and in my mind, I'm like, if I click the wrong fucking thing, you know what I mean? My shit's fucked, you know? And get started. Google. Okay, I'm doing it. Text Now would like to get a list of Google accounts on the device. Fuck off.
That'll help you easily sign in.
Okay.
Why are you like this, bro? Nobody wants to steal your information. You don't have money like that.
No, it doesn't matter. It's just, I just hate them.
Dude, I download crazy shit. I download fucking insane shit from the most sketchy websites.
Really?
That sounds wild. No, I mean like
okay.
There's
okay,
there's
we're
like YouTube downloaders and shit.
Okay. Oh, really? Okay. Okay, we're here. It says, let's find a phone number near you. Tap while using the app when prompted. Get free number. Don't use location. What? We mean don't use the location. Do I have, like, what are they asking me?
It wants you to pick an area code. You can give it your location or you can enter a manual one.
I'll just say get free number because that's the button. Tap while using the app when prompted. Okay. Allow text now to access this device's location. Does it need to?
Dude, I don't fucking just.
Why is it actually asking me? Is it, hey, do you want us to have your location? Well, why? Like, tell me
Bro,
why.
it's a phone app. You're literally taking and receiving calls.
Yeah, but what does it want from me? Okay, only this time, you son of a bitch. Yeah, I'm just being funny. I'm smiling from ear to ear. Okay, pick a free number. Alright, let's see here. Which one sounds cooler to you? 50. Okay, so we got a 204 514, right? They're all. Oh, or one of them is 204 674 0939. That one's kind of cool. Or the other ones are, you know, the 204 514, and then it's like 5092 5406 6476. I don't know. Which one should we do?
I don't know, bro.
I guess it doesn't matter, right? Let's do that one. Okay. Free. Confirm. Want to upgrade your number?
I'll be right back. No, the free. You want the free?
No, thank you. Enable calling and texting. Okay. Set up. Allow text now to record audio. Only this time. No, I don't. You send notifications. No. You make and manage phone calls. No. Okay. It's there. It's set up. Now it's, I don't know what it's doing. Now we're ready to go, I guess. Okay. Oh wait. Oh, what was my number? How do I find out? There it is. Okay. Text now. Okay, so we got a number here. We have a phone number, guys. 1204 674 0939. Right?
Mark.
Yeah. We got it.
Now if you go back on your PC and you go back to text now on like their home page, you can sign in there and you should be able to use it on your desktop.
Okay. Okay, then we're laughing. Okay. This phone is like lighting my face up weird. Okay, so go back. What's this? Okay. Now I can sign in. Sign Google. An unexpected error. Okay, let's try with my email. Detected you're using Google login previously. Yes, continue with Google. No, it's fucking up, bro. Huh.
It's not working.
No, it's still doing the same game.
Yeah, it must be a problem. It's a problem with their desktop site. That's interesting. It's doing that for me too.
You too, eh? Can't help. I can't log in my account. This not log in. So have you used this this before?
Yeah, that I actually have one of these numbers, and this is like the one that I give to the Jewish people that ask me for my phone number.
Really? No way. Oh, that's funny, bro. Okay, so I'm in the help section. I don't know. Doesn't say shit. Why can't I log?
Yeah, it's just not gonna work. You gotta wait for them to update their site and fix that.
Really?
Yeah.
Little bastards. Okay, well, can I still use it? Is there a way to set it up for my phone and use this shit,
Well,
or do I gotta be on my computer to do it? Like, I think the question is probably, yeah.
you need it on your computer so you can record the audio, but that phone number's still there. It's not going away.
Yeah,
You
that's
just need
true.
to fix the site.
Oh, what's this?
You should check out rape.fun.
Yes, we're gonna do that. I'm just gonna close this app here, and then I'll close this. Boy, what a pain in the ass. I'm gonna check something first before we go any further. Because I need to be able to get into this. Oh man, okay, hang on. I need to make sure this account works still. I want to be able to get into it. And I want to do it right now that it's fresh in my mind. There. Okay. Why is it not open? Okay. What? What in the fuck? Boy. Okay, hang on a minute. Yeah, I just don't understand why there's so many different logins. Let's try this one, I guess. Huh. Doesn't like that either. Let's try this. Maybe this will work. No? Okay, I'll come back to that. What a pain in the ass. Okay, let's go and check that out. Minimize that. Okay, here we go. This is something. No, I couldn't. I'll have to go back to it after. Is there no way dudes on there? Holy shit! So this is something that my buddy here, Dylgn, made. It's called.
So, I do a lot of gambling, and I've been wanting to make a gambling website, but with like a spin on it. So it's player versus player instead of just Jews versus the goalie. If you click on Connect Phantom, it'll prompt you to sign in with your Phantom wallet.
Confirm. There we go. Create your profile. I thought I made one. Okay, we'll say yeah.
You can't ever change it, so pick a good photo and a good name.
Okay, I'm gonna pick a photo. Oh god. Oh, I know what to do. Look for hang on a minute. Wait a minute. I renamed one name. As if, why does this have to be like giving me a problem like this? There it is. There. Okay. I should just change that. There. Okay, I'm here. I did it. This is we're in.
W. It looks like you have no money. If you click on the Phantom extension in the top right, and then click on Receive.
Click on Receive? What?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Send Receive?
Oh, press Got It. That's telling you about new stuff.
Okay. This is this is a different wallet. Remember? We made one just to get into. It's not the actual wallet that I have.
That's fine. Click on Transfer Crypto.
Okay.
You're gonna want to receive Solana. Yeah, click on the QR code thing next to Solana. Alright, now just leave that up for just a second.
Right now there's people on the stream watching the VOD going, huh? And they're clicking on it.
Alright, you can close that pop-up.
Okay. Yes, I have $2. Okay.
Alright.
So now I can go do a $1 one?
It's just a coin flip. We just flip a coin. So you can pick your side, heads or tails, and you're gonna want to pick $1.
Okay. Heads or tail, and then what, you just like that? And then what?
You'll click Find Opponent. We have random matchmaking, and then there's also private games, but We're just gonna test the random matchmaking.
Okay, find opponent. Searching for an opponent.
Now you're gonna have to deposit. Since... Did it connect? Does it show you that?
Are you able to see the stream?
Is it asking you to deposit?
No. No, it's not. It says searching for an opponent. And it's doing a countdown.
You clicked on tails?
Yeah. Is the stream that slow?
Click on cancel and then try to go in again.
Okay. Okay, click tails. So you want me to click find opponent?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, there we go. Match expires, you waiting, deposit. Okay, I'm gonna click deposit. Deposited. This domain is new, only proceed if you trust it. Confirm. Confirming. Flipping. Dude, this is cool. You lost. You won. You did it.
Click play again. Or actually, I don't know if it'll let you. Try.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, deposit. Oh, wait. Okay, is going to deposit that $1. Confirm. This app could be malicious. Do not proceed unless you are certain. Request blocked. You see that?
Oh yeah. There is a way to do it, but yeah, it works. It's dope.
Dude, this is amazing. Yeah, it's just a matter of tweaking up the little things. Now that I've been like, thank you for teaching me how to use Lovable and vibe code and that. Now that you've done that and I've been playing around and making stuff, it's just a matter of, yeah, it's always just sort of tweaking up little things and fixing bugs and that, and then it's killer. But you've already got like everything. You got the whole foundation laid out. I like it. It's nice. It looks good. It's functioning well. It's easy to understand. I love it. Yeah, this is fucking great, bro.
Thank you, bro. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're
going
welcome.
deep into trying to make sure it's like fair and secure. We have a history that shows the history of all the games, and also there's a fair page that tells you how it works, and there's also a way to verify games, so you can like go back and make sure that the games are.
Oh yeah, you've been playing with against yourself in the history.
Yeah.
And then where it's fair, how it works, verify a game. Oh, that's cool, dude. Wow. Look up game ID. No way, dude. I love this. This is so cool.
Then there's a world chat, so you can find other people, and you can also share and download your like win, so you can share it on other platforms.
No way. That's cool. Alright, I love this, dude. This is great. Oh man. Yeah. I'm stoked about this. I think this is a really good idea. Here. Oh yeah, it's already in the chat, eh? So if you guys are watching this right now and you're like, that's cool, I want to play, it's sitting there in the chat, the link. Yeah, you can go and check that out and everything. Go play with it.
Rape fun.
I know, what the hell he calls it? Rape. All these, we're such rebels, hey? All these things we're not allowed to do and say, we're just saying it anyways. You know? It's just like a couple of streams ago I was complaining about people not being able to speak English properly and how it's and then they get mad when you try and say something when you say, what did you say? Yeah, I had a whole thing going on about that last stream. You keep mentioning the Jews. Coward keeps calling himself racist. It's just like, we are a bunch of misfits, bro. I think, yeah, we're exactly what YouTube needs. Do you want to see my guitar amp?
Did you change it?
I did some. I don't think. Were you around when I was demonstrating it or no?
I've seen it, and I saw that you did some big update to it, but I don't know if you've changed it since. Let me check it out.
Sure. Let's see here. Okay, let me close that. And then I'm gonna go. Where is it? What did they call it? Oh, Marshall. A Marshall. There, can you see that? It's got a. You can save all your settings and stuff like that. I changed it the way it looks graphically too, so I think it looks a lot nicer.
And you added authentication, so now you can sign in and shit.
Yeah, that way you can save your sounds that you like. And this here is a looper. You know what I mean by that? 4 tracks of looping. Here, I'll. Oh, how did I do that? I meant to like stop the music and it stopped anyways. Are you still there? Oh, I know what happened. No, I don't know what happened. I see you, but I can't hear you. Go ahead, say something again. Wait. I think it just tripped balls because there's so many things. Let me close that. Yeah, because I see you, but I don't actually hear anything. And you're actually not coming up in the desktop. Hang on. Devices. It's the default. Let's refresh and come back into it. Okay? I'm going to refresh. See if that helps. Okay. Yeah, and then join voice. Okay, there. I see you, but I don't hear you. Wow. I must have fucked my shit up. Okay, let me try that again. Just in default. Yeah, you're actually not even showing up in here. Hang on. Properties. Default. Okay. What? Okay, here. I need to play something to make sure there's sound actually still happening. Here, let me just play this for a sec. Okay, so sound exists, but for some reason I can't hear that voice chat, but it's there. What happened? Output is system default. No. Just keep talking. I'll figure it out. Huh. Yeah, what the hell? It's not muted.
Dude, there's no way, there's no way.
I found it. You know what it was? I found it. Yes?
Mark.
What?
I've been saying the N-word for 5 minutes straight.
No, are you serious? No way, that is so funny. Oh, bro. So, okay, it was like I muted the actual site itself. And when I looked up at the top tab, there was a little speaker, and I just had to unmute it, and it was fine.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
let me try and pull up that amp again and see what it does. It might have something to do with it. Okay, so you're still there, right? Okay. All right, I'm going to turn it on. Steinberg, yeah. Okay. Let's see here. You can hear that, eh? I guess you'd have to be on the stream or something, I don't know. So what you can do here, and there's a lot of delay between what I'm actually hearing and playing and all this stuff. Here's the tricky part is like you pick a channel, and then you actually let me try this one instead. Okay, you pick a track, and then you hit the space to start recording, and then you hit the space again to stop recording, and it's supposed to loop it for you to solo. But it's tricky because I got to use my nose or something. Maybe I can use my foot. Here, let's try it. It's like, okay, my foot is up here. We're gonna try it. Are you ready? Okay, here we go. There we go. It actually worked. Are you still there?
That's very cool.
So I'll turn it down a little bit so it's not super loud. Now this is the reason you want to do that is so you can practice soloing over it. Here's what I use. Let me try this one. Yeah, you get the idea, right? And then what you could do is you could do a second track. So if you wanted to be like, right? I'll turn it down a little bit. Hang on.
Can you hear me?
I can, yeah. What were you saying?
Nothing.
Oh, so yeah, this is what I created. You can do up to 4 tracks like that. right? And it doesn't like save it permanently, but it saves it temporarily, and then you can practice all your soloing over and stuff like that. I haven't even played yet today, so I'm not warmed up. I could barely play when I picked it up there. So what do you think?
I'm eating a brownie, bro. My bad, but that's very cool. It's very intuitive.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, I'm kind of pleased with it. Got a little help section over here that it was able to create. Tells you about how to use it and all this stuff. And to me, it's like this. It's a good tool. Oh, did it go away? Oh yeah, every time I go into the so as soon as I went into the help section, it powered off. Yeah, and then you lose whatever it is that you were looping with. But here's the thing. Oh jeez, it's not even supposed to be doing it like that. What? Of course, right? Why is this not working? I have to refresh it. Bugs, right? You know what I mean? That's just the way it is. There's always going to be some sort of a bug. So the reason I wanted it is because, well, number one too, I thought of it because I'm always kind of noodling around, and you guys can't really hear me. You know what I mean? And so I was like, I need to create like an amp modeler so I could just do that. And what better way than to do it with Lovable and make it a website? Because it's just easy. There's no downloading. You just open a browser and turn it on and plug in your guitar, and away you go, right? And the only thing that's like that out there that I've found isn't browser based. It's not. You have to like download it and use it as a tool inside of like a DAW, like a digital workstation, audio workstation. Yeah, like Reaper or something like that. And so that would mean that I have to install a whole bunch of software and have a bunch of shit running, and I was just like, fuck, this sucks, right? And then adding a looper to it, it gives it gives me something to practice solos over. Because when you're soloing, you want to solo over something. You know what I mean? So I just think it's a really good tool. I find it to be extremely helpful as a guitar player, and so yeah, I'm stoked about it. I am. It's got a lot of latency issues, but that's just expected. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it looks really good and it works, bro. It's good.
The fact that it works is pretty wild, eh? Yeah, I spent like a lot of time on this one. There's gotta be a way to like tell Lovable to literally pick up this project and append it to the Mark's Live website. I wonder if that's possible.
I think so, yeah.
I should literally Google it and see, because that would be wild. Oh, here's something else I was going to show you, and it actually works, which is great. And it took a lot of fooling around and telling it to fix things in order to do it, but not this one. Not the Play Now. It's called... Oh, I don't know why it's not showing up. You know what? I'll just go... I'm going to go over to here. Go to here. And then I have it in here. There we go. Have you seen this? So I made my own website to host this game on instead of.
Yeah, bro, you showed me that. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's working way better now, and it actually has a volume um, on it now, so that way I can have the game volume down. Because before there was just no way of doing it. Full screen works good. I'm pleased. Um, I'll play a little bit of level 6 just to kind of show off how big this level is that I've been working on. I actually played through finally the other day and beat the level. Wow, this is taking a little while. I don't know why. Sometimes it does that. Here, I'll reboot it again. We'll try again. Or refresh or whatever. But I was able to, I can actually go to admin and it's not going to do it, huh? So if you go over to admin and you put in your password, this is where I can actually update the game. So every time I do a build in Unity after I've made some changes, I can just go and choose the folder, well, like this, choose the folder, and then do an upload, and it'll upload the whole thing to it. And yeah, it works really good. Took a lot of screwing around before it would, but it does. I don't know why it's not doing it right now. It just doesn't want to load. Come on, load! This is vibe coding fun. Yeah, I think it is. Come on. Really? I don't know what the hell. It's just stuck. I'm gonna go over to Lovable and find out why. Screw it. I got tokens. Game doesn't load. It starts to and then just sits on a gray screen forever. Make it load quicker. There. There, we be vibe coding. Live. So you had a brownie. What kind of brownie did you have? Was it
Just a regular brownie, bro.
Wasn't it special?
A good old brownie. You like brownies?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I like sweets and stuff. If I had my choice, I like, salt much more, but I still do like, yeah, I find sugar very addictive. And brownies, yeah, absolutely. Did I tell you I got my Marshall back from the from getting repaired again?
Again? No.
Yeah, it's here. It's back. Let's see here. You can see it way in the background. Yeah, it's back. Yeah, it still had the same problem it did when I first bought it. So let's see here. It should unstick the gray string, compress files. Still 302 storage, and everything has a 1-year immutable cache, so reloads are instant. What? Okay, let's find out. Let's publish it and see what it does. Compressed Unity files are now streamed through the worker with the correct coding header, so the browser decompresses them before Unity gets the bytes. That should unstick the gray screen. Okay, let's find out. Oh, it's still updating. Copied. Okay. Let's paste and go. And let's just see what happens. Okay. Let's play the game. It's still sitting there. The hell, Lovable. Oh, there we go. It's working. Yes. Okay, let's bring down the volume. And let me just check all those things work. Full screen works. Let's see here. Let me try this video. Make sure it plays. Whoa! Holy shit! It's like it caught up with itself. Okay, let's start. Okay, we're going to first, we're going to go to level 6, and this dev has tricks. Now we're in level 6. Nobody knows how I did it, but I do. Okay, let's get this mouse up a little bit better. Oh, that's actually quite a bit. A little bit too much. Whoops. Try that. Okay, let's try this. Actually, no. There we go. What's cool about this is that, you know, I don't have to use Unity's Play Store website thing. You know what I mean? Now, I should be able to take all of this and incorporate that right into Marc's Live website. That would be the right thing to do, I think. Would you say? Are you still there?
Yeah, bro, my bad. I was across the room.
I was gooning.
I'm more than gooning.
You gooner. Just goon baiting. Whoops. Yeah, this... Oh my god, it looks terrible on the way it's being captured. I looked over at my OBS studio, and it's like the frame rate looks terrible on there. To me, it's running smooth as fuck. But OBS is just tripping balls. Yeah, it's really bad. Oh, it's like horrible. Why is it like that? Let's find out. Let's try this. Application window. Let's just try this instead. Oh, wait, I think it was better. Let me try full screen. It's better. Okay. Except this change again. bugs, right? Oh yeah, this is... Okay, hang on. Yeah, it looks better in OBS. A little bit better anyways. So yeah, take a look at how big this level gets. I'm gonna play through it. I'll play through this one level just to show you guys level 6. Because when you first play at level 1, there's not a lot to it. Nice. I know my game, so I know where all the tricks are. 'Cause I created this shit. Yeah, it's just really cool to be fully independent from Unity's play.com or whatever it's called. That's... Yeah, man. Otherwise, hosting a website was a lot more painful. Yeah, AI is a crazy thing.
Yo, Mark.
Yeah?
Your game is fire, bro. Your game is fire, but I'm gonna go to bed.
Are you?
I'm gonna keep your stream on and listen to what you're doing.
Okay, that way if I talk shit about you, you'll know.
Yeah.
Okay, so, sounds good, buddy. You go have a good sleep, and I'll talk to you later. It was nice hanging out with you. I love what everything you're doing is just killer.
Yeah, bro. You too. Good amp and good game website. This is good shit.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Yes, sir. All right, I'll see you tomorrow night or something.
Sounds great. I'll be here.
Okay. Peace,
See you, Dylgn. Oh, I guess I have to turn off the mic. I'll just leave it for now. Let's see, how's it picking up on the stream? That's better. Before I was just sort of screen recording the actual monitor, but it turns out that if I pick just the browser itself, whoops, it streams it better. Good to know. This is great. Level 6. To me, this is my little masterpiece. Because the whole thing was to be able to create something this crazy and get it to run inside your browser flawlessly. That was the whole point of making this game. Was just to actually make that happen. And now, where we're at right now, I'm just trying to create as many wild levels as possible. You know? And have it still run in your browser with no problem. come on, Mark. I'm looking at the monitor, or how it's being monitored on OBS. Been trying to play it from watching that. It's hard. It's kind of got a bit of a, I don't know. I think it's just me. Yes. Whoops. Okay, now here, I'm just gonna look back at this one. It'll be easier to play like this. So, if you're wondering, this number, this is the Fongo number. If you call it, you'll see. It's pretty cool, actually. I think it's really funny. Like a sort of an Easter egg. Okay.
All personnel should follow safety protocols.
There, now things keep going and it gets bigger and bigger as we go. Oh jeez. I could have done that better. Yeah, this is a fun ass game. I want to make another browser game too. And just sort of take the things that I've learned from optimizing this to be able to run in a browser. Like, this is a very big level to be like running in your web browser. And I think I can even make a bigger one than this, and it'll work. I'm gonna see. Yeah. Excuse me, holy cow. Whoa. So actually, in case you fall off the edge, I've got elevators here and there just to get you back up onto the path again. Yeah, I found that out the hard way. I was like playing it and I was like doing a battle and I fell off and I was like, oh shit, I'm stuck in here. So this has got a basic game loop where it's just shoot and kill, collect health, and make it to the end, and then it loads the next level. That's sort of the game. So it's like you could just come in here and rip around and just start shooting things, and it's fun. I love it. I have a good time in here. Yeah. And every time I play it, I try to like get faster and faster and faster at clearing the level. I should actually have a timer in here. Just have one that starts as soon as the level. As soon as the level begins. Whoa. Almost fell off again. Yeah, this is cool. He's hiding. Yeah, that's a fun weapon actually. I wonder if this name that I came up with is just too simple. Zip Zap. It's kind of a dumb name, eh? If you guys think I should change the name, let me know. Maybe you got some ideas. Maybe you got some insight that I don't have. But this game is free to play. This is like, I'm playing this right now in my browser with OBS running, other websites open. Whoa. And it's running really, really well actually. Streaming at the same time. And I'm running Ubuntu with an integrated GPU. So this is basically running like it's just all CPU because of Ubuntu and its drivers, and it's running this well. Yeah, so you'll definitely have a good time with this. I don't see anyone having much trouble with it, to be honest. And that's cool. I guess I'm on like a technical mission, because I've always found in game engines that when you start making a game, the hardest thing is to get it optimized so that your frame rate is good. There's nothing worse than having a shitty frame rate, and it's just frustrating. So optimization is like a big thing that for me I've been trying to learn how to do, and this game is basically that in a nutshell. It's just like trying to optimize the fuck out of it. Like that, look how big this damn level is. This is quite crazy, I have to be honest. Yeah. I should actually have those doors open, get triggered like at a closer range, because right now it's like you have to be right up against it. Should be something to tell the player too that it's a door, more than just the arrow. I think they need some modifications. Ha! I'm gonna hide back here and do this. There we go. Took that out of there. It's like, there's a lot of sections in this game where it is like just straight up you're in a maze. And fighting in really close corridors too. Like, whoa. Like, this is super close range. That's the way out. But we've got some robots to shoot still. I like the way it drops down. Let's try drop down. It worked. That's cool. Okay, let's go back up. I actually really like, whoa. I actually really like that, this whole thing. Okay. Oh wait, because we gotta go that way. Yeah, when I designed this and created it, I was quite pleased the way it turned out. I remember working on it.
All personnel should follow safety
Ha! Hide behind the window. Yes! Okay. Good, good. Now we just need to get across there. Yeah, I'm gonna like clear this level right in front of you guys. I'm pretty stoked about this whole thing. Make sure. Okay, okay, we're good. I was gonna make it so you could drop down in there. But I never did. I probably should. I still could. Oh boy. Yeah. That's so satisfying. The way all the parts go flying.
All personnel should follow safety
We're getting there. Whoops. Word of advice, make sure that you're aimed on them before you... Oh yeah, you gotta jump. That you're aimed on them before you hit the trigger because your gun overheats. Just to make it a little bit difficult. It sort of takes place of like reloading your weapon. It's the same thing. It's just different animation. So the cooldown is the same amount of time it would take to reload your weapon. Yeah, that makes sense, I think. I wonder what a reload animation would look like. That'd be cool. I really like how all these little mountains and all these little things are happening. It's giving me an idea. Should have things flying around, occupying the air as well. I think that would be cool. You know? I should try that. Oh, I love this. You see, we're still going. This area is humongous. In a browser. To me, this is just like exciting, because I just think, God, the possibilities are endless. Now here's how I'm doing it. Low poly, small texture maps. Everything has emission within the material, so that way you don't have to use lights. So I'm not using the lights or the shadows that the engine can create at all. Not using any of them. Everything is just has an emissive texture or an emissive material. I created some simple shapes, and everything is created from those simple shapes. So like the elevators, created from simple shapes. Like squares and wedges and things like that. The doors all made from simple shapes, all repeatable, all made so that way the engine can constantly refer back to those specific models every time it shows something that's made of those models. And it just speeds up the whole process. Yeah, it speeds up the engine. Like the reason I'm able to create all of this level is I'm using terrain tools, like creating I created like a terrain, and then I created an emissive material that I was able to lay down on the terrain, and by using it I mean, what do you call it? It allows me to create a winding sort of route of walls that, you know, cut off view just before the draw distance ends from the camera, eh? Coward, how's it going, bro? Just finishing, just playing through level 6. Yeah. Yeah, how are you doing? You've been streaming like mad, eh? Are you enjoying the hell out of it? I missed like a whole day of streaming. I just wasn't in the mood. And so I ended up not. But now I'm here. Yeah, and just going through this level is so massive. Doing alright? Good. That's good, bro. Yeah, this is like way too much fun. So this will be the second time through it that I can do, where I'm doing a playthrough and it's actually gonna work. There's things I'm gonna change and add to it. This, you know what this thing needs? It needs some enemies that fly. And just regular traffic. Air traffic. That's what it needs. We were working on how to get good explosion effects when the rocket hits. No way. Oh dude, cool. What did you end up... I know it's a lot to say in chat. I was gonna say, what did you end up doing is... Like, how did you end up creating it? What was the cool... Like, what was the trick to make it work? Hey, I can get them from here. I didn't even realize it. The hard part is lights. It's not expensive to make the material full bright, but it would be expensive to attach a point light to the explosion. Oh, I know what you mean, bro. I know what you mean. Like, in here, I'm, like, even... Whoops. Oh, shit. I'm almost dead. Don't die. Oh. Like all of that that you just saw when you see all that explosion, it's everything is emissive. Yeah, that's how I got around it. So that means like I'm using a couple different things using a particle engine. So there's a few different things going on there. But it's all emissive materials. Yeah. And that's how I'm able to get around it. I'm not using a single light in here. Yeah. But it's like you can go with using a light, but again, it's like it's not necessary always, but it is if you're trying to do shadows. If you're trying to do shadows, especially real-time shadows, then it's like you sort of need the light. Yeah. And if you wanted to light up an area, you know, like so when it flashes, if you want it to flash across the objects around, then you kind of need a light, yeah. You know, it's like sometimes it's like this. If it's just an explosion, you know, then you could probably get away with doing it, because it's just for a very short period of time, right? But yeah, you know, I understand that whole thing, like the struggle when it comes to using lighting. It is a serious struggle for real. You seen me, whoa. You seen me try all kinds of shit when I was working on my hillbilly one. Did it work? Oh, I didn't get them all? Where's the other one? He's down here. Oh, I know where it is too. I find that if you... Whoa. He's down here. Somewhere down here. Huh. Let's see here. He's down here, I know he is. Yeah. Ha! Got him. Yeah, so I mean... Yeah, you remember when I was working on that TCSR? That hillbilly one where I was just like... I was trying everything. Remember street lights? I was turning street lights on and off with the sun that was coming around. It was like real-time sun with shadows and fog and all the stuff. I was pulling out all the tricks trying to get it to be optimized and run and work. Yeah, it's like I know, like I've tried a bunch of stuff. I know and the game's supposed to be emulated. The game is supposed to emulate something pre-rendered, so I can't skip out on that. Right now the idea is to tint the screen a little bit from the direction the explosion comes from relative to the camera. That's a good idea. That's a really good idea, because then it's like you're seeing the flash, you know. It's all about, everything is like you're simulating something when it comes to creating a game. It's always you're simulating something. That's the way it goes. Sometimes it's like using features in a way that doesn't look like you're actually simulating something, but if you were to break down the way those things actually work in the background, it's all simulating things, you know what I mean? So you just kind of have to look at it, like get creative like that and say, okay, what does it need to look like? So this should just load up the main menu now. But that's a whole level 6, yeah. So yeah, I mean, there, it worked. Good. Very good. Yeah, so it's all about simulating the things to make it look like a thing. Yeah, any little thing like that that's good. That's right. I like that. I like that, the idea of like tinting the screen. Yeah, I think that's perfect for that, for sure. This game needs flying objects. It needs... Hang on a minute. If you want to, I'm actually in voice chat right now. It looks like Dylgn's still in there. Oh no, he looks like he's reconnecting over and over again. But I can open up Discord if you want to chat. We can talk about this. Let's talk about this. Just let me know. Here, I'll as you say, I'll close that. Or you can try and pop in here if you want. It's up to you. Whatever you want to do. I'll open up Discord if you want to do Discord. Ah, this is cool, huh? So, instead of using Unity's Play website, which is, you can host for free your game on there. But then it's like anytime anybody goes to that website to play your game, they're kind of bombarded with everybody else's stuff too, right? So this here kind of takes it out of that environment and makes it your own. So basically what I did is I told AI lovable.dev, like vibe coding. I basically explained to it what I needed to do, how it works, how I need it to accept, what I'm going to upload. And I also made a section here where you can go, and anytime that I made a new build, I can just go in and choose the folder. Here's like, for example, here are my latest builds, right? So I would choose this folder. Whoops. And then I would hit upload, and then it re-uploads the game every time I make a change. I can just go in there and boom. Yeah. So I mean, it's a nicely functioning sort of thing, and it takes it away from that environment and makes it my own environment. Yeah, I really like it. Like I really, really am digging using lovable .dev, like really loving this. Yeah, it's yeah, it's like I like myself. I don't think it would be interesting to try and get it to make a game. You know what I mean? Like but I'd rather do that myself in Unity, like hands-on. I find that it's good for creating tools. Like for instance, my little amplifier and with the looper pedal, like it's just like creating things that I can use. Like anything that I create in there are basically things that I use rather than somebody else. Hang on, I gotta take a leak. I'll be right back. My headphones broke. Why? I just picked them up and they're broken. How did that happen? What? Okay, hang on. Hang on, I gotta fix these. Yeah, what the hell? Can't be on stream very long, they promise a secret stream. Oh yeah, no problem, dude. How did this even do that on me?
Let's go.
So weird. I can fix it. Okay, I almost got it. Okay. Does this all work still?
Let's go.
Broski! So you're on the Mark's Live. Yeah, you did. It works.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm glad to hear from you, buddy. Yeah. So, yeah, let's talk dev stuff before you gotta go do your secret stream.
Mm-hmm.
And that. Yeah, so, okay, so you want to use a light in order to flashlight onto the objects around the explosion just to light it up temporarily, right?
Right, because like the temptation is to put an omnidirectional light or like a point light in the middle of the explosion, which like looks good if you do it, but you know, the target hardware is like a X220 like a work laptop.
Right.
So I really I can't get away with that. I think I've told you, like I can't really use the GPU at all.
Yeah, you're saying that you're like, we're kind of in the same boat. We're both out to create optimization so that our games will run on almost anything. Yeah. It seems to be the drive, you know, because it's usually the hardest part of game deving is to get it to run well, you know. So it's a challenge, right? Okay, so
Right.
and yeah, point light, from what I understand, is made up of a bunch of directional lights all clustered together. So if you use one,
Mm-hmm.
you know what? Try using one directional light and make the skirt. You know how you can make it like wide, make it super wide, and have it pointing down. That way it'll light the bottom and it'll lick up the sides too. Try that. Just one directional light.
That would be better. I mean, it would be like what it would be like 4 times better than like an omnidirectional light.
Yeah.
Except it couldn't go up. So I'd have to do a check for if like, is there a ceiling above this? And then like I guess you just put 2. But
Right. If there's no yeah. If it's an open area, it'll work. Because you can get left and right, you know what I mean? You can get it like horizontally too, as long as you widen it enough. It'll get some of the walls. But yeah, the ceiling, yeah, you'd have to do a check and then add that one in.
When you make it wider,
Mm-hmm.
when you make it wider, that also like that also influences like the difference between one light that's really wide and like a couple lights that are like pretty thin. You know what I mean? Like the light, like
Oh.
the behaviors of the light itself are important.
It's the same
The
thing.
bottleneck I have is it is I do have number of lights, um, so it would help to like have less lights. Like I save, I have one light facing down instead of one light facing every direction, which is that's what a point light is.
Right.
And the bottleneck I have is all the lights in the game have to cast shadows, which is expensive. And there's not a lot I can do with like Godot to like minimize how expensive that is. What
Oh.
I decided to do at the start is, okay, there are going to be a maximum of 3 lights at like rendering at any given time. Um, because that's something that I can guarantee at least 3 lights is not going to cause any problems.
Right.
And that includes like if you have like a sun in the map. Even though you know what I mean when I say like a sun, I know that Unreal and like Unity and Godot they all use like different terms for basically like the same thing.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
what you were calling a directional light.
Yeah.
That's what like in Godot it's called a spotlight, and in Godot a directional light is like the sun, like that type of light.
Oh, okay.
Like all the different terminology like gets mixed up between engines. But they're all the same
Oh,
thing.
I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay,
But,
so
the other idea, sorry.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I told you about the tint thing where it's like, okay, where is the explosion within like your view? Okay, then we'll just tint the whole screen. Is the explosion out of your view? Okay, like in what direction is it? And then we can like tint like the corners or edges of the screen in some way to like give off the impression that there's light being bounced. The other idea I had that might be better, might be worse, is that with that like sun light, the one that's just ever present, and its position doesn't matter, it only faces a direction. With that light, if we could change its intensity, its color, and its direction so that it becomes a very bright orange light, and it faces from the explosion to wherever your player is.
Right.
And then whenever the explosion's done, you just like reset it.
And okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I was testing that out on the live stream. It is it's very dramatic, because it's like a nuke just went off. But
It works
I don't know,
though, eh?
it didn't look bad, but I do need to like profile to see like, okay, is it as bad to change a light, like a light's parameters, or does it like not really matter that much? Because I could see like both scenarios where it matters a lot, and then also a scenario where it doesn't matter really at all.
Man, I've never even tried profiling, like to see what goes on in my games. I read the
It's
debug,
super
but
important.
yeah, and I don't even know where to begin when it comes to it. I was just like,
You could
okay, I
just
don't.
look it up. Like I know Godot has a profiler. I'm sure nobody in the face of the earth would use Unity if Unity did not have some way to profile. But
Oh, no,
it's
there
really
is.
true that, like, I got you.
I just don't know how to. I've never tried. It looked overwhelming, and I was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna keep working. It's just like,
I
yeah,
got you. I mean, everything's overwhelming until suddenly it isn't. Right?
yeah, it's
But
true. It's true.
The reason
Yeah,
it's so important is because you really don't know like what's up with your game until you profile it. Like, something I didn't realize was wrong with my game at first when I was like first, doing it, was having multiple
having what?
like let's say you have like a what happened?
Oh, am I gone? Wait.
Hold on. What the heck?
What the fuck? Okay, I'm there. Can you hear me?
You sound like a. You sound like just an 8-bit.
Like 8-bit? What the fuck's going on here? Check. Devices.
Okay, you're back.
Now I'm back? Yeah, I noticed
wow,
this
I don't
all
know
of
what
a
that
sudden. All of a sudden I just was gone.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah. The hell? Okay, I don't get it. Why is it so quiet? There, let me get a little
Am I
closer
quiet?
to it. No, no, you're not. Not really. Okay. Sorry, dude. I don't know why it took off, but it's bugs, you know what I mean? It's like,
Right.
Sorry, go ahead.
What was it talking about? Oh yeah. So before I like actually profiled my game, I did not realize that it was such a big problem to have multiple materials for a single object. And that's like, I don't know, you ever go in Blender?
Yeah.
So like, yeah, you can, in Blender, you don't even notice it because you're just like modeling the thing. But if you have like a shiny metal part of your character, and then you have a part of the character that's like cloth, and like you need them both to use different textures, and you need them both to have like different properties. Like this one has a roughness value of 1, and this one has like a little specular, but this other one, it needs to be metallic. It is very strongly preferable to take your 2 textures and combine them, and then make a second texture that maps to like the parts that you want to be metallic, rather than to have 2 textures and 2 materials, and it makes like a big difference.
Really?
Right. Another thing, I mean, I kind of knew, but I didn't realize just how much it saves is alpha on images. When you have like an alpha channel that can make the image transparent,
Yeah.
there's like 3 stages to it, where the worst case scenario is that the image has a lot of colors, and it also has like a lot of gradient between, you know, a pixel that's opaque and a pixel that's transparent.
Right.
And in like the second best scenario is one where every pixel is either fully a color or fully transparent, and that helps a lot. And that's something I've been trying to do for all my textures.
Really?
And then
eh?
the best is, I think I remember the name. It's called a DXT1 is what it converts to, and that's just a texture with no alpha channel whatsoever, and that's going to be like 3/4 the size just right off the bat because there's no channel.
Wow, that's smart, dude. Yeah, that is cool. Yeah, it makes me think about, you know, every time I've tried to do it, like a bunch of different things in the materials. Because yeah, it's like I'll use multiple textures in my materials. Sometimes a normal map, and say, you know, like sometimes there's 5 textures in there. You know what I mean? The normal map, an emissive map, you know, your alpha, your metallic map, or specular, you know, map, depending on which one you're running, you know. And sometimes what else is in there? There's a bunch of slots depending on the material that you're using. There's a bunch of things you can do. Plus too, it's like I've used tools in there to create my own materials. What the fuck are the tools called inside of Unity? Again, oh, I can't think of what it's called. But it's like using nodes. Yeah, and you create your material right from scratch, and you could do a lot with it. When you do that, that's where everybody makes really wild looking materials and stuff. Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, all this stuff, yeah, it's like it's labor intensive, you know. And so it's true, you gotta be profiling. I gotta be profiling, bro. I need to start doing that. Oh yeah.
And then like if you find like like something that you find something you didn't even think about.
You what?
Another big one, and I know your game would probably have this too, because I have to deal with it in mine, is garbage collection. Garbage collection can like, it's not gonna like make the FPS like overall go down, but garbage collection is like, it's one of a lot of things that'll cause like stutters and like spikes, where like the game kind of like hangs for a bit.
Oh really?
So knowing how to like mitigate and deal with like the garbage collector has been very helpful for me.
I never even knew there was a garbage collector. What does it do? Like, is it just like
It's it manages memory for you so that you don't have to. And you know the stack and the heap, like those two areas of memory?
No.
Okay, so it's not going to be like completely accurate, but just like a stack is something, if it's on the stack, it's like temporary and it's going to go away by the next frame.
Okay.
If it's on the heap, then it's going to stay. So like something that's on the heap would be like your player and the variables of that player.
Right.
Something that's on the stack is like, for example, you have like the player's position, and then you want to say like, okay, player position, go to like player position equals, and then you do like new vector 3, 1 0 0, right, to put them at that location. That new vector is going to be on the stack, but your global position is going to be on the heap. And generally speaking, you want things to be on the stack as much as possible, because the stack gets cleared as soon as whatever function you're calling is over. The heap just kind of gets larger and larger over time until eventually the garbage collector is like, all right, time to flush, and then it'll do all that.
Oh no way.
It'll like go through the work, and it's the work of figuring out, okay, is this variable still being used? No. Is this one still being used? Yes. Like having to go through every single thing to manage the memory for you. That's what'll like cause a stutter, especially if there's like a lot. So if there's less of it, then that helps immensely. Wow.
And so you could find out all of what it's doing by profiling it, right?
You get clues. You don't like just get everything handed to you on a plate, but you do get clues, and you do like figure out, and you say, okay, so from now on, I do this.
Right. That makes sense. Man, I gotta start using it. I do. Mm-hmm. I totally do. Yeah. Because it's just like, it would make things go a lot smoother. I think so. You know what I need to do is I think I need to make some flying traffic for this game, especially for
like
these open areas
in the background.
Yeah, like flying something. Yeah, maybe even, or even just like, or even flying things that will battle with you. I don't know. I have to think about it. Like, I really like. Here on. I really like. Where is it? In here. Let me get past that spot. If you watch these robots, the way they fly, and they kind of turn. Hang on. I love the way those look. The way they move and fly and stuff like that. This is the same AI as... Yeah, this is the same basic modified code of the enemies in this game that I was just playing. Same thing, just modified the hell out of it so that it would move like that. So what I could do is I could make those things fly even higher, and the same kind of thing where it has to pass you and turn slowly and come back around. I could do stuff like that, and it would just be like the code that I have now for the sort of like recycled, right? It's the code that I have now for this game, for those robots, except just modified. You know what I mean? It'd probably be easy for the engine if I just stick to that, you know what I mean? Kind of thing, sort of like recycle something that's there. And that would be good for something that I want to battle with. But it would be also good just to create some animated, different types of ships flying by that look busy. You know, like to make it look populated, like there's stuff going on in the background, shit maintaining other things. You know what I mean? I don't think it would be too hard on. Yeah, I don't think it would be too hard on the system to do. I don't think so, anyways. I think I'll try that. Just gotta decide on what I want, and then just sit down and start modeling them. Yeah, just gotta sit and visualize it. Someone explained, like, it's called couch time, where you lay back on the couch and you just visualize what you want it to be. People do that for when they're like creating movies and scripts and stuff like that. Couch time, they call it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think for most people, that's like when you're at school or like when you're at work. Like I know, like a lot of the stuff I think about is just like I'm like bored walking around at work and like just like thinking about the game.
Right. The visualizations come in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This all makes me want to game dev right now. I probably should.
It is. I think if you were to like take like whatever kind of objective measurement you want, if you were to try to objectively measure what the best hobby is, I feel like game deving is like.
Oh yeah.
Like I can't think of a lot that like competes with it.
Oh, I agree, bro. I agree totally. It's like, yeah.
The only thing might be like writing a book. Writing a book might be a better hobby, just because like if you want to write a book, you have to read a book. And it's like it's still like the best like medium for telling a story. Like movies and video games have much less controlled like methods to tell a story. With a book, like no information is communicated except for what you want to be communicated.
That's true. That is true, yeah. You know, the thing that I like about it, the other thing I like to do, which I haven't done in so long, is, and the only reason I haven't done it in so long is I've been discouraged from the hobby because of all the flack that I run into out in the world when I go to actually play with my toys is I used to love building, you know, like dreaming up, you know, a great little way of creating a small racing drone and then going out and flying it. You know, it was like this. It would be like, okay, I want to attack this problem that we're having in the drone community, this technical issue, and how should I resolve it? And then you sit there, you think it up for a long time, then you're like, I got it. And you go and you look and you order in the components that you need to tackle the job. And then you wait and it comes in. Then you sit there for the next 3 days figuring out exactly how everything's going to fit together, and you kind of go through all the issues where you got to think about crashing and, you know, and protection of certain things, of not making sure that things don't shift when you crash and roll in the grass, that because they can short out and start a fire. That's usually the thing that happens, right? You know, you think about weights, you think about the weight to power ratio, weight to thrust ratio. If you can tackle all those things and create something that's fun to fly, that performs really well, and you know, you have lots of power, it can handle the wind, lots of flight time, you know, all this stuff, and you create something really great, and then what you do is you make a video afterwards and you explain to the drone community exactly how you tackled the problem, give them a list of the parts and the whole nine, right? And then you pat yourself in the back and everybody's happy because they go and they try and make it themselves, or they take what you've tackled and figure it out, and then they make something even better, and we just keep driving it forward, but it was like, that was the thing. We used to love doing that, and I used to love going out, find a nice wooded area, because it's a lot like the speeder bikes on Star Wars, flying those things. It is exactly like that. You buzz around the trees and everything, and you go and you have a good time. Usually it's called like close proximity flying, where you're always flying close to an object, close to the ground. Maybe you do tricks where you're like doing wall rides, or, you know, all kinds of cool shit, right, against buildings. But it's basically, inherently, it's a tiny little thing that weighs nothing, that has terrible video, but just enough for you to be able to see where you're going. And if it hits anything, it explodes into a million pieces. So it's completely the opposite of the smear campaign that went out there against the hobby. And because of that, I can't go outside and fly my little toy around, because it's been reframed as something demonic. Yeah, it's not demonic, but it's been reframed as something that is stealing your information, that is dangerous, and that is going to hurt you and going to blow up a car or take out an aircraft, or it's just a lie. It's a straight lie. I mean, it's not much, you know, it's like throw a fucking paper airplane against something and watch what happens. It's basically the same thing. It's lightweight, it's brittle, it has to be able to fly, you know what I mean? It has to be brittle. But it's ruined the whole hobby. And so I've got all this equipment, I've got all of these drones and toys that I've built, and I can't go out and fly because I have to worry for my life. Because if I'm not looking, and I'm not looking, I've got goggles on, someone could come up behind me or right in front of me and harm me, you know, physically. And usually they'll call the police, they'll make up shit, now I'm dealing with the police, or they'll just come straight out of nowhere like a Karen and either start hitting me or challenging me, you know. And so completely discouraged from doing this hobby, which is terrible. Yeah, it makes me want to just go and like find a place outside in the country where I could just step out onto my front porch and play with my toy, right? And just get away from all the Karens, right? But you'll never get away from all the Karens as long as there's somebody that can see you, you know, with goggles on and a controller in your hand. Then they'll be like, aha. You know what I mean? They'll call the police, yeah, they'll attack you, they'll send their dog on you, they'll anything they can, right? But it's all based on a lie. Yeah, basically. And the reason that this smear campaign was created was because as hobbyists when it comes to the aircrafts, you know, that means like the airplanes, the helicopters, not just the quadcopters, you know. We've been, you know, there's a certain airspace that's been grandfathered in to us, and it's because we drive the industry forward. We drive, you know, forward better aircraft, safer aircrafts for you guys to fly in. You know, we test it out as small models first, and that's what we do. You know what I mean? But Amazon wanted that airspace. So the government wanted that airspace for Amazon and stuff like that, which meant that they had to smear campaign us to get it taken away from us in order to legally do this. And yeah, so this is a thing, which is crazy because they've basically grounded the very people that, you know, it's like we created drones. Like we created that shit, dude. Nobody else did. It was us in the hobby. And, you know, it started off as helicopters, and then we created like tricopters, and then we created quadcopters. And we would use like Arduinos, and we would program them to handle, you know, like to handle the 4 motors, you know, in order to get them to sync up. Like we did this. You know what I mean? It wasn't anybody else. It was us. Yeah. Same thing when it comes to the aircrafts, you know. We're the ones that create it, and we test it as small objects, and then the industry takes it and they create bigger objects that work. Yeah, it's kind of stupid, but so long story short, because of all of this, it's made it dangerous for me to go out and do the thing that I usually do, which is completely harmless, but it is being perceived as me going out with a gun and shooting everybody, or walking.
I was gonna say like everything you're describing to me right now, like for the past like 15 minutes, like just replace a couple keywords with like gun related stuff, and you're just describing what it's like to be a gun owner.
Yeah, exactly. And it's
like, can you use a drone? Can you like attach a bomb to a drone and like do something bad with it? Like, yeah, I could. Can you put a camera on a drone and like go like look at people and like be like creepy and weird? Like, yeah, you could. Can you like take a gun and like shoot a bunch of innocent people for no reason? Like, yeah, you could. But like,
yeah. Here's the thing though, is it's like this. If you're in the drone community, like if you're gonna fly a drone and you think that you're gonna get one so you can spy, you know, and shit like that, as soon as you get one, you find out really quick that you don't. It doesn't facilitate the purpose. Technically, it does not do a good job. So it's like this. If you want to spy on somebody, take your phone and go and do it. You'll do a better job of it. Straight up. You can get in and get way better footage, way better pictures, way higher quality everything if you just take your phone and go and do it. Hands down. When you got a drone, it's crap video. What are you gonna do? What can you really see from fucking 5 stories above somebody? What do you see when you're looking down? Nothing. It's like shit. You don't get anything. There's nothing that you can pick up that's usable. It's nothing. Plus everybody can see you. Everybody can hear you. You're in the area going, you're not hiding from anyone. You're not sneaky. It's like you're making yourself noticeable. There's nothing you can get from it. Number 2, you got to learn how to pilot that thing. It's not just easy. Turn it on and go. You know what I mean? It's like we get our ham license. We go and if you want to be a professional, you have to like take courses and get a license to operate one, because there's that much to it. These things don't fly themselves, really. They don't. Plus, I mean, the footage is terrible. You know what I mean? Like the footage that I get is garbage. You know, there's nothing I can't do with a camera that I can do with how do I say it? The drone. As soon as you get one, you find out how hard it is to fly one. You're going to be putting all your effort into learning how to fly the damn thing. You're going to forget all about spying. You're going to forget all about the idea of filming your band. You know, you're going to forget about all of the ideas about filming weddings, and you're going to be all about piloting. All of a sudden, you're going to get the bug to learn how to fly an aircraft, and then you learn respect, and the whole thing goes out the window. Anybody that's trying to spy with a drone doesn't know how to fly it, number one, properly. They're just not, because they're idiots. There's like no real drone operator is going to do that. You know, plus we know that it's a garbage unit for that. It doesn't facilitate the purpose, at all. You know, they're finicky, they're not perfect, they're buggy, they're crappy, and it's all about trying to make it not crappy and to learn how to fly it well, and it all just becomes like more like a hobby of skill and technological advances. That's what the hobby's all about. You go out and you show somebody all your tricks, like as if it's a skateboard. You know, you race. You know, so you get skills down. You go out and you do races with people. Like that's what the hobby's about. Or long range. Long range flying means a lot of things. It's not easy. You know what I mean? It takes a lot of skill. You can lose hundreds of dollars if you go down. You know what I mean? If something happens and you lose signal and your drone goes into failsafe and goes down, you may never find it again, you know? It's not what people think, you know? It's just too imperfect to do the job that people think that it's out there doing. And again, it's like if you went and you stood on a balcony that's, you know, like 6 stories up, and it just so happens there's a house right beside it, and you can look down and you've got a camera phone that doesn't zoom in, right? That's the same thing you're getting from a drone. That's your view. That's all that you can capture. There's no zooming in from a drone. There just isn't. And what do you call it? And the quality is less. It's not as good a quality as your camera phone. Like, that's just the way it is. What are you going to get from that high up in the air? Nothing. If you want to film somebody, what they're doing, you got to get close. And you can't get close to the drone. All you're going to hear is motors. You know what I mean? And as far as carrying something goes, I mean, the drones that we create have to be like really, really lightweight in order to fly. Like really lightweight. Like stupid lightweight. Like you couldn't put like a toonie, tape a toonie to it without really, really making it difficult for the thing to lift off the ground. You know what I'm saying? It's not what people think. It's an imperfect hobby. Yeah, it will not do what you think it'll do. If you want to carry a payload, you got to design it to carry a payload, which means that it's going to be a large drone, you know, and it's limited. If you see the way they're using drones for war out there, where they're carrying a big payload, those things are barely humming along. They've got like probably 7-8 inch props on it, so it's a huge motherfucker. You know what I mean? And it's like a tank. It's like aerodynamically they suck because it's barely carrying this fucking thing. Yeah. Yeah, man. It's like, again, it's the smear campaign. It's gaslighting. It's trying to make something look like it's something that it's not. And you're not going to stick a machine gun on a small drone. You're not going to take out a helicopter with a 3-inch, or 3.5 inch or even a 5-inch drone. You're just not. You know what I mean? Like, you know how heavy a fucking goose is? You know how many geese fucking helicopters and regular planes hit on a daily basis? You know what I mean? It's like a big fucking meat. A big hunk of meat slams into a helicopter. We're talking pounds, right? And it doesn't take out a helicopter. What's a fucking 250 gram drone gonna do? You know how light 250 grams is compared to pounds? Yeah, it's a lie.
5 grams of thermite.
It's like so if you throw a 250 here, like for example, this thing here is so light, it's like it's made out of toothpicks. Like, and it's made out of carbon fiber. It's very brittle. So if you crash into the ground too hard, you'll break an arm off and stuff like this. If I throw this at a car, nothing happens. Because it's just a light little thing, right? It's not made out of steel. It's made out of... Carbon fiber is like your pencil lead. You know what I mean? It's nothing. If I threw this at a helicopter, this is below 250 grams in weight. It's just gonna break. It's gonna bounce off of it, and this is what people don't understand. That's why the gaslighting is so strong. It's unbelievable. This is nothing. A goose is like a big cat or a dog, and you throw a dog or a goose at a flying helicopter or airplane and nothing happens. It just blows apart, and the airplane keeps going, right? That's the way it is. So what the fuck is this gonna do to it? Absolutely nothing. But the gaslighting is so intense that they just can't make the differentiations. You know what I mean? They don't get it. It's like saying this fucking Kleenex will take out a helicopter, but a fucking goose won't. And even though I take it from, I can say, look, big hunk of meat. Now look at this little piece of paper. It's nothing. And they go, oh no, the paper will take it out. It's like, gaslighting is a bad thing, man. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. But I don't get to go out and play with this thing anymore because of that. Because Amazon wanted airspace. Yeah. And so that's a hobby I used to love. Compared to game deving, it was just as good. Yeah. What were you gonna say?
Well, like, I know you're Canadian, but it's like Canada culturally is like the exact same as America. And I think this is just an aspect of like a classic just American paranoia, because how do I put it? Like when I say like spying, I don't think people are really afraid of like spying. Like, oh, I'm gonna drive my little drone under your skirt and like get a picture. It's more just like if you go up to someone in public and you like you're like recording with your phone, they can be like across the street from you and they'll like walk across the street to you, and it's like, what the fuck are you recording me for, dude? I'm gonna bust your shit open. And that's just like every American is like always paranoid about everyone around them. Yeah,
it is. It's crazy, you know. And also there are, you know, like we know that there's people out there that are angry, and you know they're looking for any reason to engage in a fight or a war, and so they don't even have to see what you're flying. They just have to see that you've got equipment on your face and in your hands. And then they go, yes! Like, right on! You know what I mean? They're like, this is great! And they go to work. And usually it's like, you know, it's sort of like this. It's like, they think it hands them a card. They think, all right, I got the card. I got the fuck around, find out card. Yes, I get to go and do all kinds of havoc now, and I could present it to the internet, where it's the court of, you know, of popular opinion, and win. And that means I can be violent, I can call the police, I can ruin this person's life, and I get to scrap. And that's all they see when they see somebody with equipment like that, you know.
I mean, it's what they see when they see anyone. Like, we live in like a Redditocracy where whoever can convince the front page of Reddit like what is true, that just is true now.
Yeah.
And then, like, when normal, like, because it gets confused because we have the veneer of living in like an idea where like, oh, this is like public opinion, like the public opinion about somebody is super important.
Yeah.
And if you have good public opinion, it takes you far away. Like, every single person I know, like, following that like Nintendo versus like Pow World like court case.
Yeah.
Like they just like, Nintendo's the big company and Pow World's the small company, and Reddit told me that I like Pow World and Pow World has guns, so I'm gonna side against Nintendo in this like debate that I'm not a part of. And then like now, and the consequence of that case is going to be the consequence of that case is going to be artists not getting paid in Japan. Like,
yeah, isn't that nuts?
Yeah, because I don't. It's like the most. I don't know. It's like the worst of everywhere. Like, I think I've told you before, like, about the Catholic Church. Like, the Pope seems to be all right. Pope seems to be all right. Catholic, like, people seem to be all right. It seems like all the evils of the Catholic Church just come from like the Leviathan structure of the bureaucracy that like you can't pin it down because, you know, you put your hand on one part of it, the other part, and it like fades away as like another part becomes visible.
Right. It's
That's
true.
like how the Leviathan is described in the Book of Job, like as this thing that like I've told you a bunch of times, like that Coke analogy. Like, you can't point me to Coke, but you can only point me to like the effects of Coke. You can point me to a Coke can or like a factory or like a headquarters, but you can't really point me to Coke. Even though me and you both know like that is a thing, that's a real thing.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. It's like, yeah, I just feel like it's a dangerous world we're living in now, because, you know, it's like the internet has become a place that is damning. It's like, and it just invites you to come in and lay out stuff for somebody to do harm to you with, you know, by giving information. Like, I share a lot. I share too much. You know what I mean? I overshare. That is a thing that I do. It's not good. But also it's like also it's sort of my niche. You know what I mean? As crazy as that sounds, it is. It's my niche. To overshare. I don't know. It's the whole thing is very strange. You know, it's like, by me sharing, it can be helpful for some people. At the same time, I don't know. Same time, it's kind of dangerous. A little bit of, I kind of don't even care sometimes. I just I'm gonna do it anyways. But fuck, I don't know.
It's like rule of the midwits, where like if you know ball and you know what's going on, like you're like in a bad position, but also if you're like a normal person and you're like not tuned into any of this stuff, then you're also like a bad person, and you're like constantly told that your just natural intuitions about the world are like completely wrong and false.
Right?
Like you have to be conditioned to like live in a nice suburb, you know, and then you see like somebody, you know, with a gun, and you think, oh no,
Right?
and it's not, oh no, I'm gonna get shot. It's oh no, if I don't report this, I'm gonna get excommunicated from the girlies.
It's like really, it's just like, just taking a chance. You know what I mean? It's like big time. It's like that. Just trying out my amp and noodling with the background music, just for the hell of it. It's weird revisiting these because I didn't even know what key they were in earlier. Yeah. Like I guarantee the people that got me remember I said there are people that are constantly clipping my shit and using it and bringing it to the people that they got me excommunicated from and saying, look, he's doing this now. Look, he's saying this now. It's like,
Really?
oh yeah, for sure. Because these people, they did.
My bad. What?
Because I mean, these people that, you know, I forgive, of course, because it's not them that the Leviathan is working through. They did a whole thing, a whole move, a whole trick, you know what I mean, where they reframed me to the point where I'm unrecognizable to my, you know, to my band, right, that I had. And in order for these people not to be found out for what they did, and for this band to see that, you know, they were wrong and I'm not like that, because it's like once you get away from those types of people, you know, you come back to normal again, right? When you're around them, they suck you dry and they really affect you, and actually get you acting in the way that they're presenting you, right? So when you get away, you kind of go back to normal again. Well, if my band were to see that I'm normal again, they would start to figure out that these people had done this, right? And so in order to keep that, they have to keep that ruse going. So they have to constantly be reframing me. So anything that looks normal, they have to reframe and say it's not normal. See, he's doing this now, right? So that means these people are constantly checking in on me, looking at the things that I'm posting and reframing it, you know, all the time. And so that's the thing about being online is you're giving fuel for it. At the same time, if they were to look in deeper, instead of just taking these people's word for it, they might figure it out themselves, right? But the internet is a weird place. It's like that, right?
I mean, the internet is hell, right? Like even I have like no idea who you are. Like I know the things you say, I know the things that, you know, you'll do like on a call or on a camera, but like as far as like what happens in reality, like that's just completely it's completely faith. And it's like there, I think I remember talking about this to you like a long time ago, that like the justification that the internet is hell as well, because you cannot have any fruit on the internet. There's no fruit to be had, and the fruit is the only way that you can know someone.
Right.
There's no fruit in hell, and there's also no fruit on the internet. So
That's true.
I know that you actually like know your band, like you physically, you've known them, so it's not like entirely, like subject to them, but it's like you can only like expect so much like truth to come out when someone is like saying something about you over the internet. Like I was talking to my buddy, I want to say his name, but he's been having like girl troubles recently, and we were talking about it, and like a big revelation for him, I kind of sound like an asshole saying this, but a big revelation for him was when I like told him, like, do you think she isn't also like posting screenshots of your conversations together to her friend, like asking her friends for advice on how to deal with you?
Really?
I mean, yeah, of course. Like, if he was doing it with me, why wouldn't she be doing it with him? Or why
That's
wouldn't
right.
she be doing it with her friends?
Right? You're right.
And it's like there are so many like little ways in which the internet encourages, rewards, and makes necessary these like tiny little like lies, and like no one even realizes that like the lie that they're reading is coming from the person that the lie is about.
Yeah, that's true.
So, like,
Everything is about, do you have video proof? You know what I mean?
like, you might think I'm being a little too charitable, but I like my intuition is just like, okay, you have like a certain cadence when you speak, and you like type in a certain way, and that causes like these people to like look at your posts and read it in a completely like to like genuinely read it in a way that can be justified to them, that like, okay, this means like whatever crazy thing you interpret, and then when you see it later on, you're like, no, that's not at all. And like I don't know, that happens to me all the time. So like someone thinks I like said something terrible to them, but they never like confronted me about it. Like they never confronted me about it, so I didn't know. But I find out, like, you thought I said that? And I'm grateful we're still friends, but why didn't you tell me? I don't mean you, I just mean like this is a situation that happened like somewhat often.
Right.
And I mean the Bible also talks about that too. That if you have like a problem, or someone said something like that, you shouldn't like not bring it up with them. If you have a problem with someone, you should like just immediately tell them what the problem is, and that will exalt you too if you do that, because if you cannot describe what the problem is, well, because like God gets angry, Jesus gets angry, he gets angry, and he whips the people who are like worshiping mammon in the church. He like actually grabs a whip and he like humbles their stands over. He's very angry. It's not a sin to be angry. What's a sin is to be angry without cause.
Right.
If you cannot like if you have a problem with someone, you cannot articulate the cause. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just like, someone's mind stumbling and there's like a cause that they just don't know of. But generally speaking, that's a good hint that maybe I'm angry at this person without a cause.
It's important to like actually just address it, right?
Mm-hmm. was like a William Blake quote I remember from a poison tree, and it was, I just looked it up. It was, "I was angry with my friend. I told my wrath did end. I was angry with my foe. I told it not, my wrath did grow." I think about that one.
Where is that?
That's not the Bible. That's William Blake.
Oh.
It's a poem, but he was like very, he was like very like kind of neurotically Christian.
He was, eh?
Yeah, it's like game deving didn't exist back then, so all he did was like read the Bible.
Game deving is awesome, eh?
Yeah. So
I just keep thinking, what's going to be my new, like, what should I try and conquer next in the WebGL game world? You know, I'm like thinking about it. What else can I try? I'd like to try and make an environment with trees and grass and something beautiful like that actually will run properly in a WebGL game. I'd like to try it. I think I might be able to if I really think about it, you know?
I mean, you should. We were talking. I don't remember if you were like there, like listening or what, but we were talking like yesterday on the live stream about like what is the purpose of a game over a movie and over a book. I mentioned just like an hour ago, because like a book and a movie are just objectively better at telling a story because you can control the elements. But the one thing that a game can do that these things aren't as good at, and it's just better at them than it, is communicating a place or a location. Which sounds like it's kind of minimizing what a game can do, but I could clarify that a location or a place can have stories inside of it. Like,
Yeah.
and you can, like, the two parts of a game are, okay, I build the environment, I build the place, I build the location, and then I build with I give you like the hands, the eyes, the ears with which to interact with this location. You know, I don't know if you ever played like Half-Life 2. Half-Life 2 has like an E button where that's just like dedicated to interacting with like objects around you.
Right.
Just thought that was like so important. And it's like all these games, like you can kind of gauge like, okay, does this game let me interact with my environment a lot? No. Then the answer is that game's probably not fun. Like immediately I think of like people back in the day, they hated Superman 64. What do you do in Superman 64? You're in a city, you like fly around. Like I guess the buildings are obstacles, but all you really interact with are these like little hoops that you fly through. And that's like, you know, there's not a whole lot of interaction.
Yeah, that's true, you know. It's like, yeah, like, if I look at Thomas Brush, he's a game dev. He does he's got some courses and stuff like that he has set up where he's got a bunch of different devs from that teach different things about game development. Different, he got people that are really teaching about Blender. He's got people. It's like a little college thing, right? You know, it's a bunch of teachers in there, and he's really big on the storytelling. He loves the storytelling and setting tone and environment more than anything. More than anything, yeah. And I learned a lot from him. I really did, yeah. But it seems like everybody seems to be complaining that it's too much story driven now. It's like too much about a story.
Just about games in general.
Hey?
Like complaining about him or complaining just about video games in general?
Yeah, people do a lot of complaining about video games. It's crazy. It's like the devs are the enemies, you know? Which is
I mean,
nuts.
I do agree with that. That is, I hate most of these like game devs. I can't stand most of them. A lot of them are just like they're just making the entire space worse. And it would be better if they just were not like making anything. Sadly, but you know, it's like what? I don't know. It's like the game dev equivalent of like I'm gonna buy a drone and I'm gonna tape my phone to it and have it record, and then I'm gonna go like spy on people just to make the drone like community like that.
Fuck, man, it's true. I've actually been talked to people that I had just met, you know, like in real life, and said, "Oh yeah, I had labeled myself one time, and I said that I was a game dev, and you should have seen it. Their hands clenched up, and they were just, they were angry."
That's me.
Hey, that's you.
Me. You meant me. I didn't know that was you. If I knew it was you, I wouldn't have clenched my fist.
But it's just like, what? It's like, again, it's like the drones. You know, it's like people are getting turned on each other. It's pretty nuts. What's crazy is that when you look at like everybody, the way they're all like taking each other down and shaming each other out, the people that are on the top are creating such bad karma for themselves. It's like, it's not even funny. It's like, and here's the thing, is like, it's gonna come for them too. You know, like one day, like some of the big streamers that, you know, do a lot of this quote unquote exposing and public shaming of people and that, it's gonna come for them, and they're gonna get taken down too.
It already does.
It does. I think, yeah, you're right. They just escape it.
A lot of these, like the biggest example I can think of are the guys who go like pedophile hunting, and they'll like make a profile and like pretend to be like some little kid, and then they just like go and they just like, they don't even call the police. They just like beat the shit out of like whoever that took the bait, and like that doesn't make the guy that they beat up not deserve it, but like, I don't know, those people are not that much better. They're definitely not heroes.
Right?
They're just like kind of like perverted, like they're just perverted, but they're like turning it into a game. They're taking this like horrible thing that happens to like real people, and it's like, okay, now it's a game. Now we're gonna like get the guy, and then it's like tag.
Right?
It's like you're like beating him up like this guy was going to rape a little kid, and you're just like punching him in the face. Like, I don't know. I feel like the least they could do is like call the police, so at least it's not their problem anymore.
Right? Plus, I mean, what's crazy is just the vigilanteism. They think that because here, it's like a perfect setup to allow them to go and be violent if they want. It's like, I feel like being violent. Let's get together and come up with a plan so we can like be violent, put it on the internet, get the court of popular opinion to say it's okay, and we could just do this all the time. Yeah, pedophiles. Yeah, let's entrap them by coming up with, you know, like an entrapment system, and then they'll come in like flies, and we'll have lots of people that we can do this to. And that is basically it, you know? Like, no, it's not good that I for one, you know, have had such bad experiences in my childhood too. So I mean, like, I don't like it either, you know, that there's people like that are going on out there doing this shit. I mean, fuck. But
they
you know?
They do. They like that there's people out there doing this shit because they can, you know, exploit it.
Yeah.
Like, just because they're beating up the pedophile doesn't mean the pedophile is their enemy. Like, they are, because of what they're doing and they're recording it and getting money off of it and getting recognition off of it, they are now, like, they worship Mammon they are worshiping like money and their sustenance, because now they have become physically dependent on the pedophile. They don't want the pedophile to go away. It's just like the cop fundamentally does not want the criminal to go away. They're in
Right.
like these people, it's like the people who their job is to eliminate like a different kind of person. Like that's a person who has a material interest to make sure that whatever they're like getting hired to eliminate never gets totally eliminated. Only eliminated enough to satisfy customers.
Right? It's true. Yeah, it's true. Man, the internet's fucked. It is hell, dude. It totally is hell. It's just like full of demons, and demons working through people, basically. It's nuts. If someone were to, in the 70s, were to show me the future, like now, I would be like shocked. I think. Yeah, for sure. I mean,
at least back in the 70s, you had to join like the CIA if you wanted to do this stuff. Nowadays, it's democratized. It's like, what was that guy in Louisiana, Huey Long, that like senator, like every man a king, and nowadays it's just every man an Epstein.
Right?
Now you too can be a domestic terrorist. Like, okay, I got you. I think I'm personally gonna opt out. I don't know.
Right? This whole thing is nuts. I would have freaked out to find out that video games would be like this insane. Like this. Like, I would have been like, fuck, I can't wait for the future. Yeah. That'd be one of the cool things I like. Because imagine, think about it. My first video game was Pong. Right?
That's an ancient video game.
Oh man,
like,
pole position? Atari's pole position? Blew my mind. So did Saxon from ColecoVision. Blew my fucking mind when I seen that. I was like, wow. Now I'm just like, holy fuck. Yeah.
I remember my mom telling me about like when 3D games were first like being made, and she was like, I don't know, this is too much. I don't. We should go back. Like, it was like kind of like actually making her like kind of nauseous.
Really?
Yeah.
No way, I didn't know that.
And like nowadays you have like, you have like a little 5-year-old kid like swiping like on an iPad, like you see the most insane like shit that would like give you or me a headache, and they're like just completely, like their eyes are just totally like fogged over, and they're like they don't even like see what we are seeing. It's just like totally normal thing.
It's true, bro. It's like the things that they're subjected to visually and audibly, it's just, we would never see that shit when we were young.
I think I think me and my peers would not be so hard on like Drake or Sexy Red if they heard the stuff that like the little kids were listening to, which is like, I think about like what's gonna happen when they're like when they're like 50, like 60 years old. Like, what's their hearing gonna be like? Because we're also kind of like, not like the young age. I would say like pretty much everyone born after the 2000s. Everyone born after the 2000s. That's like the earbuds generation. And
right.
Then people being born right now, like the kids being born right now, they might actually end up spending more of their life wearing like some pair of like buds or headphones or whatever than like being open ear. That's like, some of them, that has to be true for like at least 5 people. And I wonder, just like, are these people gonna go deaf? Like, are they gonna have even worse hearing than the old people do today? Because I already cannot stand the hearing ability of old people today.
Right?
it's only gonna get like even worse.
Right.
Imagine like talking to someone like your age, and you say like a whole sentence to them, and they just didn't get any of it.
It's so nuts, dude. Don't you sometimes just feel like you don't want to be a part of it? And then you're like, what's going on in the world? Like, you just have to know what's next. Like, I'll wake up in the morning and I'd be like, I gotta go on YouTube and see what's going on in the world. It's like the way our parents used to be with the news. It's like, oh, what's on the news? Gotta know what's going on all over the world. Gotta get the news. And the internet, it's like the world exists on the internet more than it does in real life. It's like,
I mean, it is like, if you want to like believe in, you know, like ethereal things, like the internet is the closest thing there is to bringing like an ethereal reality into a material reality. Like Twitter, I'm not from San Francisco, but I've been to San Francisco. Twitter is just like the ethereal spirit of San Francisco. Like whenever you visit Twitter, you're visiting San Francisco in America.
It kind of is, eh?
Yeah, and like to exit, like what you said about, like, do you ever think about exiting? I do all the time. I would absolutely, like, not just like from the internet, but just like from, you know, like just from the world, like at large. Like I remember, like you asked me like when I came to the live stream, like, you like game dev? I was like, well, I don't like game deving. I actually kind of hate game deving. I'm like miserable all the time when I'm game deving. But like, I just don't care about anything else. And like I do, like I feel like like not like a physical like need, like, oh, I gotta go pee or whatever, but like how do I put it? Like I guess like an emotional or like spiritual need. Like I cannot like do anything but this right now. If I do anything but this, I am like not a human being. Like that's the feeling I get, and that's the feeling I get for like a lot of stuff, like not just like game deving. I guess like the things that you might see as a responsibility.
Right. I feel like that too with anything. Like I used to be like that all the time. Well, music has always been like that from when I was younger. It was like, yeah, a responsibility that you have to do it. And when you do it, you know, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of hard work. Sometimes it can seem, you know, like almost too much, but it's extremely necessary, right? Like fucking,
it's like when it's even more like when you're performing, like when you're actually like performing, like I don't know about you, but like with me and the people I was playing with, they kind of judged me for it at first, but then they like agreed with me after like a few like, you know, times of your like, okay, fun's over when like we're actually performing. Like, this is not fun anymore. Like now it's a service. It's a service, and you need to like, the service is pretending that you're having fun. So you need to like exaggerate the way you're moving. You have to exaggerate the way you're talking. You're like if you go on stage and you're nothing but if you go on stage and you're nothing but a musician, then like you're worthless. You know, you can't just be a musician. You have to also be an actor.
You know what it is? Well, you gotta think of it like this. You have to move to the music. So it's, in a way, it's dancing, right? You're dancing, but it's different. It's more like it's all feel. It's free form, and what you want to do is you want to express with your body the groove of everything. So you start to move to facilitate locking in as you're playing, to lock in playing wise into the groove and into the pocket, right? And then it's like you need to express, just, you know what, it's something that if you buckle down on your instrument and you really feel it with the band and you lock in, you start grooving with it, you'll start to move in ways that are very complementary to what's happening. It just will come as something second nature that you don't have to think about. Yeah, it's as long as you're putting your whole locking in, as long as you're locking in, falling in the pocket with the band, and getting connected, you know, sliding into that hypnotic sort of state where you're one with the band and you're feeling the music, you know what I mean? And if you move, you know, rhythmically to what's going on, you know, you'll fall into the pocket and play tighter with the band, and then you'll find yourself, you're moving anyways now, you know. And once you're moving, I think if you're vigorously playing your instrument and you're putting your all into it, you'll look great. If you're trying to sway and you're trying to look up instead of looking down to show how good you are at your instrument, where you don't have to look, you know what I mean, and you're smiling and making faces, it kind of looks gay. It really does. It sort of looks like somebody's trying to perform, trying to look cool, trying. You need to just feel it. You need to, like, you don't have to look up at at the audience all the fucking time. You don't. What you need to do is you need to lock in with the band and feel it and express yourself, you know, physically while you're playing. And it's more exciting to watch, you know. It like if you're looking at your neck because you're really vigorously playing, it still looks good because it looks like you're really buckling down and playing your instrument. Yeah, and that's what people are getting wrong. It's like, head up, look at the audience, smile, you know, or make faces, or you know, it almost looks narcissistic in a way. You know what I mean? It looks what's the word? It's not genuine. You know, there's another word for it, for what I mean for that. But
what you're pretty much saying is that the best way to like lie is to like the easiest lies and the most effective lies to tell are when you're telling the truth. Like the closer you get to the truth, the better the lie is.
Well, the thing is that the performance doesn't need to be thought of as a performance. You don't need to try. You know, you don't need to pretend that you're having fun. You don't need to dance. You don't need to keep your head up and look at the audience so that way you're not a shoegazer. You don't need to think. You need to feel. And as long as you're feeling, as long as you mean it, so you play your instrument with all your heart and soul, you will be exciting to watch. That's just the bottom line. So, I mean, anything that, if you're trying to do something, you're lying. You're pretending. You're faking it. You're doing all the things that are fake, and all the things that look like just don't add up. That's it. That's basically it. You don't need to try. You need to feel. That's kind of, you got what I mean?
I'm like getting stuff out of what you mean. I pretty much agree.
Yeah.
It's just the goal. Like you even said, like the goal is ultimately the look. Like my experience watching what performances I have is that, like, how to put it. I forgot what they were called. It was like some like indie, you know, whatever. I think it was. They were playing what's his name? It was like Stuck on the Feather. But they were like talking about like being genuine and whatever. And it's like when they were playing, it was like, you know, it sucked. It wasn't that fun to watch. It wasn't like, that good. So like what you're talking about, like yeah, just be genuine and be like yourself. Like it's be yourself if yourself is already good, and the best way to like fake being yourself is to improve yourself until yourself is good.
Right.
But if yourself sucks, then you should absolutely be faking it.
I would say, like, whenever you're at rehearsal, stand up always. Get used to playing all the time with your. This is why I've got my guitar. Like when I play my guitar, I don't know if you can see, but it sort of sits like this, so it's low because my strap is low. Yeah, that's all. Otherwise I can't play when I'm standing up, right? I play my best when I'm standing up though. So I try to keep my guitar in the same type of position, but when you're at rehearsal, always stand up and move with the drummer. You know, like when you're playing, start moving your body in time with the beat. Just like this. Forward, backwards, just to get yourself moving. And you know, the deeper you go, the more your body will start to move and lock in. The cooler and more exciting things will look. You won't have to think about it, and it just helps you. You'll get past all the performance issues. I don't know how else to explain it. It's something that it's felt rather than thought about and planned, if that makes sense. Yeah. I know I'm coming back to the same thing. I just
about the drummer. Like I remember I don't remember if it was like successful or not, but I remember like we experimented with rehearsing with like the drummer at the front. Like we moved the set over to the front just so we could like see him. For me, I didn't really like have that much of an opinion. It didn't seem to like change all that much. I mean, it made him sound like he was in front of us instead of behind us. So I guess there was that.
like just so you could watch him, like being able to see what he's up
Yeah,
to.
just so like so he's not like directly behind us. Like just so we like not like to like watch him like intently, but just to like I don't know, kind of like have him in the periphery. Because like I mean, it's like what you said. That's the most important guy that everyone else has to kind of be followed.
It's true. You know what though? I found that the best thing to do is this. This is what I've learned, and I try to push for it. It's easier when a band actually doesn't fight me on this. You know, I've had bands that it was like I had to fight to get them in order to do this. It's like, pick a side of the stage that you're going to stand on and always stand on that side of the stage. Don't mix it up. Don't move each other around because it'll fuck you up. You want to be able to plant yourself right where you're always hearing it. For me, I have to stand on, my left. I have to stand to the left of the drummer. So the drummer needs to be over to my right and behind me. So when you set up rehearsal, same thing. You set up as if it's on stage and everybody is looking out to where the audience is, and you get used to it, you know? And then that way when you go to play live, you take the whole setup, you plop it down on the stage in the same way, and you're not going to be disorientated, right? That's what you want to do.
I mean,
I
feel like that kind of goes without. Like I didn't even, I never considered that. Like I'm surprised anyone would like fight you about just.
Oh
hey,
yeah.
Stay on your fucking side of the stage. I don't want.
Oh yeah. You know how many times, dude? You know how many times I go to a gig, with my last band, and I think someone there was doing it on purpose. Fuck. But I go to my gig with my last band, and all of a sudden the bass player's on my side of the stage, and I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, get the fuck over there. He was like, oh, should I be there? Yes, you should be over there. You know, it's like, because the singer is standing in the center of the stage. I'm over here. You need to balance out the stage. You know you got to go over there. Why are you looking at me like a dumbass and then moping when I tell you that you have to go over there? And it's like you're setting me up to look like an asshole. You know what's going on. You're just making it that way so I can look like I'm saying get over there and bossing, and then the other person looks at me and says, oh, it's true. You know, it's just it was a fucking bullshit game. It's like, yeah, I want to play with people who don't fuck around. Yeah, I do. I don't want to fucking play with assholes, cocksuckers. I don't want to play with any of that shit anymore. It's like, everybody needs to be on the same page and act like a professional and not cause little games in the band and little riffs and little, you know, set you ups and look, this person's bad and I'll show you how. And no, it's like, so it's like this. It's just like, yeah, it was like almost every gig. It's like, get the fuck over there. You know what I mean? It's like, what are you doing? You know it has to be this way. And I have to come in and straighten them out and put them into place. And it's like, are you kidding me? You know what I mean? What are you doing? It's like, yeah, it's like, look, if you got a guy in there that's older, that went to school for it, that's been playing since fucking the 80s in bands, and says to you, this is what works, listen to them. You know what I mean? Listen to them. Don't just sit there and fucking fuck around with it. Don't listen and go, okay, and then the next time around not do it, and then look at you stupid. You know what I mean? Yeah, it was a setup the whole time. But I mean, it's like these things are important, or else you throw yourself off. Because now you're hearing the drummer in the wrong side, or now someone is pressed up against you that shouldn't even be there. You know what I mean? It's
the
like,
thing I think of is just like chords getting tangled. Like that sounds like sounds horrible. Like just it sounds like yeah. I don't know. I'm usually like pretty skeptical of like reading into people's intentions just like ever. But I do feel like you kind of have to get the idea to not stay on your own side. Like that, it's not like you're told to stay on your own side and now you know. It's like I feel like that's pretty intuitive, is to just I'm not gonna like go in everyone else's space because that will fuck up my playing and their playing, and like that could easily cause like a problem with the chords getting tangled, which could easily like ruin a whole song that we're playing.
Well, it's like this. It's like you set up your equipment on the side and the place in the stage where you always do, in order to balance out the stage and make sure everybody's got their space. Then while you're playing, you can improvise and, you know, cross the line and over to a player to play with them if it's something intentional, because you're trying to get something across to the audience, you know, performative wise, and then you come back to where you're supposed to be standing. But the initial setup, you know, is like bass player on one side, guitar player on the other, you know, and the singer is in the middle always, right? If the singer is you know, a third or fourth person on stage, you know, including the drummer, right? Singer is in the center, right? And that means the singer has to set up their amp so that way it's not on the same side as the other guitar player, because otherwise you're not going to know what the fuck is going on. You got to spread it out, right? You got to think, you know, wisely here, right? And you always set it up that way. And then when it comes down to performing, you can improvise and come back to your spot, right? But it's all about balancing out the stage. So if everybody runs over to one side of the stage, now the stage is unbalanced, right? You always got to have somebody. It's like a boat. You got to make sure that it doesn't tip. It's like what do you call it? Symmetry. You know what I mean? It's art. It's everything. You got to think wisely. But I'm talking about the initial setup. You know what I mean? They would fuck up the initial setup. So it's like the bass player isn't in the spot he's supposed to be setting up in. You know what I mean? It's like, as an example. And then it's just fucking around, period. And then going, what? You know, when you have to actually straighten them out, right? I don't want to play with fuckers like that. I want to play with people that, if you explain it to them once, they understand, everybody agrees, and you stick to it, instead of like fucking around to upset people in order to reframe them in their actions, right? Because that's what was going on there. It was to make me look like I was abusing somebody, when it was the other way around. Yeah. And so anyways, so you say, it's like this, be professional. You get to the gig, you know which side of the stage you stand on, you know which side of the stage to put your equipment, and you do it because this is what you do at rehearsal. The same thing. It's about being comfortable. It's about creating an environment so that when you're on stage, you're not disorientated, because that's the whole thing. You don't want to be disorientated on stage. You want to be able to hear each other correctly. You want to know that if you turn your head to the right, you see the drummer. You can look at his hi-hats and know that, you know, you can lock into that if you can't hear him exactly. You can visually look. You know what I mean? You don't fucking play games, right? And that was a problem. I had somebody taking anything they could do to disorientate or throw the thing off, to get me to, it's all about reactive abuse. It was about to irritate me, tap on a nerve, you know, knowing that they are fucking around, knowing that I'm going to say something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, you know? Yeah, it's like knowing that they're doing something wrong, and then to mope when I have to say, get into your place. But they do it over and over again, so finally I start snapping, because I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, you know, kind of thing. And then they can point and go, look, see, you know, it's all a fucking game. But I mean, I don't want to play with assholes like that. Next time I'm in a situation like that, I'm just going to walk out and say, you guys are on your own. Or punch them in the fucking face and say, get the fuck out of my band, or something. You know what I mean? It's like something's going to go down, right? But I mean, be professional, you know? Set up where you're supposed to set up the same way at rehearsal as you're going to be on stage. You know what I mean? So that way you're always orientated. So it's like this. If you set up properly at rehearsal in the same manner you're going to be on stage, when you go on stage, you're going to play great, because you're already used to it. You know, you've climatized yourself. You know, it's like when you ride a bike. If you're riding a bike all the time, you're sitting on the seat and you're facing forward, and then you go and you ride a bike later, you're going to be doing great. But if you go and ride a bike later and you just decide for the fuck of it that you're going to get on your bike and face the other way and start riding it, you're going to crash into something. It's the same thing. You know, it's the exact same thing. Yeah. So be professional. If you want to move correctly on stage, so that way you look like you're moving and you're expressing yourself, don't think about dancing and looking up and trying to look cool, like you don't have to look at your neck. Look at your neck. Look at the neck on the guitar. Lock in with the drummer. Feel it. Feel the parts you're playing. Feel the groove. Lock in. You know, fall into the pocket. Hypnotically go to that place. Feel the music. And what'll happen is you'll start getting energized by the emotion coming back off of the audience back at you. Sooner or later, you're jumping around. You're all over the stage, moving correctly, locked in. You and other members will be like face to face, playing against each other and going back to your spot. You'll be balancing out the stage. It's second nature. That's what I'm trying to say. There's a way to what you're trying to get to that is much more natural than you think. So it's like if you follow these rules, you won't be disorientated. It won't throw you off from performing. You see what I'm saying? If you do these things, you won't have to think about how to dance. You won't have to think about, oh no, I'm a shoegazer. You won't be thinking. That's what you want, is to not think. You want to feel when you're up there. Only feel. That's it. Nothing else. And when you do that, you'll disappear and you'll perform like something you've never ever felt, or your audience will feel it. Your audience will know it, and they'll reciprocate back. Anything else is just trying. Straight up. That's the best advice I could give to any musician. Yeah.
I mean, like, the thing about rules, like, my experience, like, I haven't been in a band in a pretty long time now, and like, the primary reason for that is because everyone I know that's a musician is either like live in Winnipeg, or they live in like some other part of Canada,
Right.
or they're like, I feel bad, but it's like they're just like such like assholes. And something like when you were talking about that guy, it gave me the thought. You know how we were talking about like trannies and both trannies and like white supremacists, they both have like the same kind of in-group thing where it's when you're in their group, you're performing something. You're either performing for the group, how white and racist I am, or how like girly and feminine and woke I am. And in the same exact way, I think there's like certain people, and a lot of musicians I meet are this, where it's like they have like an internal need to perform for everyone around them how much of a rule breaker they are. And it's like any idea of there being a rule is like so against like the spirit of whatever, and they like they don't even know like the meanings of half of the words they use to describe how they feel about a rule being in place, like on the stage.
It's like they don't know what they're rebelling against, but they're rebelling against themselves, actually. They're rebelling against the band, actually. And it's like, yeah, I know. They want to be a rebel because they want to be cool, that cool rebel, that musician, but they're rebelling against all the wrong things because they don't know what to rebel against. The whole rebel thing...
Like Kurt Cobain.
Yes, and it's like, it's like... what was Kurt rebelling against? Like he was
nothing meaningfully. Like
well,
he was
rebelling against a lot of things. Things that he ended up like that he was not happy that he ended up having to be a part of anyways. You know what I mean? That it was the thing that he needed to do in order to do the thing that he was doing. And rebelling against it, he got cut off from rebelling against it. And that would be, what the hell is that? Oh no, I gotta stop that music.
What happened?
No, it's just something was playing that was, I think, had copyright or something. It was the industry. He was rebelling against the music industry as it was, as far as being corporate and being so cookie cutter and all the things, right? At the same time, he was trying to be a part of it and do business with them. And you can't do both. And so he barely was able to rebel. And if anything, I think the rebelling ended up more or less in his performance, and it's just him being unique.
It made him
was rebelling against.
He made the industry even stronger. How many like Nirvana copycats were there?
Oh yeah,
in the industry. There were a ton. And
yeah.
What you're saying, right? It reminds me of like I think we've talked about a similar thing, but not about his personality, about his music, where like because like he wanted to be non-standard and follow all the rules, like and not follow any
He
rules.
created
and
a
just,
new
doing his own
standard.
thing and vibing. It isn't. I wasn't saying he's creating a new standard, but like the music he ended up making was very like standard and very like not. Like before, like what preceded this was like what was like hair metal, right, in the 80s, and like
Right.
with that it was like you'd have like songs that were like 18 minutes long, and every single like member of the band got like a 1 minute like solo, and the solo sounded nothing like the rest of the song. And then you like listen to a Nirvana song, and Nirvana music, it's all in like 4/4, it's all like in, you know, like doing like pretty basic stuff. And then like the solo is always, pretty much always, like it's just the melody of like the chorus, but like instead of singing it, now they're playing. And it's like, I'm not saying it's bad, but it's not, you know, subversive. It's not like doing it's not doing a lot, which is fine. But it's in the same way, because he didn't learn the rules about music, he wasn't able to do what he wanted to do with his music.
Yeah.
And, like, that's the thing me and my mom tells me, like, he, like, because she hates Kurt Cobain.
Oh, really?
Cobain was, yeah, because it's a whole other thing. He was gonna, never mind.
Yeah, I remember
Cobain
you were
killed
saying
him, or
something.
Courtney Love killed him.
Jesus.
But my mom thinks Courtney Love killed Kurt Cobain, but that she had a really good reason to.
You were saying, yeah. I remember you telling me
But
about that.
So like he knew, because he didn't know how to break the rules, he ended up following them even better than like the hair metal people were that preceded.
Yeah. Yeah, you know? It's like, he was a feminist. You know what I mean? There's like,
Right.
you know what? It's a lot of like, it's a lot of, okay, here's the thing. In the punk community too, I see a lot of people where they're like, they see someone crying, they go, oh, it's not fair. You know, look at that person's crying. You know, it's like, you're being mean because you're not allowing them to be this or not allowing them to do that. Meanwhile, it's something perverse. But it's like, no, you know, they should get to do that. It's like, and that means that has a lot to do with the trans thing. You know what I mean? It's like, they're for a lot of things that aren't good for people. You know, they support a lot of things that are, you know, it's kind of fucked. It's like anybody that sheds tears, they're on their side. As soon as somebody sheds tears, it could be just, it's like they're being manipulated into standing for something they shouldn't.
It's everybody that sheds tears who is like already sympathetic to their it's people who shed tears that are aligned with them, like politically. Like you should see how they treat like trainees who are in the like out group, you know, and whatever the out group is changes all the time. But like all the insults that you might use against them, like they're not above it at all. Like if like, oh, you look like a man, like they will absolutely say that if there's like a trainee who's like even like looks like Republican or anything, or even a trainee who's just like the wrong type of like leftoid. But
because of politically,
Kurt Cobain being a feminist. Yeah, about Kurt Cobain being a feminist, he made a song called "Rape Me," and then
oh yeah,
he spent the rest of his career, which, you know, I mean, in his defense, it was only like 2 years, but he spent the rest of his career like whining and like being mad at people for listening to the song called "Rape Me," where the chorus is "Rape me, rape me, rape me," and they thought that the song was like pro-rape.
right.
But that's their fault. They're totally misinterpreting my song, and my song.
It was pissing him off. Did I lose you? Reconnecting. I lost you. Says it's reconnecting. Are you there? Not yet, eh? You disappeared. I lost you. I don't know why it's reconnecting still. Maybe I'm supposed to refresh or something. Shit. Come back. Here, let me try something. Where is it? Oh, I see you there.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
What's good? I don't know what happened.
I don't know either. It's just the way the stuff that this vibe coding does. Every once in a while, it has a crash. It's like this. It's like this stuff needs to have be profiled. Because it's like usually it's something that builds up and then it just kind of does a dump. Yeah.
I see.
At least that's kind of what I learned by having it go through my Marshall amp thing, my Marshall amp, and doing what do you call it? Like trying to figure out the bugs and different things, and it'll come back and it'll tell me like, oh, it was doing this and that, and that's why we did this, so we rerouted it in this way. And it's just like, oh wow, it's like there's a lot of things going on. Yeah. So I guess, yeah, it sort of tells you what the profiling was, I guess. In a way, it does. Yeah. Anyway, so sorry. Go on.
When did it cut out? All I remember is bitching about Kurt Cobain for like 5 minutes. Yeah,
it was about because you were talking about people rebelling and Shitty trying to get someone to play in a band with. Too bad you don't live in Winnipeg, dude. We could be jamming together for fuck's sakes. You know what I mean? It'd be like, okay, no, I know you. I'd play in a band with you. It'd be like, boom, I got a bass player. Just like that. Done. All I'd have to do is grab a drummer. Boom, 3-piece. Just like that. In. Done. Keep going. Yeah. Sure, I'd show you the ropes, bro. I'd make sure, oh yeah, I'd have you for sure all the way through, no problem. Yeah.
The last thing I remember was like he was like weird, like he had the persona, I guess, for Kurt Cobain was like, oh, I'm gonna not take a shower and I'm gonna appear to be as rebellious as I possibly can, which I guess means like not wearing deodorant or like something like that.
Right.
But then like all of his music was very, very basic sounding, which isn't necessarily bad, but like it's hard to call it rebellious. And then he made a song called "Rape Me," and when a bunch of women like rightfully came out and said, "You made a song called 'Rape Me," and the chorus is "Rape me, rape me, rape me." Kurt Cobain, I think he made a song about rape, and you shouldn't do that. And he just spent the rest of his career bitching and whining that the filthy masses, the filthy, gross people, the people with ignoble blood, they don't understand my art. Like,
it's just whining about it, eh? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true, eh?
Like, no, the song is anti-rape. Like, okay.
Yeah, it's like you don't know unless you know, right? That's the thing, is like, you can't get mad if someone doesn't interpret, your art, because it's like, if it's not obvious, then it's not obvious.
Right. Like
And
if you're going to measure, like if you have any objective measurement for like what is a good musician, I feel like one of those measurements should be what is the like general like interpretation of your song versus your own interpretation of your song. Like, did you actually communicate what you were trying to communicate effectively?
That's that too, yeah. That too, I guess there's it is a weird thing when it comes to writing music, because it is all about expressing an emotional and psychological response to an event. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or a condition in the world.
We're in a time where people are like I think for the first time maybe ever there are more people making music than there are people playing music.
Yeah.
And
that's
it's like
true.
everyone has like a very big ego about like meaning and the meaning of like what they're doing and like imposing the meaning on the masses of like whoever is like being so kind as to consume their their art. Like it's like how many people do you know writing books? Like I don't know, like every like other person I meet seems to be writing a book, and then only like I want to say like 1 in 30 people I meet have like can name 10 books. You know what I mean? Like
Really?
there's definitely it is not even like close. There are exponentially more writers than there are readers these days.
Wow.
And it's been like that for a while.
I never even realized it. There's a lot of people writing books now, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. It's like that used to be a very sparse thing. To find out somebody wrote a book, it's like, whoa, they wrote a book, and now it's like
everyone thinks they're special, right? Everyone thinks like I have something worth documenting, and then there's like a subset of people who think, and like most people are like, okay, I have something worth documenting. I'm gonna like I don't know, make a YouTube video, or I'm gonna go like be a guest on like my friend's podcast from work.
right.
But then there's like another like subset of people who are like pretentious enough to think that what they have that they think is worth documenting in a book.
Right.
A book is for smart people.
Right.
Books are what smart. This lets people know that my experience is for smart people. Only real smart people are gonna get this.
Right. That's right. It's true. It's almost like a flex.
Yeah.
Right. It's like yeah, it's a weird thing. We learn through story, and we're storytellers. I think are great. Yeah, I think they are. And if you got something good, a good story, it is good to write. It takes, it is. I don't know, what's a bad book? What would be a bad one?
Like I don't know, like I just read, like I finished reading not that long ago a book called like Sword of Christ, and it's just an entire book dedicated to like all. It was the most retarded book I've ever read. It was like, I don't want to bring slavery back, but slavery isn't a sin, and also I'm not like in the Orthodox Church, but I'm gonna like talk about the Orthodox Church all the time, even though I'm not a member of it, and I'm going to like dunk on like Protestant churches all the like for the entire book, even though I'm literally like a non-denominational like Christian. So it's like I don't know, if I could send you or anyone any book to like fully convince them that words being on a page does not make the words valuable, like that is the easiest example I think pretty much anybody could like get down with.
Right.
It's just pages and pages. I think it was 600 pages, which isn't a lot, but it's a lot when you don't like it.
Yeah, no kidding. It would be like torture. You have to read this.
I mean, most books are pretty bad. Like, there's not a lot of like stuff. I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by bad.
Yeah.
If by bad you mean like you have a more strict definition. Like, did this actually change? Did this actually change the consciousness of people in any meaningful way? Like, in that way, like most books are bad, and maybe nothing like good has been written in the past like 10 years.
Right.
But if you just mean like enjoyable, then well, that's purely, I don't know. There's probably some like enjoyable, like Sonic the Hedgehog like fan fiction being written right now that would like it would probably be a blast to read. It probably has like crazy like a crazy story and like crazy like things going on.
Yeah. Yeah, would you ever write a book?
It's a thought. Like, if I had a story that I wanted to tell, yeah, because a book is the best way to tell a story. I was saying earlier, with a book, like with a movie or a video game, you do not have full control over the story. With a movie, your control is limited by, you have to film at a location and you have to like literally get a video of the thing happening. But it's like, did you choose every single detail? No, you didn't, because there's atoms in the video. You know what I mean? Like, no matter how much of a freak you are, eventually the person who's making a movie is like conceding their vision to the environment around them, to the competency of like the actors around them. And with the game, it's like in some ways better, in some ways even worse. You're surrendering the story to like the player's ability to like conveniently make your story happen. And if you ever look at like Steam, like Steam.com, like statistics, like because it has achievements and it shows you like what percentage of players got the achievement. Okay. It is more common than not that like the first achievement of the game that you just get for like doing the tutorial, and you'll get the achievement, and it'll say like 70% of players have this achievement, and then you get to the second achievement that's for like beating the first level or whatever, and it's like 30% of players have this achievement, and then like by the time you're done with the game, it's like 0.001% of players have this achievement.
No way.
That's like super common. Like, I can't think of a game where that's not the case, but
I didn't know that.
Like and it's like so 0.01% of the people that bought this game experienced the story. That's horrible turnout for story.
Sorry, hold on 2 seconds.
I got you.
Okay, I had to try and fix my hair. I'm back.
And what I was saying about a book is that with a book, there is no communication, there is no information being communicated to the reader, save for what is written. If it's not written, it didn't happen.
Right.
Or if it's not written, it is like at worst implied.
That makes sense.
That means you have like full control. That's why and that's because this is like historically this is what books are for. Like technically the gospel could be a movie. Like someone could make a really good like Bible movie, and you could like distribute that, and that would like technically be sharing the Bible. But no one's thought to do that because there's like people like argue over like tiny like translation differences all the time, which is fruitless.
What about
like, you really think they could make a movie, and like they would go insane if like you tried to make a movie and then like tried to like say that the movie is the Bible rather
what
than
about
like, you have to say it's, like,
Passion?
an interpretation.
What about what's his name made? Was it Passion of the Christ?
Right. I haven't seen that movie. I've seen like some parts of it. It seems like it's a good movie.
He said they actually he wanted it to be as close to as to real as possible.
I was just talking like hypothetically. you could not do this. But like that movie, like Mel Gibson would not tell you, yeah, you can watch my movie. You don't need to like read the Bible. You can just watch my movie.
Right.
He wouldn't say that. Because that would be like an insane thing to say. I think me and you know, like, okay, that would be, if someone made a movie, it doesn't matter how good it is, that would be a little out of line. Like, and that's because what the Bible omits is just as like strong as what it has. Like what the Bible doesn't say is just as important as what it does say.
Yeah, that's true, dude. That is true. Yeah, he had them speaking Aramaic and all kinds of shit. There was like no English going on. It was like he wanted it to be like so real as if you were watching it happen.
Right.
Yeah, which is intense, like crazy interesting. You know what I mean?
was reading something a while ago about how that movie got like criticized a lot at the time it released because it was so like bloody and gory with like Jesus.
Right.
And then and then it's like what the thing went on to read was that like actually it's not gory enough. Like the description of Jesus and like what he looked like after they were done torturing him, like in the Bible, is that he was so deformed that you like could not tell if he was a man or a woman.
Yeah, I remember that too. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Like they really messed him up.
Mm-hmm.
That's brutal. It's just like torturing him, tying him down and just ripping him to pieces till he dies.
Right.
That's crazy. Man. It's like taking on the full wrath of God through these people. It's just nuts. God was like literally working through these people to pour out his wrath on himself. On himself.
Forgive the debt.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, he wanted to connect. That's crazy, eh? He got baptized so that he could fully connect with the human beings.
Mm-hmm.
Fully do the exact thing so that he could, almost like become the human beings in order to take it properly. He had to
it gives an example too, like if Jesus, I bring it up all the time, I'm sorry, but it's like Jesus says, know them by their fruits, and he gives us an example, like, because forgive them their debts, that's in the Lord's Prayer, that's in the prayer that Jesus does when he's telling people how to pray. And,
you know what, I gotta ask about forgiveness. Here's the thing, is like I want to, and so I choose to forgive the people that have wronged me.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that it's not them, it's something that was working through them, but it's like I still feel frustrated with it, and I'm hoping that the feeling of forgiveness comes after the fact of me really trying hard to do it, or making the decision anyways. I've made the decision to forgive them and wipe the debt clean, even if I feel still, the residual effects of it. What do you think of it?
There's a couple things. I guess like the first thing, just like chronologically, in like, your sentence. People are absolutely capable of like wronging you, without it being like not in their agency. Like we are subjects of original sin. Like we have a sinful nature, and like there are like denominations of Christianity that would say like people are born like morally neutral and can choose to do good or bad, but like most of them, and I think just like most like people would tell you like, yeah, absolutely, a person can just do evil like of their own like accord.
Right.
There's some denominations that will tell you that a person can only do evil of their own accord, and if a person does anything good ever, it's because like God like forced them to, which I don't know. Even though I have a hard time like believing that like naturally, I do kind of think that like that is pretty cool. I kind of hope it's true because it makes God look cool. But so like, yeah, of course demons do exist. Like, like the one me and you agree on existing is Mammon, but
Yeah.
and there's a couple others in the Bible. Mammon's just like the really big one, but so yeah, it's in general it's very possible for someone to just wrong you, and you don't have to like assume that it was a demon, but it's not bad to say it's a demon. You know what I mean?
Right.
Um,
I just
there's
mean
definitely
that.
at the very least there's a demon that's like chuckling. That's like, I'm glad you did that.
Yeah, it's just like, here's the thing: is I mean that
Mhm.
not feeling like I've forgiven someone, even though
Right,
I've chosen to forgive them and made the decision
that's the
that
second part.
and professed like I forgive them, wiped that clean. I still feel hurt because that's it was hurtful, but I still they owe me nothing. I wiped it clean. Um, I heard that is absolutely normal, and the feeling may
It is
come
normal.
later. You know.
You're going to get like conflicting beliefs about what that means, and like, okay, how do I know that I've forgiven someone? And there's like some people who will tell you, um, there's some people that will tell you like if you say it with your words but you don't believe it in your heart, then it's not. And there's some
Yeah.
people who will tell you that wanting to believe in something is equal to believing in
Hmm.
something. So like there's two sides, and there's like evidence honestly for both, but I think that you can afford to be like a little charitable with yourself, or at least not paranoid about like paranoid about like your character or whatever, just because I mean, when Jesus was on the cross, when Jesus was forgiving our debt, what did he do? He definitely wasn't having fun. He definitely wasn't like, he wasn't looking like serene and peaceful. He was like yelling, and
Yeah, it
he
was
was, you know what
painful,
I
right?
mean? He it was so like he said he doubted God, even like that's how far Jesus, like that's how bad it was. Like,
Yeah.
can you imagine doubting God and you are God? That's like
Yeah.
crazy.
Oh
Um,
yeah, for sure. That makes
but it,
sense.
I mean, naturally, I'm sure I would do much worse if I was on that cross with like my guts poured out and everything.
Oh
But
yeah. Yeah. So I guess
so
you're
it's like
right.
if Jesus had such a hard time forgiving, then I think it's absolutely within the realm of possibility that, yeah. And I was actually going to say earlier, like, if if you find forgiveness too easy, if you find forgiveness, if forgiving someone like makes you like have like a smug smile on your face, and it doesn't like make you look like that, if forgiving someone doesn't at least feel like feel
Difficult,
like you're being
painful.
crucified,
Yeah.
then it's worth considering that maybe you haven't really forgiven them.
Yeah. That I never thought about it that way. That's actually really. I like that. That makes so much sense, bro. It's like that is a really, really good. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, because it's painful. I don't actually go and feel great about it and smile. Not at all. I feel like this sucks, but I the way I
Yeah.
see it is, I think I see it correctly now. It's like if there wasn't something, look, if they weren't tormented to begin with, they wouldn't be acting out in the way that they were, you know,
Mhm.
and that probably wouldn't have happened. And so I kind of have to um, I have to take that into consideration that they were hurting too. It may not be because of me. I may have reminded them of something that made them want to attack me and go after me. Um, but again, it's like they're not having a good time either, and
Yeah.
it's like I have to look. It's like, yeah, it's like it's easier, it's better to wipe that debt clean, even if it sucks, even if I still feel hurt, to wipe that debt clean. So that way I look at it like this: they don't have to come up and apologize to me. I don't need them to come in and apologize to me. That's not, they're having a hard enough time themselves. Let's wipe that debt clean, and let's ask God to clear up a lot of their problems, as many of their problems, or help them clear it up as possible. That's the right thing, because you want them to not be suffering, just like you don't want to be suffering. Everybody's taking a hit, and everybody's sort of lashing out at each other because it's a painful experience where we're at. If you look at it that way, and any debt that you can wipe clean for somebody is just going to help the whole team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Even further, like what you said just reminded me of was Jesus even regrets. He even regrets paying the debt. He even not before it happened. I guess I shouldn't say regret, but before it happens, there's a point at which he's praying to the Father, and he's begging him, please, is there another way? Do I have to do this?
Yeah.
Because it's so unbearable.
Oh yeah.
He even has doubt about doing it at all. So.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So it's like forgiveness it's more of a painful experience than a euphoric one, right? Yeah, it doesn't.
I think it's it's an extreme pain, but well, how did Jesus feel when he resurrected? How did he feel after that? He seems to have been doing pretty well.
Yeah, that's right. Look, if I were to think... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, so at least the pain is not, it's not gonna stick around till the end of time. It's, eventually gonna go away. Maybe not in this life. Although it's not out of the question, it might be in this life.
Yeah, that's true, right? Yeah, just thinking about it in different ways, when I think about the people that I, that I'm forgiving, and I'm feeling the pain of having to do that, it's almost like I'm taking on, it's like I've decided to take the pain and to relieve them of their debt for doing it. I'm the one that's actually harboring and taking the pain instead of them, instead of taking it out of their lap. And then I think about why I'm doing it, because if I look back on before it happened, and even during, how did I feel about those people, It's I actually loved them, and I still do, I felt like I was absolutely, I felt like, some of them were younger than me, and I wanted to take them under my wing, and I did. And I taught them because I wanted to, because I actually found them endearing. And, I was genuinely interested in their lives and their emotions and their thoughts and their experiences that they're having. And I felt like I was along with them for the ride. And I felt like I had to keep my mouth shut at most times, and then at the right time give them some wise advice, as they're going through their trials and tribulations. I felt like I was genuinely interested in how they were feeling and how they were experiencing life, and I wanted to make a positive impact on that. That's how I feel about everyone I talk to, generally. And I don't, and it's by default, and I think everybody like that? Maybe I think we just are like that. Whether
Well, presumably not everyone, because there are some people who never forgive.
Yeah.
But I was like pretty recently. I had a friend who's been it's like he's been in such a weird situation with his girlfriend, and she's like mentally disabled, not like retarded, but just like crazy.
Yeah.
Like has like has one of the has her own like alphabet soup.
Oh shit! Really?
that she can be like labeled with. Yeah, just like whatever. And like he's been, I don't know, the situation, like in short, is she's like sending him texts and stuff about like oh, I'm not good enough for a relationship, I don't deserve a relationship, and like pretty much everyone is like reading in between the lines like, bro, she just wants to leave, like she's lying.
Right.
And he was talking, and like he was like going around like asking about it, and everyone was like telling him like for the sake of like, I don't know, I guess it's like for the sake of like his honor, or like him like having aura or something, like oh you sense that she's gonna like leave you, bro, you have to leave her first.
Oh my god, like winning a game to
I guess like kind of like yeah, I guess, yeah. And it's like
yeah,
like I know it's like weird, and it's not like I mean it's true, and like no one would say like it's wrong, but it's not traditional. Like how much I talk about, I emphasize the debt stuff and like the forgiveness, like thinking of forgiveness not just in like being nice, but like actually thinking about it as a financial forgiveness.
Yeah.
But it's like when I told him that like yeah, she's probably going to leave you, but I think you should like stay until then, just because like if you leave her, she's like if you leave her, then that's gonna like ruin this lady's hope like in perpetuity, that there's anybody in the world that can have patience for her bullshit, which in his defense, she this lady has been unkind to say the least. But I mean, she's still made in God's image, right? She needs. Yeah. It doesn't make her not deserving of love to be like a psycho.
That's true.
I'm not gonna call her a psycho. She's just stupid.
Man.
Like she's gonna kill herself. Like if you leave her, like that's blood on your hands. Not tomorrow, but probably like 20 years from now.
Yeah. It's yeah, and then there's like someone, and then there's like when someone is like, I'm gonna kill myself if you leave me, that's straight up, abuse on the person that they're threatening, that taking their lives for,
like they weren't even together that long. Like she doesn't do that because people in general are like pretty smart nowadays, honestly. Like, okay, I'm not gonna. I know like everyone has like picked up on the trick. Like, okay, you can't say you're gonna kill yourself because they know that trick already. So I just need to like strongly. I need to imply. I need to like say it. I need to like. I need to make it sound like I'm just letting it slip. That's like the meta strategy, and like that's been. Like not even that long before this, she was like, what like doom posting is? Just like she was on like Twitter, like talking about like how like I don't deserve love. I'm like totally undeserving of love, and it's like,
it's like somebody please tell me.
Maybe I'm just paranoid, but I always read stuff like that. It's like you don't actually think that. You don't actually think you're undeserving of love. You're just, so what's the real motivation?
Yeah, it's like somebody please tell me different. I feel like this. Is it true? It's like, yeah, it's like reaching. It's basically a cry for help, right?
Right. Yeah. Which is still like yeah, it is like still like worrying. It's just not worrying for the reasons that they want you to believe it's worrying.
Yeah,
So,
that's true, right? Yeah. You know,
like he told me that like he was thinking about like really leaving her, and it's like he's not even like a bad guy, but just like that's just the idea that like his head's been filled in, and he like you just said like, oh yeah, like a game. Like I didn't even think like, oh yeah, it is kind of like a game. Like I just said, oh, that's fucked up. So it's like you're surrounded by these ideas, and it's like I know this guy isn't a bad guy, but he was thinking about doing like a bad and uncharitable thing.
yeah.
Just because that's what he's surrounded by. And
Yeah.
like the idea of like wiping the debt doesn't even like come up to me. That doesn't even like enter their consciousness. But I remember telling him the stuff about like how he should, you should stay with her, just so she knows that like someone does like care without condition, just so she knows that God isn't like alone in the clouds outside, but that God is like right outside her door, in the faces of all the people around her.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like, go ahead.
But what I was trying to get to is that what he told me was like compared to like all the people like what's the phrase, like hug boxing him and like telling him like, oh, she's fucked up, bro, you need to get back at her, you deserve better, bro, like compared to all of that, and then like being told like, hey, she's gonna leave you, you should
Dude.
suck it up and let her leave you. Like this thing that sounds like even more like sounds like needlessly harsh and like mean. Like he told me like that was the only like thing that was like really useful and like actually like like actually help.
Yeah, like it's a tough thing when it comes to relationships, man. When it's romantic, and when you partner up in that, it's yeah. There's a fine line between getting narcissistically abused and being in a position where you have to gently leave the situation. Sometimes there's just no gentle way. You know what I mean? Sometimes it just needs to finish.
Like Jesus didn't like stay with everyone all the time, and like the primary reason why anyone should like depart from another person or to leave another person is if you cannot help. Like that's a much more common situation than I think people than I think people identify. Like I all the time, I have this problem all the time where it's like someone has an issue, and for some reason in my pride I think I can like do something. There's something I must be able to do to like help, to like make them feel better, to like help them to like I don't know, like see the gospel in their situation.
Yeah.
And even though there's like, it might be like, for most people, it's like a good intention. I can only speak for myself when I say it's like, yeah, it's just like pride to think that I was able to do anything.
Oh, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, dude. Yeah. It's like, yeah, you're right. I know what you mean by that. Never really thought about it that way. Yeah. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's just like, I can do it. I can fix her. you know?
It's always like that, yeah.
Yeah,
and
a challenge.
Of course, that's not to like discourage like you or anyone from, reaching out to people. But I think there is a certain point where like you realize, like it doesn't even like matter the words you say. It's just, are you the right person? Oftentimes, like I've noticed, I think about that like all the time when I'm like Like if someone's like, I don't know, upset with me or like argue, even if it's not upset with me, but they're just like arguing with me about something. It's like, if you were hearing this from like someone else, I know you would not be upset or like arguing right now.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
That like happen, like I think that happens all the time, and I get that thought all the time. Like I wish I could just like summon. I just wish I could summon like X person to like say this for me, so that it would actually it will, like.
So it would go in. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
By the way, it reminds me of like what we were talking not even that long ago, in First Kings. You do not exalt yourself before the king.
Yeah.
Why? Partially because it's ineffective.
Yeah, like that happened. Dude, that happened at church the other day. And this guy, like, is definitely suspicious. He comes up to me, he's like, oh, hi, because everybody's, kind of shaking each other's hands and stuff. And it's this older guy. And he comes up, shakes my hand, and he goes, oh, you weren't at church the other day. How come you weren't here? And I said, I wasn't feeling good. Like, just being honest, like I should have been like, that's fine, right? But he goes, oh, good excuse for not coming, I guess. And I was just like, dude, I had to explain. I tried to exalt myself and explain, look, I had health problems. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? You know what I mean? Like, how could you say that, right? But it was like, but he was smiling through it like he was loving it. And it's just like, I fucking see you. I don't know how you got into this person and into this church, but I fucking see you, you little cocksucker in there. I felt like saying, putrid spirit, come out out of there in the mighty name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Like, deliver that shit right out of him as fast as I could. But I didn't. I was just like exalting myself. And it wasn't until later, I was like, holy shit. That guy had ill intentions. He was there to, like, he came in hot. He came in with that whole thing, like, why didn't you? To make you feel bad and to go, oh yeah, great excuse for not being here. Like, just like, shut the fuck up, It made me mad just thinking about it now. It does, yeah, I know I'm swearing, but it's just like, seriously, I'm going to be honest. That's how it makes a person feel. It's like, I know what was working through that dude. I know, I see it, I seen it when I met him. When I think back at it, I see him again. I seen him in many people show up to do that little dirty trick, And I thought about what what did God want me to do in that situation? Because sometimes God puts you in that situation to stand up against these things, because He might be strong enough to do so. And so, yeah, I think to myself, God, what did you want me to do? Did you want me to take him aside? Yeah, did you want me to take him aside and speak to him? Is that why? Did you want me to take him aside and say, look, I see you, get up and get out of that person right now in the mighty name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth? Is that what you wanted me to do? Or did you just want me to see that there's people in that church that have that spirit in them, that God in them, and just to be aware that that's a thing that happens, and just view it all? God, did you just want me to take note of it so that way I could see that this is a thing and that's it? Like, what is it? Not really sure. But that's a good question to God,
Well, I mean, in the Bible, when Jesus is like presented with like similar similar things, like usually like it's just let your yes be yes and your no be no. Like, if you're not lying, you say, I'm not lying, it's true. And if I'm not saying this guy isn't, like, he wasn't being mean, like, he probably was.
No, he was smug.
It's kind of just like, oh, yeah.
He was smug. He was enjoying that. He had a fixed smile and elation. And he was looking around the church as he was doing it, like, yeah, you know what I mean, sucking it up. And I belong here. Like he just looked like he was prowling with a smile and a grin and a solidness. Like he was gonna, almost like, just and walking away to shake more hands and do it some more. It was like, no, it's like I've seen that look. I've seen that fixed sense of righteousness, not like it was like it was not good. I've seen that before. I've seen it in many people. I see when it comes up too. It's like, you know what? My pastor knows what I'm talking about. When I say I can see it, you know what I mean? I mean it. I can see it. And it's like people say, I've heard people say they see in the spirit realm and that, and I want to call bullshit because I know what it looks like. I've seen it myself. And I don't think it's different for everybody. Maybe it is, but I doubt it. Because when people start saying, oh yeah, I've seen that before, it's this image that you see in the book here. I've seen it, form in that image, and I've seen it form in this image. And it's like, no, it doesn't look like that. It's raw, it's nasty, it's shape-shifting, it's very specific, and it doesn't look like you'd see in the movies. It's not like you see ghosts. You just see it as it's like imagine seeing your mother. Okay, you know what your mother looks like, right? You know what she looks like. You know her presence and all that stuff, right? Now imagine she just sort of zip zap, she appeared in somebody else's body and walked up to you. You could see her mannerisms. You could see it in her eyes. You could see it in her face. You know it's your mother that's put on this person as a costume. You know what I mean? It's like you can tell it's them. It's like that, but it's a spirit that's not a good spirit. It's not your mother, obviously. It's something that causes havoc, and it's very specific havoc. And you can see it in their eyes. You know it's there. You know what I mean? You know it. You see the motherfucker, right? You do. And it's like, have you ever seen somebody, like, say someone's coming up to you when you're talking to them and they start whispering in their ear and their eyebrow goes up and they almost look to the side to listen to what they're saying. That's what it looks like when someone is speaking into their mind as you're talking to them. You can just see it. They're reacting to someone that's not there. You know what I mean? That's another thing, But the worst is when you actually see something in your mind. Like, it's just like it comes into your mind's eye, almost like into your imagination, so strong, something out of the blue, in absolute absence of anybody standing there. Something demonic, and you know it's demonic, and you feel its presence, and your imagination shows it to you, it will not take. Don't look for, I don't want to look for an answer. It's like, oh no, it's there, and this is what it looks like, and it'll look like whatever the fuck it wants to look like, straight up. Like whatever it wants to look like, and it's always shape-shifting. It's never a solid form. It's not something you see in the Bible. It's not somebody's depiction of something. It's whatever it wants to look like, in that moment. Sometimes it's behind you and it won't let you look. Sometimes it comes in while you're asleep, and it puts you into a state where you're awake and you're asleep. You're very heightened awareness, but you're in sleep mode, and it'll start shifting around what you're seeing and where you think you are, and it looks like you're awake, but you're not. And then sometimes it's like that, and they won't let you turn around and look at them. You know what I mean? Like, it does the craziest shit, and it's raw, it's nasty, it's real, it's undeniable, it's it's completely separate from any kind of form of sleep that you've ever experienced. It's separate from any kind of form of awareness of where you are. It's very dirty. It's thick. It's substantial, and it's there, and it's undeniable. It's undeniable. It's something different, sort of. It's got different forms of presence on you at different times. Yeah. Sometimes, like I said, sometimes it's almost like a sleep paralysis thing. Sometimes it's like a being awake and asleep at the same time, but you're not stuck to the bed. You're somewhere else in the room, but the room is shifted, but it feels like you're awake, and you know when they're there. Sometimes they'll just walk in out of spite because you're winning, and they'll just bend you as you're in a sleep mode, like almost like waking you up, giving you a twist, like a hurt you, it'll hit you, you know what I mean? And it puts you in a state where now you're asleep, you're still visually seeing yourself, your eyes are closed, but you're also in a heightened awareness of being awake and noticing something leaving your room. You know what I mean? And you literally will reach out and call out in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. And it knows you're going to do it on its way out, and it tries to split as you're reaching out and saying Jesus Christ's name. It's a fight. It's a war. It's something that hates me, because I see it when it shows up in somebody, and that's usually when the fight starts. That's usually when they start playing games in the friend group, because it's like, oh boy, here we go again, but I see it, and it's all I can say is I see it. I see you, motherfucker. You know what I mean? It's like, and I've never actually just said it. I've always pretended I didn't see it. If it's me and them and no one else is around, the more I pretend that I don't see it, the more they laugh at me. They'll just stop in conversation and just start laughing hysterically at me, boastfully. You know what I mean? Like, and I'll try and fight through their laughter and say, oh, I understand. I'm trying to be sympathetic to them and their situation, and it'll laugh even harder and louder. Like, it's just like, it's undeniable, man. It knows me. I know it. I know when it's there. I see it. I'm not sure if God wants me to call it out and in the name of Jesus, disrupt it and pull it out and out of them, because you can do that, and through Jesus Christ of Nazareth, through his name, you can, Christ can do a lot if you speak with authority and with intent. You know what I mean? For your fellow man, right? He'll do it, right? I don't know if he wants me to do it. I don't know why he's making me so aware of it, but it does not like me. And every time I'm about to, Christ is about to give me a blessing or open a door to an opportunity he has for me to do something for him, that's when the enemy comes in and it tries real hard to stop me. Tries all kinds of things. Yeah, all kinds of things. The spirit of infirmary, all of a sudden I'm sick. You know what I mean? All of a sudden I'm missing live streams. Sometimes I'm feeling deterred from it. The very thing that maybe God is trying to, bless me with. It'll do whatever it can. There is a war going on between me and that thing, and I've seen that thing and been up against that thing over and over and over and over and over and over throughout my entire life, and it's for a reason. I don't know what that reason is, but it's for a reason, and so I don't know what it is. I think I've just answered my own question. I need to ask God why. I need him to tell me exactly what it is that he wants me to do in these situations when I'm up against it and in front of it, because I can't deny that I see it, and I can't deny that it knows that I see it anymore. I'm at that point now. I think that's where I'm at right now. I think that's an answer to a lot of this, is I cannot deny that it's there anymore, and I cannot deny that it doesn't know that I can see it. And so now there needs to be the next step, whatever that is. Yeah.
It's like, what does Jesus do when he like has these encounters? But
Well, Christ
I wanted to ask
delivers people from it. You know what I mean? Christ does deliverance when it comes to that sort of thing. So I mean, that's what he would do. He would, relieve that person of this thing that is like in them, causing havoc in their lives. And the person is not having a good time. They're tormented. So I mean, if I see it and I can call it out, it knows I'm there, I know it's there. Now we're head face to face. If it were Jesus Christ, he would deliver him from it, right? I don't know what that means. I don't know how to do that. I don't know if Jesus Christ would allow me, who am I to do that, to try? I'm nobody.
I mean,
what I mean?
John goes up to Jesus and he says to Jesus, "Hey, we gotta deal with this guy. There's a guy over here casting out demons in your name, but he's not a part of our group. He's not one of the apostles. What do we do?" And Jesus rebukes John for this. So, even though this random guy has no association with Jesus, he's still casting out demons in Jesus' name, and Jesus gives recognition to this.
So he's like, yeah,
something I
do
wanted
it.
to ask you
Sure.
about, I guess just an interpretive thing.
Yeah.
I do want to say, the first part you were saying, I did agree with, the example you gave about you have a mother, and if your mother were to inhabit someone else's body, you would still know it's her, and
Yeah.
you have an intrinsic ability to, you might say you have an intrinsic knowledge of good and evil. I wonder where we got knowledge of good and evil from. But
yeah, the apple.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have ate that apple. Sorry.
I have another friend who also talks about the kind of similar stuff to you, how to put it, getting visceral, seeing viscerally demons, literally seeing shapes and forms and stuff. Not too dissimilar from the way you do, but one unique detail. I'm curious if you have had this experience, or if you agree with it, is the way he described seeing demons is that not that the demon showed themselves to him, but that God revealed it, and that whenever he sees them, he says he feels like they look like they got caught, like they were invisible, and God threw baby powder on them. You know what I mean?
Right.
They weren't trying to be seen, but they got seen anyway. I'm wondering.
Yeah, it's more yeah, I don't know.
With,
I've never thought about it like that, because they're so they're it doesn't seem like they're afraid. They're they're on a mission to really cause havoc. I think that whenever I see it within somebody, working within somebody, they're smug. And
I think he's talking about what you were talking about, as kind of the sleep paralysis demons.
Yeah.
He was talking about not inhabiting some material physical thing, but he describes like literally seeing, whatever form like he describes.
Oh yeah. Again, okay,
like a
well,
demon as such.
do they look surprised like they just got caught? No. No.
I see.
They're not like, "Oh no." Not like, no. They're vicious, man. They're not afraid of people. They hate us, and they're nasty, and they're up to no good. They're fighting us. They're at war. They're not scared. Not at all. No. Not at all.
So you
no.
feel like when you do see one, it's like because it's
It's gnarly.
what is that? What is the cause? Like, what is the reason that you're able to, that you think, like that, just that you think? I'm not telling you to like give an objective answer.
Like what?
If you think anything at all about like why are you able to see this thing when normally you can't?
I don't know. Like, why is it that I'm seeing them when nobody else is? See, that's, I don't know.
Not,
I think
not nobody else is, but just like normally, like under normal conditions, like we can't see this stuff. But like what you're describing is like every once in a while, you see the thing, even though like theoretically like we're like surrounded by them all the time, but just don't see them. But like,
oh, I see what you mean. It's, I seen them and dealt with them mostly when I was taking myself back from, they had some sort of property when it came to me for a while there. Like they had some sort of hold on me, and so when I was started really fighting back, quitting all the sinning and warfare, praying and fighting to get everything back, that's when I was seeing them the most. And but I mean, it's like it's almost like it was like whenever we're in a fight, that's like in a real fight, when they're really coming at me because either they feel that something big is about to happen when it comes to Jesus Christ and I and what he's got planned for me. That's when they come in full force they're like, fuck, we gotta fuck this up now.
so
there's,
you think that they like reveal themselves to like scare you?
they reveal themselves because they can't not reveal themselves when they're attacking in that way. When they're really attacking, then they're just, I see them. They're there, and we're fighting, and it's physical, and it's like, it's everything. You know what I mean? It's hands-on, is what I'm saying. It feels like hands-on, and so there's no denying it. It's like, they're prevalent because of the attack. They're too, it's like that. Most of the time they come up and they're working in your mind. They're trying to be careful. Most of the time they're trying to be careful. They're trying not to be caught with me because I'm constantly praying against it. Like I pray all day long. You know what I mean? Like I'm at war, right? And so they're trying to be sneaky, like the bugs in the house. They know every time I see them, I hammer my fist down on them and I kill them, right? So now they're trying to be sneakier. They're trying not to be seen. But I mean, when it's something big is about to happen, when God is about to do something really big in my life, then they come in and they fight hard against it. And then they're obvious because they're not sneaky. They're desperate and they're fighting hard. If it's really big, then it's like a fight, a real fight. Otherwise, they attack the mind. They go after the mind. They go after your perception. They distract you. They try to throw you off psychologically, emotionally. They divert your attention. They'll lie to you in your mind and tell you bad things about yourself You know what I mean? To try and throw you off. Or they'll work through other people. They like to work through other people, dude, like crazy. If they can't get to you while you're at home and while you're doing things, they'll work through other people. Just like God will work through other people to get a message to you, or to confirm, you know, your questions. The devil works, or these demons will work through other people to attack you in many ways, you know, for this whole purpose to so that means, you know, that means showing up in other people, like the guy at the church, or, you know, or so on and so on, right? Now, when I've seen them, that's very rare, but it's always in the mind's eye, and it's when you're awake and you see them, it's in your mind's eye. It's almost like some people will say they get spooked and they think their mind is playing tricks on them. They'll call it that, right? Because they don't know. It's the only way for them to deal with what their mind has told them is there in the house. You know what I mean? So it's like sometimes people will be in a situation where they're hearing things, they're getting spooked, you know, they're hearing things falling, or they think that there's a spirit in the house, and they'll chop it up to themselves just getting themselves scared. They're just getting themselves spooked, you know, but in their mind is telling them what's there. Their mind is telling them what it looks like. That's what it's like. They're actually like, that's exactly what's happening, but when it happens, it's too much for somebody, so they just chop it up as bullshit. They try to shake it off. They try to do whatever they can to make it go away. And they'll deny that it was real at the very end of it all. But that's the experience. Your mind tells you what's there. And you know what it looks like, and you can feel it. And things will start banging around and smacking around and everything like that. And it's usually the spirit of fear, because the devil's trying to get you scared so he could get you out from, you know, in the open, where he can attack you in different ways after the fact, right? There's a whole thing that goes on. Yeah, but when that happens, I can see it. I can really see it. And it'll take on whatever form it decides to, you know. Sometimes it's like an old lady with like curly hair. You know what I mean? Like an old lady, but demonic. You know what I mean? Demonic as fuck. And that's like me seeing this like when I was 5 or 6 years old, right? I started.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Like your voice went like 8-bit, and then I couldn't like hear it, and I rejoined, and
Oh, really?
I mean, if I can hear you and you can hear me, like it is like kind of like crunchy.
Yeah, you might have even missed a whole bunch of what I was saying. It's because it was important. Hey?
What you said that, because you were talking about like the mind eye, and you were talking about how it like it'll even like shake things around, and that definitely puts it in a way that I don't know, I guess it's like more compatible. It's like,
yeah,
the way of the scripture that if these things, because you describe these things as going into people, you say like working through them.
Oh yeah.
People,
that's a different thing.
And
that's like there's
you're saying that's a different thing. If it's
it's like this. It's like
clarify what you meant with with your mind's eye.
Yes. Okay. For starters, it's like this. When it's in somebody, it's a presence, and it looks at me like it goes like it looks at me with full knowledge that it knows that I see it. We're familiar with each other, and it's on. When it's something that is In waking state, when it's something that is in the house, I can see it in my mind's eye. It's very loud in my mind's eye. My mind tells me where it is, and I feel it as a presence. And there's a fight with prayer to get it to leave, right? Sometimes it really wants to stay, and I have to fight hard against it. The more I pray, the more the Holy Spirit is in me, the more I become closer to Christ and stay close to Him, the less that it can actually do that. You know what I mean? Now, when it really wants to come at me, it'll do it while I'm asleep, and it'll change my state of sleeping to a state of where I feel like I'm awake, even though I'm in the dream realm. But now I'm not sort of somber in that dream realm. I'm more like aware, and everything is aware, but I'm in that spirit realm, right? And that's when I can see it, and that's when I can feel it, and that's when there's a physical hands-on war, right? And that's another state. Sometimes when that's another stage. So there's, and that I've also been kicked out of my body during those fights, and when I see them like that, they are very like cartoonish as far as the way they move. Their bones bend, and their limbs bend in ways that aren't normal, and they'll look like who or whatever they want to look at, and they move quickly and abnormally. And then there's also a great big cloud of darkness that shows up at times, that comes out of closets or up out of stairwells, like a big sort of that comes at you. There's that as well too. There's a bunch of different things. I've also seen people in that stage of sleep where I've been outside of my body that have been helpful, that have been more angelic. I've seen a lot of things, man. I can close my eyes and I could see the room if I want to. I could sit there, I could close my eyes, and I can see the room. And I can see things that are in the room hiding, in the darkness. My mind will show it to me like an imagination. You know what I mean? There's a bunch of things that go on. But when it's something working through somebody, it's a presence within them. I can see it, and it looks at me, and it knows I'm there. I know it's there, and it's a thing. Also, when it's something that is behind somebody and speaking in their mind, it's like a war for what is real. So I could say something to somebody, and then I could see them listening to something behind them, speaking loudly into their mind against what I just said, to reframe and gaslight them in the moment. And the louder I speak, and I can literally, I can tell what it's saying to them, and I could stop them and pinpoint out and speak directly against what just was said into their mind. And then their eyes open bigger and wider, and then they look to the side because this thing is loudly speaking harder against it, and it's me and that thing speaking a war for this person's perception of reality in that moment. So there's all these things. Yeah, this is my experience. I've seen, when I was 5 or 6, standing on a bed, an old lady crouched down, standing on the bed like it's ready to attack, snarly, ugly, demonic, with curly hair, like an old lady, like wicked, witchy, and pull that, and lights are on in the room. I'm pulling on my mom, screaming, look, it's, danger. And she doesn't know she's, what? I don't see it. What are you talking about? Why are you, calm down? It's like, and I'm like, it's there. You know what I mean? That was the first time my mind showed it to me that prominently. But it was like, because I was so young and I didn't know how to suppress that or to tame it down or to try and control that, it was loud and in my face. It was almost like I could reach out and touch it. And if I allow it to be like that, when there's something in the room wanting to get at me, I can allow it to be like that. So that is the experience that I have. They do not look like the things you would see in the Bible when people draw pictures of demons and different entities and stuff. It doesn't look like that. It looks like whatever the hell it wants to look like. It's raw, it's dirty, it's visceral, it's ugly, it's real, you feel it, you know what I mean? You see it in people, you see it interacting with someone in conversation while you're talking to the person. You just see it happening. You can see people being influenced in the moment. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It is absolutely crazy. I've actually like gotten confirmation that my warfare praying actually does something, because I needed to know. There was a man that came upstairs and started banging on the door of this young woman across the hall from me. The guy was huge, and I went to the door to look, and he was hammering on it again. He was mad. I was doing a live stream, and finally this lady comes to the door, and he starts in on her about waking him up somehow, and he was angry, like he wanted to hurt her. And I just started praying against it. I just started saying, like basically telling, warfare praying, get up and off of this man right now, get behind us. I went through the whole thing, and you know what? All of a sudden it stopped, and they just stopped talking, and he walked away. Like it just shut, like Christ just shut that down. It was something working through him, and it was like the most amazing thing I had ever seen Jesus Christ do in front of my face. It's like I did it from behind the door. I was very loud about it, but it was like in mid-fight, it all just stopped. It was like it just shut down. It was the most abnormal change and shift. It was so loud and prominent, and it was for me to finally see it right in my face. It was the most abnormal. There was no like, blah 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 blah, nothing. It was like the whole thing stopped and dispersed. It made no sense. There was no, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. You'd have to have seen it.
I was gonna say that.
It's happening. It's there. And
like you.
it's like I feel like so right now, just to say all this, like I'm feeling this from the depth of my soul when I'm explaining this. I'm trying my best to describe it, from the bottom of my soul, and I mean every word when I say it, because it is so true. And I feel right now that it is right to say this, because I feel like God is trying, like I feel like I'm asking Christ to help me get this out as prominent and as real and as deeply as possible, because I know there's other people that experience this too, and I know that there's a lot of people that say that they see in the spirit, but I don't think they do, because it's like, it's not like, there's a lot of people that say they see in the spirit that are just charlatans. It's like the same type of people that say they're psychic and that they talk to ghosts and that they're, you know what I mean? I don't think they know what they're talking about, because those are the same people that when I talk to them, they say demons don't exist. They say that they're just lost souls. You know, they're just little children that died and want help and love, you know, and that they need help crossing over. It's those people that say they see in the spirit. They're lying. Those are the people that later on I see that there's something working through them, and they laugh at me when I pretend that I don't see them. Yeah. There's a lot of people in line I notice that do that, and I know right away because they talk like ghost whisperers, and they talk like they're I'm getting a message from the other side bullshit and all this stuff. It's like, no man, it's not like that. It's the other side is visceral, it's brutal, it's dirty, it's raw, and it's nasty. And there's nothing like what you would think. It's not anything like you would think. It's visceral. Yeah, it's the only way I can explain it. And it's real. Yeah, it's as real as anything else you would experience. Just like anything else you would experience. It's not magical. It's not magical at all. It's just being aware of what's happening in front of you. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense.
I mean, like, I comprehend the words you're saying. And, one thing, I mean, it stuck out to me when you said it, and but I'll just get on with it. Like you claimed and you said that like, oh, this stuff isn't in the Bible, and
no, the pictures that dude. No.
You would,
Listen, you got it wrong.
I didn't finish. I was saying something you'd probably like to hear.
No, I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure that we're on the. Wait, before you say it, because I want to know, but I want to make sure that we're on. That you understand something. People are saying that they've seen demons in the form of pictures that some people have depicted them as. Is what I'm saying. You know how someone will show a picture of Satan in a certain drawing that an artist has created?
With like a trident.
Different drawings, and saying this is, you know, here's a drawing of this demon, here's a depiction drawing of this demon, right? These are drawings, like, because it's the best way or whatever the fuck it is. These people are saying that they see him in this form. I'm saying they're lying. I'm saying that they're literally pointing to pictures in a book and trying to look cool and trying to look like they've seen them like that. No, it doesn't look like that. It doesn't look like pictures that artists have drawn in there. That's somebody's depiction of something, but it's not what you see. So that's what I meant. But I mean, as far as what the Bible is talking about, I didn't mean anything against that. So please go on.
No, I know you didn't. I know you wouldn't say anything like that in the Bible. What I was gonna say is even under even under whatever that, like, admittedly not all, like, there are like some things that don't like completely line up. But I think you would be surprised at how much of like the things you describe are readily of it, like in just like scripture, and
really,
when you're talking about like the mind's eye stuff. And
yeah.
I'm kind of cross-referencing like all the stuff you're saying about like experiencing a demon versus all the stuff this other guy's saying about experiencing a demon. It's like, okay, what's in common? What's in common? What's like the difference? And like I'm thinking about like, okay, what does Satan do in the book of Job? And I think like I don't know. I think if you like read the Book of Job, in the Book of Job, he's not called Satan; he's called the adversary.
Okay.
But if there is Satan in the Bible outside of like the one that talks to Jesus, then it's the one in the Book of Job.
Right.
Because Satan goes by many names, just like Christ goes by many names. Like there's a lot of like characters in the Bible who go by like many names, and you kind of have to like. It's easy to think, oh, this is a completely new thing, and then but it's like actually like, oh no, this is this other thing. This is just like a title. Like Christ is a title, and Satan is also a title.
Right.
They're not names; they're just titles.
Never thought about it like that.
Like specifically when you're talking about like the mind's eye stuff, I was thinking about the Book of Job and like the actions Satan takes in the Book of Job, and like, I mean, you know how I feel about the more what you know how I feel about like I guess like the subject, but
yeah,
the idea that these like things appear like in the mind, and that the mind is not elevated to like a particular, like the brain is not particularly like spiritually special, and that like it's absolutely possible for a demon to manipulate what your eyes see, and that like the method by which a demon enters another person, and that the demon is like fooling another person. Like, I don't know, like that guy at your church, if the guy at your church like did have like a demon or whatever, then like imagine like what did that demon make you look like in his eye, that he was like behaving the way he was.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right, exactly.
And I'm not like, that's not like an idea that I'm committed to, but it is just like a thought, just from like
well, yeah.
I guess like just kind of like cross-referencing. But
Because I think
I do have to pretty soon.
Do you? Yeah, I gotta take a piss soon. 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. I can't wait till 8 o'clock and go buy some food to eat. Been 5.5 hours. Hasn't been too long. But yeah, it's like to him, he's going to think that the thoughts he's having are his thoughts, and he's going to be driven by emotion, and this thing is going to tell him what reality is in that moment and why he's talking to me, and he's going to have him respond in the way he wants him to the demon wants him to respond, and the guy isn't going to know any different. The guy's not going to know any different. He's going to have no clue, except for he's going to feel that that was the right thing to say. He's going to have an emotion that drives him to say that, and the demon is going to tell him something logical after the fact. He's going to lie to him. Yeah, it's like that's what it is. Like the guy doesn't know. What's that?
Like I remember in Acts, the apostles are warned that the people who persecute them will think that they are doing it for God.
Yeah.
And like it does completely make sense in my mind that like this is a completely like normal, even like a good person, by like a Christian standard, a good person. But that like the senses were altered in such a way that this normal person was essentially lied to. Like when you said, "Oh yeah, I didn't go because I was sick," he didn't hear, "Oh yeah, I didn't go because I was sick." He heard, "Oh yeah, I didn't go because I was sick." You know what I mean? Like completely.
Good excuse. Shame. You're lazy. You're all the things that. Yeah. Absolutely.
In such a way that if his perception of reality was true, then his reaction was like maybe a little judgmental, but also like if you were lying, then that would have been like acceptable, thing to kind of like poke at and call out, even if you did it in a somewhat.
Well, it's the thing is
like mean-spirited way.
Yeah, it's still, it's still, it's just gonna convince them.
We're not lying.
Yeah, and it's gonna convince them of whatever it needs to convince them of in order to get the job done. You know what I mean? It's like sometimes these things get inside us, and you have to say, whatever, if I got anything that's in there working through me, come up right now in the mighty name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I command you, get up, get off of me, get out of me. I bind you up. I rebuke you and I cast you out in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, Son of God. Amen. You can kind of deliver that out of you.
It does make more sense to me. Like, okay, that these things do like visually appear, that these things, like, I don't know, this isn't what you think, but what would make more sense to me, like, I guess, like what I would be open to is that these things appear through our vision, and that's why only we can see them, is because they're not actually there. It's like it's in your eyeball.
Yeah. Like when you're seeing it within somebody? You mean? Because
I mean like when you see like a demon just like raw, like what you were describing with like seeing a grandma.
Oh
when
yes.
You were, like a kid. Like
oh
that,
man.
Like it being in your mind didn't make it like not real.
No, it's almost like the dream realm. See, when you're in the dream realm, you can see them, because that's the dream realm is sort of the spirit realm, right?
Well, I know. Like you just.
But it's almost like, it's almost like if you think about it, I'm thinking about it now. I'm trying to put it together actually, because you're making me think. Like, it's almost like, it's almost like the dream realm just kind of jumped up out of nowhere and slammed into your reality and sandwiched itself in there for that period of time. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, it just came in there and married itself in with your waking, standing there doing stuff. It's like it opened up and appended itself to reality, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I really think, like it is kind of a slog to get through, but if you, like, I do think that like the Book of Job is like especially relevant for the stuff you're talking about, and that like you read that and you like really pay attention to like what is Satan saying, what is he doing, how is he acting. I think that'll like.
I'll read it. I'll
like
you know what?
Like glue together a bunch of your ideas.
Okay, that'll be the book I read then, because I'm always like I'm always, when I go to pick up my Bible, I'm like, oh, what should I read? There's so much. Like, like when I get to church, I always like to read through the Psalms and that. I usually look for something that's praising God, right? And everything, because I'm there to worship Him, right? So I always try to do that. But when I'm at home, mostly what I end up looking at has always sort of been prompted by other people, or whether it's online or something that pops up, or whether it's like talking to you. And stuff. It's almost like, because I say to God, I don't know what to read. You know what I mean? I don't know where to begin, and so I feel like He's working through things in order to get me to look at the things I need to be aware of every day, or any day, or at any point. That He needs me to be aware of. Almost like He's there to help me through my growth of it. And this is a good example right now. Like, maybe I hear you talking about Job all the time, the Book of Job, and it's like, okay, I'm going to take the hint. God, you want me to read the Book of Job. Okay, I get it. I'm going to do it. Okay. And so, yeah, I'm taking
I
that.
will say though, um, it is like one of the hardest books to read. So I would definitely like encourage you to pick one of the more like I guess like common language translations to read it
Okay.
in. Like I would not read the Book of Job in the King James version.
Okay, well, I've got.
I would like barely.
I got this one that my one of the Christians there gave me. It's the Christian Standard Bible, Holman Bibles.
That's not bad. That's all right.
So just read that one then
Yeah,
for it,
that's
eh? Because that one,
I
yeah.
think that one's all right. Kind of middle of the road. It's a little like evangelical-ish, but I mean it is a translation. It does communicate the gospel.
What is
So,
evangelical?
yeah.
Tell me what evangelical means.
Like kind of. So like you might say non-denominational, and sometimes I say non-denominational too. Evangelical is kind of like a. How do I put? It's like you would call a Catholic a Roman Catholic, and a Catholic would call you an evangelical. Just kind of like it's like because the entire like movement of like the idea of non-denominational like
Is a schism. Is based on schism, and that's wrong,
well,
right?
Yeah.
I learned that
It is
from you.
schism. But like because part of the entire idea is to like not be a part of any denomination, like even though like oftentimes they form like what are really micro denominations,
Right.
it can feel disingenuous to just say that these people are non-denominational, even though a lot of them share pretty much the same ideas about Jesus and the Bible and the gospel and everything. So
Right.
evangelical is like it's like a way of describing non-denominational people without granting them the status of being truly non-denominational, because
Right.
oftentimes they're not. You know what I mean? It's just like you might call a Catholic a Roman Catholic, because you don't want to grant them, because Catholic means universal, and you don't want to grant them the authority of being universal. So how do you say instead of Catholic? You say Roman Catholic. So you're talking about the institutional church, and not the one holy apostolic Catholic Church, which is the invisible body of the elect.
How does that affect the information that's in that Bible?
It's
The fact is,
just small things. It's really not like I would just point like I mean you could go to that very Bible and look in Luke for when Jesus talks about the things we consume. I don't think it's meaningful at all. I'm not a translation stickler. The main difference is that it's just going to communicate certain words. Like for example, it might say Holy Ghost instead of Holy Spirit.
okay.
That's possible. I don't know if the Christian. It was what the CSB, Christian Standard Bible?
Yeah.
Yeah, CSB. I don't know if that one does. I don't know if you do. It might use like some more modern words than you'd expect to see in the Bible.
Oh yeah.
Like some things that might seem anachronistic, like what that word? How did that word exist at this time?
Right. Because it's translated for us to understand, kind of getting rid of some of the old English to make it a little easier, sort of, right?
Yeah, and if you wanted to read something that was just like fully, it's just the original text and there's nothing at all, then your only choice is to learn Hebrew and learn Greek.
Right. Exactly. Because it's been
like
translated.
there are literal word for word translations, but Like for example, there's the NASB translation, which tries so hard to be word for word and literal, and it is useful. It is particularly useful for trying to understand like one specific verse in isolation. But that's exactly its use case. It's very, very bad. I say the NASB makes the mistake of like it zooms in on the trees so much that you can't tell the tree is in a forest.
Oh, so
You know
it's
what I
like
mean? You miss because it's like so word for word. It
which one's that? The
you
NA.
understand?
Which one is that? The N what?
NASB.
NASD.
NASB.
What does it stand for?
Yes, New American Standard Bible.
Okay, New American Standard
New
Bible.
American Standard, and there's not. It's the translation I usually read is called the NRSV UE, which is the newly revised Standard Edition, updated edition, which is a handful of it. But
I've also got.
it tries its best to be like kind of like literal, but also it's not a word for word translation. It's a thought for thought. So like it'll use the same word. Like if a different word is used, but it's trying to communicate the same thing, it'll just like pick one English word.
Okay. Okay. Oh shit.
But like yeah, there's a bunch of translations. I suggest reading as many as possible because you have to because like what Jesus says in the book of Luke, it doesn't hurt to consume something. Even if something's bad, it doesn't hurt to consume.
Right. Yeah, and it's just, yeah, you're right. I gotta whereabouts does it say that? Because when I talk to my pastor, I have to point that out. Because he's scared to look at my testimony. Because he's afraid that if he sees my gothic, music or video, that he's gonna go to hell or something. I just want to because he pointed out, because he was pointing out in the Bible that you're not supposed to imitate evil, and so he's afraid to look at it. But I wanted to point out that consuming isn't going to kill you. It's what I did was defiling myself. Also too, I've also got another book, which right away I was kind of about, but I don't know enough, which is the Good News Bible. That was something, someone gave that to me. Today's English version.
Yeah, I think, usually what I do, honestly, I don't want to pressure you, but I do want to encourage you. I think it's been very good for me to because every time I do a live stream, I'll take 5 minutes while I'm setting everything up to okay, I'll look for what's a good section of the New Testament to read today, and then I'll kind of look through, and I'm sure I will I will go through some of the different translations of it, just to see okay, which one of these which one of these communicates what I'm wanting to communicate most clearly.
Right.
Because the gospel is so big and it's so full of meaning that these translations are only highlighting different things, and none of them grasp the fullness. They do all grasp the sufficiency. They are all sufficient specifically for salvation. That's the big thing, is that they are all sufficiently communicating the gospel, and all the gospel is salvation.
Yeah.
They don't all communicate the objective truth, but we are not called to know everything about the objective truth. We are only called towards salvation. We are only called towards the gospel. That's something people get twisted about when it comes to the Bible. It's what do you mean you just trust the Bible? Don't you need a, you know what I mean? Because but the book doesn't, but the Bible doesn't say to reference the Bible. It's okay. So it's not saying sola scriptura, saying Bible only. That does not mean the Bible is going to unfailingly communicate in absolute clarity to every single person the truth. People
Right.
you will read the Bible and come to different conclusions about certain things than I do. That is just going to happen, and it's not because the Bible is flawed. It might be because our translations of it are flawed, our writing down of it is flawed, but we
Right.
will both come out with the same clear idea on salvation,
Right.
because that's what it's for.
That
That's
makes
what the
sense.
gospel is for. So,
Yeah, that
I
makes
do. I
sense.
encourage you pretty strongly to just read. I don't know. Just read a section, maybe a couple verses. Sometimes it's not even that hard to get through a whole chapter, or some of the shorter books. Just at the beginning of a live stream.
To read it at the beginning of a
And I
live
really
stream?
can't suggest that enough, because it's been it's been because I've been doing that, and it's been very helpful for me. I've been enjoying that a lot, and it's it has been actually even after all these years, I'll still read it. Still be reading something I didn't I'm noticing a different part of it than usual.
Every time? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
So
Yeah, I don't know. I have to think
I'm gonna
about it.
go get ready for this live stream.
Okay, buddy. I'm gonna end the stream pretty soon too. I gotta take a piss, so hang on. Hold on a second. Let me take a piss, entertain my audience. I'll be right back.
All right. I guess we can read. Read about the subject we were talking about in Luke, and I found it chapter 12 that talks about consumption. So whoever's listening, whoever's watching, now, quote, be dressed. Oh, I know it's wrong. There it is. All right. Then Jesus said to his disciples, "Therefore I tell you, do not worry about your life, what you will eat, or about your body, what you will wear. For life is more than food, and the body more than clothes. Consider the ravens. They do not sow or reap. They have no storeroom or barn, yet God feeds them. And how much more valuable you are than the birds. Who of you, by worrying, can add a single hour to your life? Since you cannot do this very little thing, why do you worry about the rest? Consider how the wild flowers grow. They do not labor or spin, yet I tell you, not even Solomon in all his splendor was dressed like one of these. If that is how God clothes the grass of the field, which is here today, and tomorrow is thrown into the fire, how much more will he clothe you, you of little faith? And do not set your heart on what you will eat or drink. Do not worry about it. For the pagan world runs after all such things, and your Father knows that you need them. But seek his kingdom, and these things will be given to you as well. Do not be afraid, little flock, for your Father has been pleased to give you the kingdom. Sell your possessions and give to the poor. Provide purses for yourselves that will not wear out, a treasure in heaven that will never fail, where no thief comes and no moth destroys. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. So that's from Luke 12. That's kind of a more positive affirmation that you don't need to worry about consuming, imperfection, right? But there's also other parts. I remember that specifically talk more about food.
Okay,
And
thanks,
it also
buddy.
mentions what comes out. So I can talk now. Hello.
I'm back. Thanks, man. It's just entertain everyone. I'm gone. Mark's gonna take some medication, some old man medication.
Yes,
I got some vitamins in there. I got some B12. I got some B6. My B12 is 1,000 milligrams they're giving me. Just serious doses. I love it though. It makes me feel
you don't
Amazing.
mind, I have another. I have another one. This one's from Mark. That's pretty much on the same subject, and this is. I think this one's even more direct than the one in Luke.
Oh yeah?
It reads, Again, Jesus called the crowd to him and said, "Listen to me, everyone, and understand this. Nothing outside a person can defile them by going into them. Rather, it is what comes out of a person that defiles them." After he had left the crowd and entered the house, his disciples asked him about this parable. "Are you so dull?" he asked. "Don't you see that nothing enters a person from the outside that can defile them? For it doesn't go into their heart, but into their stomach and then out of the body." He went on, "What comes out of a person is what defiles them. For it is from within, out of a person's heart, that evil thoughts come. Sexual immorality, theft, murder, adultery, greed, malice, deceit, lewdness, envy, slander, arrogance, and folly. All these evils come from inside and defile a person." Jesus left that place and went to the vicinity of Tyre. He entered a house and did not want anyone to know it, yet he could not keep his presence secret. In fact, as soon as she heard about him, a woman whose little daughter was possessed by an impure spirit came and fell at his feet. The woman was Greek, born in Syrian Phoenicia. She begged Jesus to drive the demon out of her daughter. "First, let the children eat all they want.
The dogs.
For it is not right to take the children's bread and toss it to the dogs." "Lord," she replied, "even the dogs under the table eat the children's crumbs." Then he told her, "For such a reply, you may go. The demon has left your daughter." She went home and found her child lying on the bed, and the demon gone. Then Jesus left the vicinity of Tyre and went through cities, down to the Sea of Galilee, and into the region of the Decapolis. There some people had brought him a man who was deaf and could hardly talk. And they begged Jesus to place his hand on him. After he took them inside, away from the crowd, Jesus put his fingers into the man's ears. Then he spit and touched the man's tongue. He looked up to heaven, and with a deep sigh said to him, "Ephphatha." At this, the man's ears were opened, his tongue was loosened, and he began to speak plainly. Jesus commanded them not to tell anyone, but the more he did so, the more they kept talking about it. People were overwhelmed with amazement. "He has done everything well," they said. "He even makes the deaf hear and the mute speak." So,
You know what?
there it is.
It totally is,
There's the
dude.
first part about like, oh yeah, don't worry about the things you eat. But, yeah, and then there's the second part, like how does Jesus confirm for this lady that her child is okay? He confirms it with what comes out of her words. Her words that come out of her are the confirmation.
Oh.
Because she spoke good, you know. But I think so. That is it for me tonight. But
Thanks,
you
dude.
have a great morning.
You-
Is that right?
You gonna take off? Okay. You go and have yourself a great day and a great live stream. See ya, dude. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. All right, on. That was good. I'm glad. It was really good. Okay. I'm gonna have some fun here. I'll turn this up a little bit. Let's we'll go to this music. No, not that. Radio. Let's turn this up. Oh, let's move out of there. Let's turn this up a little bit and we have something to solo over. Gotta figure out the key. Sure. That's probably not the right key. Let's experiment with this thing. Let's have some chorus. Whoops. It's so weird. The delay or the latency is just nasty. It says fair. That's a lot. 51.9. Let's try lower. Is it saying way back? Lower. What about 44? 48? That's the lowest. I should talk. It seems like there's a noise gate. Oh. Yeah, it's I wonder, or is this supposed to be system default? Just get rid of the chorus. What happens if we remove that? Sounds like it's just breaking up all over the place. It's interesting though. This is my cool ass. See if we can get it to sound better in this. Let's try out some of these other sounds I came up with. Try this one. It's a bit loud here. So this is something that this amp here is something that I created with vibe coding. Still doesn't sound quite right, but we're gonna keep playing with it until it does. So no noise gate. Got a little bit of delay. Let's take off the chorus. Oh wait. Oh, it sounds nuts. Which one are we on? The higher gain, beefy effects. What about this lower one I came up with? Let's see if we try that one. This one doesn't have lots. What key is this? Figure it out. So there's like a serious delay. Definitely not enough gain. It's weird playing something with so much latency like that, but it's cool though. Yeah, I like this thing. I don't like the latency thing though, it sucks. It's like, watch. You see, you pick it and then you hear it, it's like, oh, it's hard to play like that. But it is a browser based thing, so it's pretty good. It's fun. Is this so Da. Fucking sakes. Anyways. Yeah, it's a fun thing. Yeah. Okay. I'll put that away for a little bit. Why in the world power that off? Let's see here. Let me turn this down a little bit. 6, almost 7. All right on. 8 o'clock I'll cut the stream and I'm gonna go and get some food. I'm super hungry. Getting there anyways. Yeah. Look at me, my hair is just fucking everywhere right now. But yeah, this is cool. Vibe coding is pretty fucking awesome. This whole site is all built on vibe coding. There's a lot of cool shit you can do with it. Okay, let's spin the wheel. Let's see what YouTube is doing right now. What's going on in the world? The real enemy in the witch trials. You Pharisees, stop bothering my friend Jess, calling her a witch. Bunch of assholes. She's one of the most devoted Christians I ever met. Yeah. It's just Bricks and Minifigs lawsuit is over and it's his fault? No way. They finished that off? Holy shit. I kind of want to watch somebody cover it. Yeah, I'd like to watch Asmongold cover that one. I like watching his content. I do. This guy too. My YouTube channel was almost deleted forever. Oh boy. How XQC created his best work yet. I got exposed. Well, this is killing people. Everyone is shocked and no one saw this coming. Everyone injecting peptides, memes, TikToks. What? Oh, peptides. I was gonna get something that's topical to help with like help with skin and make sure that take good care of it, right? Surprisingly enough for my age, my skin is pretty good. I'm lucky. It's all the time I spent indoors, I think. Like a vampire. Okay, so I feel sick now looking at all this. Yeah. Okay. This I gotta come and watch that later. Let's spin the wheel again. Let's see what else is YouTube gonna give us. They should literally have a handle that you pull. Oliver Tree, I'm Gone music video. Holy shit. Religious psychosis? But I'll reply to people's comments. What do we got here? People are responding to comments. Okay, what if I just hit the YouTube button again? Will it do it? The Centurion, I don't know. Lego Empire. Who is this guy that's covering it? Lego Empire? That's the name of the YouTube channel? Huh. Holy shit. This is real? No way. Did you see that thing? Are you just a tough guy robot walking around? Holy shit. What are we creating here? Yeah. YouTube is a thing. I'm so glad I live streamed tonight. It was so nice talking to Coward there about all this religious stuff. Nerding out. I had a lot of things that needed to make sense of, you know, especially with like this whole seeing in the spirit realm thing. It's so confusing when I hear other people talk about it. Because it's not what I see, it's not what I experience. And there's no doubt in my mind that I'm experiencing something real, so it's like... So, yeah. That was good. Good talking to him, it helped. It helped a lot. I'd love to have a conversation with somebody that actually for real sees in the spirit realm. Not somebody who's like pretending, being a ghost whisperer or some bullshit like that. I want to talk to somebody who knows what the hell I'm talking about. That actually knows. God, I'd like to have a conversation with somebody that actually knows what I'm talking about. So they can make some sense out of it. Not some fool who's trying to pretend to be something cool, like, you know? Because I am not trying to do that. Yeah. I don't know what I don't think there's anything that's really anything I want to look at right now. We want to watch this later though. Actually, it's 9 minutes. Let's watch this. I want to know about this. Here. Okay, Jess. You're getting plugged. Come on. What, really? Come on, refresh, baby. Oh, that's my buddy Jay. Canyon. Wow, this is really not wanting to be played.
Now.
Okay, hang on. Before we start, my buddy's texting me here. What did he say? Sore balls. He's always saying that. Your balls aching? I'm on live stream right now. Say something. Do a whole reel of stuff. Make a bunch of noise for me. Just let her rip. My buddy Jason's funny as hell. See what he says. I'll wait and find out. Give it a minute. Let's see what...
I'm on live stream.
Just gonna wait and see if he does anything. Maybe he's got his hands full. Okay. Let's watch Jess. She's talking about the real enemy and the witch trials. Yeah, you fucking trolls. Stop bothering my friend. She's not a witch. Not anymore.
So when I was a witch, right, looking at the Salem witch trials, I blamed the Christians, okay? Because obviously it was the religious people that were killing the witches. Now, obviously, I'm a Christian now. I'm no longer a witch. So how do I look at this differently? Now, I've told you guys before that the biggest demon that I've come across since becoming a Christian is the Pharisee spirit. And this really got me thinking.
Yes, that Pharisee spirit. Fuck. They're like, I hate them. I do. I'm sorry. I can't stand the Pharisees. I can't stand the Pharisees. Oh my God. The run-ins with the Pharisees drive me. It's just sickening.
A Holy Spirit-led Christian would not be killing anybody. Now, a lot of the people go back to that Bible verse, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live, which actually was pre the witch trials. This was before Jesus, okay? So Jesus fulfilled the law, meaning that no longer stands, right? And the witches back then were not the witches of today, or the ones that were in the 1600s compared to the witch trials.
Right.
Completely different subject. But anyway, moving on. They were not killed by Christians. They were killed by Pharisees.
Oh, really? Oh, really? I didn't know that. So it wasn't even Christians. It was like Pharisees.
It's that Pharisee spirit. And not only was it a Pharisee spirit, they were also killed by the real witches. Now, a common...
What? The real witches?
Phrase that witches use, one that I actually used as well when I was in witchcraft. We are the great-great-granddaughters of the witches that you couldn't burn. Period. Because they weren't the ones getting killed, okay? In fact, what they were doing was actually accusing the normal people, the people that weren't doing witchcraft, the innocents, okay? So it's that whole thing of pointing the finger to avoid you being caught yourself.
No way, dude. So they were like burning normal people and drowning normal people. Holy cow.
Now, if you look back on the witch trials, one of the things, and this is where it gets interesting, one of the things that would get you accused of being a witch was having healing properties. Okay? Now, back then, if we're looking at the 1600s, things like Reiki weren't a thing. Okay? It wasn't a thing. That wasn't until quite new times. So anything to do with healing then, and we're talking miracles and things like that, most likely would have been the Holy Spirit. So somebody that was operating in the Holy Spirit and doing healing work, I'm not saying all of them, but somebody who would have been accused of witchcraft. Much like...
Holy cow. So they're probably killing Christians.
Jesus himself was accused of witchcraft, okay? So they were...
He was accused of witchcraft?
Actually killing practicing Christians and calling them witches.
Holy shit.
Light bulb moment, it gets worse. Right, so moving on. One of the things, again, that would get you accused of witchcraft was if you were able to read. Witches, reading, women. If you were reading a book back then, you were able to be accused of witchcraft. Now, again, if we look at the 1600s, when I've done a bit of digging into it, the biggest, most accessible book in the 1600s was the Holy Bible.
Oh boy.
Meaning the book that they were reading from, more than likely, was the Bible itself. So again, we're not talking about practicing witches here. We're talking about Christian women. Christian women who were put up against, or shall we say normal women, because remember, people were killed for no reason. These were innocents. Children, men, mostly women. they were taken to very unfair trials that you couldn't get out of. Okay, so if they dunked you under in a pool of water and you drowned,
Yeah.
you were a witch. If you survived, you were a witch. You know, either way. Oh no, sorry, if you drowned, you weren't one. But if
Yeah.
you survived, you were one. So you were screwed either way, basically. So this
Yeah.
was evidently the devil. How do we know it was the devil at work? It's because the devil comes to steal, kill, and destroy. And during this time, if you were accused of witchcraft, it only needed one person to accuse you. That was it. One person to shout, "You're a witch." So I went
That's it. And then you're done.
a little bit further. What in those times in the 1600s made somebody a witch? A woman that disagreed.
Oh my God.
A woman that argued. Okay? So, if somebody argued back against something, they were called a witch. Now, I started bringing this into these times. How are we doing the witch trials in 2026? Again, one of the factors that I found. What would get you accused of being a witch? Having long hair.
Holy
And as
shit.
you guys know, one of the reasons I repeatedly get called a witch is because of my long, dark hair. So actually this same...
You gotta understand something, Jess. They're just picking on any little thing they can find because there's nothing there. There's literally nothing for them to pick at, for real. So it's like, because you know how they'll say like, oh, you're touching your hair too much, it makes me uncomfortable. It doesn't make them uncomfortable. Why does touching your hair make anyone uncomfortable? Nobody gets uncomfortable by somebody touching their hair. They're fucking with you. Sorry for my swearing. It's just an exclamation point. They're just, it is directed directly at you to make you confused, frustrated, bewildered, and just all mixed up. It's like nobody's uncomfortable by watching someone touch their hair. It's bullshit. Straight up. Just so you know that. Nobody's uncomfortable by you doing this with your hands. Nobody really is. They're bullshitting you. They're trying to get in your head. That's all it is. So they're trying to pick at your mannerisms so that you're constantly thinking about your little mannerisms as being a problem because there's nothing there to pick at. So they're going for your brain by going for little tiny things that are nothing. They're nothing things. Here, I've seen this on Reddit before. I've seen them, like I'll put something up and I watch how they pick at things. They pick at something that means nothing and they call it something that means something. It's just gaslighting. Nothing you do makes you look like a witch. You looking a certain way does not make you look like a witch. Millions of girls have long hair. That's normal. Millions of girls touch their hair. It's nothing. You know, everybody fidgets. It means nothing. But they're trying to get to your head by telling you it does. They're going, oh, your lips do a thing or something. They're making it up. It's fucking bullshit. I'm sorry for the exclamation marks again, but it makes me a bit angry. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm so sorry that they're doing this to you. It's a tactic. They don't really feel this way. They're just trying to manipulate you to get you all crazy and distracted from what your message is, and it's making you think about and talk about something else, which is little ticks, little things that they can call little ticks. It's all it is. It's the devil, man. Yeah, just so you know.
Spirit is in operation today with the exact same aspects of it. Oh, you know, you've got long hair. You've argued against me. How many times, Christian ladies, have you been called a witch for disagreeing with somebody? So this spirit is continuing itself into today. Crazy, right? Anyway, when it came to the witch trials, it didn't matter. If somebody accused you, you were a witch. Now, one of the reasons that people blame Christians is because this was done under Christian law. The religious leaders at the time were professed Christians, possibly Catholic. I'll have to look into that. Many were saying Catholic, some were saying Christian. So, yeah, either way, it was following the Bible. Now, as we know, the same Pharisee spirit that followed Jesus around and accused him of witchcraft, tried to get him to trip on his words, didn't like the way that he looked, are the exact same spirits that amongst the witch trials were pointing fingers at people that they quite frankly didn't understand or were threatened by. Now, if we go back to that saying, they were the granddaughters of the witches that they couldn't burn, correct? Because it was actually a lot of the witches that were pointing the fingers. So there were witches and Pharisees in operation accusing innocents, and not just innocents, but actual practicing Christians. This was never a witch trial. This was never about witchcraft.
It was about killing Christians.
This was about practicing Christians that could read the Bible, that knew how to heal with the Holy Spirit, okay? People that were praying. It also talks a lot about rambling of words, nonsensical words that could have been praying in tongues. So, what conclusion we can come to, I'm not entirely sure, but from what I know, the real witches were not killed during the witch trials. They were far, far, far advanced at that point. They were either pointing fingers or they were hiding. So, yeah, it wasn't witches that were killed. Now, when it comes to this, I do find a lot of Christians are still participating actively in witch trials today, calling women Jezebel for being attractive, witches for having long hair, having opinions, being outspoken. And again, this isn't Christians, it's that Pharisee spirit posing as a Christian.
Oh boy, makes me angry.
So the whole reason I'm talking about this is why witchcraft fundamentally is appealing to women. Because something else that I've noticed, and I'm not a feminist because people love to shout that, there is a lot that gets ignored in Christianity about the patriarchal system that has quite literally crushed women for years, okay? Women weren't allowed bank accounts. Women weren't allowed to speak up for themselves. They weren't allowed to file for divorce by themselves. Back then, if your husband said you were insane, you were put in an asylum without anybody listening to you.
Yeah, that's freaking horrible.
So it's fact, women have been massively oppressed throughout society. And I do find that when Christian women speak up on this, they usually get called feminists or Jezebels, or my personal favourite, witches. So actually, throughout all of this, from the witch trials to today, this has all aided in women finding safety in witchcraft. But hold on, witchcraft is not safety. Witchcraft is the opening of doors to demons. It's working for Satan himself, right? So it's posing as this, come ladies, come let's get your feminine rage. Yeah? And that's what witchcraft is based on. Feminine rage, revenge, power, protection, because of the patriarchal crushing of women. And that
it's just straight up needed.
Patriarchal crushing has come from Christians. Little do these witches know, it's not Christians, it's that same Pharisee spirit. So we actually have the same enemy. So while witches are drawing people in and saying, yes, come, we're safe, worship our gods, our God won't kill you. Their God is the devil, and his whole game is to kill you.
Yeah.
Right? So these people have been practicing under the guise of God. Whole time it had nothing to do with God, right? So people love to throw that verse around. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live was pre-Jesus. And those that still say it now, I immediately see the ones that stand on this verse even to this day are carrying a Pharisee spirit. And that Pharisee spirit attacks the exact same attributes that would have classified you as a witch all those years ago. I hope I'm making sense. You know, I like to go on my digs into these things. So to conclude, we have the same enemy, right? Us Christians, our enemy is in fact the Pharisee spirit that killed Jesus Christ. Witches in the witch trials had the same enemy, the Pharisee spirit. But the devil's biggest plot and plan here was to pin it on God. Pin it on Christians. This was not Holy Spirit led Christians, and to this day those that point fingers calling people a witch is either a witch or a Pharisee, because we know who the accuser is in the Bible. Without hard evidence, it's Satan, and that is that same spirit that was working in those witch trials. How's that for a video of the day? You can do further investigation.
That's crazy.
If you like. But these weren't witches that were killed. They were innocent people, intelligent women, and above that, Christians, prophetic, healing Christians, women that were reading the Bible. They were in fact killed by witches and Pharisees. So there's so much more to dig into this. These are just my primary facts. But when it comes to the witch trials, witches, Christians weren't to blame, Pharisees were, and witches themselves.
Damn. Wow, dude. That's crazy. See, I had no clue. I've never heard that before. So that's what was going on. Holy shit. That's all I can see. What?
Rape gang inquiry report. So this is really, it's been really, really bad, okay? This is bar none the worst thing I've ever read. I've known about the rape gangs longer than Americans, but I didn't grasp the scope or the scale of what was going on. Forget about Epstein. This is a crime against humanity on the scale of the Holocaust, the Khmer Rouge.
Okay. We don't need to watch that right now. Holy shit, my mic is still open. Anybody want to jump in there, you can. Yeah. Where are we at? 6.5 hours, so it'll be like 7.5 by 8 o'clock. That's okay, that's good. Now, what I want to do, I want to open up Unity and do a little bit of fun, a little bit of work on that level 6. I think it's really cool, level 6. It's starting to come along nicely. Let's do some work on it. Let's see here. Yeah. And then after this game, I don't know. I'm excited to start another one. Yeah, I am. It's like, ooh, what am I going to make next? Okay, let's do this. I'm going to try something really, see if it works. Let's go, let's take this, properties, open, application, let's see if this works. It might actually. I don't know if it's going to work like this or not. I'm trying to shrink it up so I can have it in the same window. Oh, it makes it smaller, huh? So I'd have to have it like that. What if I did this to it? It would still make it smaller. Okay. Let's play around with it like this. I think we can do a bit of work on it. Yeah. Okay, what did I need to change? I know exactly where I need to make some changes. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's see. And is it over here? Oh, I think it's over here. No, it's not there. Finding this might be a bit difficult. See how big that level 6 is? It's huge. Yeah. But it runs, which is mind-blowing. Yeah, this is the spot. It's in here I wanted to work on. I'm pretty sure. Let's see, comes in this way. Yeah, this is it. Okay. First things first. Whoa. I need to take this and this. We're going to duplicate it. And we're going to move it because it's in the way. Or it's like there's a hole there. It needs to go. The hole needs to be filled. I almost did a that's what she said joke. Ah, I just did it. Okay, let's put... Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then what I need to do... Come on. So that's good. I'm almost thinking it'd be good to replace some of these things. Because it does, there's a lot of windows. Let's try something. Oh, geez. Is this an open hole too? It is. Duplicate. I didn't even realize there was a hole there too. Can't have that. Alright, okay. So I filled up those holes. Walk down this way. Let's get a sign. Maybe that'll help. It's a prefab. Okay. Let's take this. Do that. That way, maybe we can lead the player around properly with this. And then let's duplicate it. Let's bring it down over to here. Whoa, too far. Okay, let's give it a turn. Why is it like that? Let's see. Move that down. Move that over here. And then like that. Move down some more. Like so. Yeah. And now, that's right. I wonder. Do the same thing here. Unwind it a little bit. Holy cow. There we go. Alright, so then we go down this way. Should I even give it an angle? Like that? Oh, I remember what I was gonna do. Okay, got a hold of a hover bot. I remember I had a bunch of plans. Let's put that back. Okay, so let's go over to this. Wait, before we do that, let's finish putting this in. Maybe we can... Let's put another sign here. And then pop that in against the wall. Like so. Whoa. In this game, you need arrows. Yeah, it's quite helpful. Okay, so this needs to be more prominent. Let's try something else. Let's go, let's close the sign thing here. Let's try this. Let's go prefab, no, prefabs. Let's take this half wall. Right? Let's put this. We'll just literally add it. Don't quite need to replace it. Just add it in. Let's do another one here. Let's duplicate it. That way it's like makes sense. And up here, let's stick one of these up here. That's perfect. And just yeah. Something like that. Just because it's like it makes the doorway a lot easier to actually. Here, let's do a quick save. Oh, wrong program. File save. Okay. Here's the other thing. Where I got a chance to moving objects. Okay, this is open triggered. We're gonna take a look at this. Okay, this needs, the trigger on this needs to come out further this way. It needs to open up way sooner. Yeah, so I'm happy with that. And this trigger, same thing. Good. This it's automatic, that one. That's the elevator one. Don't need that one. Good. Okay, that's it. I just needed to fix that. Now let's do this. We'll come back to this. Let's go to the big door. Big wall door. There we go. And yeah, perfect. Okay. Trigger, no. Trigger, big wall door open. Okay. This box, this sucker needs to it needs to start functioning way over here. Yeah. So as you're entering, that's where it needs to happen. I think so. And it also would be good if it triggered off a sound of some sort. A sting. Something. I'm thinking. I don't think I have one though. What have I got? Sting. Okay. Where is it finding this? Game music. So tail. Oops, oops. Whoops. Didn't mean to open that up. Let's just save this. Maybe not. We'll see. Now, let's go back to where we were at, which is way over here. I'm actually really stoked about getting some food. Now, I almost think that it would be good to put regular walls in a couple of places. Maybe it needs to be in here. Let's try it. Let's go over to there. So here, let's take this out, put this in. Let's make it fit. Whoa. Might have to be in the middle like so. And say we duplicate that. If we just bring it over to here. Let's take this. Oops. Take that one out. Put that there. That might be interesting. Easier to see what's up. Should be on this side too. Like, where's the best spot? Should it be over here? Or should it be here? I think it should be here. Makes more sense. Let's see here. Something like that. Yeah. Let me see. Okay. Hang on. Do a quick save. So if we come in, maybe it needs to go all the way up. I don't know. Probably not. Should Put one across there too. It's actually fun when you've got all your pieces and parts made, and then you're at the place where you can start arranging things and create fun levels. Yeah. Took a lot of work to get there, but it's like I'm glad I'm here now. Let's just take this. Let's put it right here. Like that. Okay. How about over here? Oops. I do want to put another one there. Doesn't seem to go all the way up. Like that. Pop it. I grabbed the wrong one. There we go. Oh. Oh, no, that's right. Oh. Look at that. We gotta do the same thing over here. Okay. Oh, I see. We need, at least take that one. Duplicate it, bring it down. Take this one and delete that. Double it. Let's bring it down another. Yeah. Okay, that looks right. It's the space over here. That's okay. I feel like these need to go up higher. Maybe not though. As long as things make sense and I can get around without there being a problem. I don't know. Let's see here. Let's take this. Take this. I'm going to duplicate it. Did it work? Did it duplicate? It did. Okay. Now, let me just move those to the side. Nope. Yeah, we delete this. And yeah, delete that. And take these two into place. That's right. Maybe we just need to leave the top though. Let's do this as well. Nope. Nope. Just selecting like, there we go. Let's duplicate that. Bring it down. Like so. Yeah, let's go down here. A little closer. Closer. To the side. Like that. Like that. Nope. There we go. Okay, that makes sense. It makes sense, yeah. You know what? No, I'd like that. That works. Let me do a quick save. Oh. Okay. Let me move, I feel like I want to put these up, like more of them. But I also feel like I want to leave that top piece all like windowed. Let's just leave the top piece windowed. Oh, you know what else too? Let's take one of these, let's duplicate it. Make more sense. If it makes more sense. There. Something like that. More like this. And let's actually double it. Yeah. I'll save that. Okay. Now, okay, I like that. That's much better. That looks nice, actually. Very stylish. Oh yeah, I like it. Okay, so that's happy. Now I got that. Oh, I know. When you first enter, oh, right over here. This is steep, so we're going to make it work. We're going to use smooth height. We're going to make it not so easier to get up. Instead of jumping, I want it to be more like you can just walk up. We need to highlight it as well so that we know we're supposed to go there. Sort of like a ramp that leads you up rather than just a ledge or an edge. I think it'll make the gameplay of that spot like a lot more fun. Should try something. Oh shoot. Let's do that. Let's do this. Let's go over to our tool called set height, and let's pick that height, and let's bring it up, and let's bring it up. Now One more. Just to make sure. And we're gonna smooth this out after, right after. And try and make it like a ramp. As much as we can. Okay. So now let's smooth height. Like so. Oops. Yeah, we do it like that maybe. It's not easy to get it to do the thing. Oh yeah, here we go. Man, I'm feeling the hunger now. The hunger pangs. What a crazy word. Pang. I thought it was pain. What the heck is a pang? What's a pang, man? Come on. There we go. It's getting there. Whoa, what happened? Shoot. It took off on me. How far away am I from everything? Oh. Interest. Oh, it is over here. No, it's right here. Okay. Let's try that again. Raise and lower. A little bit of a difficult spot. Have to go about it that way. Okay, let's try this again. Let's smooth the height. Come on. There we go. There we go. And we're starting to get a nice incline. Just scrubbing it. Come on! Do the thing! Oh, I did it again. That's okay. I'm still okay. I'm still okay. That's funny. Okay. I share so much crap on live stream. I'm surprised no one's been clipping me and making a mess. Oh well, that's good. Okay, let's go to raise and lower. No. Hold down control when we do this. I'm learning so much from this project. Whoa. Let's do smooth. A little bit all out of whack, but I think this tool can do the job. Just had to knock out the surrounding area down a little bit. Let's do that again. Raise and lower. Come on. Whoa, too far. Sometimes they're stubborn. Whoa. You just gotta get it, whoa, in the right place. I think it's gonna be here, this one. Come on. No? Can I fix that? Smooth height. Oh yeah, that works. So does that. I may not get a perfectly even incline, but I think as long as it's enough to traverse up and be good, then we're laughing. Oh, I did it again. Fucking tools. Yeah, I hope this whole thing teaches me how to really use the terrain tools. It'd be nice just to create a really nice actual outdoor looking scene. Okay, so we got this. Now I'm gonna check something out, and I doubt it, but let's have a look. Ouch. Not paint holes. Paint texture. What do we got for textures? We just got the one. Oh yeah, okay, that's fine. Unless, I wonder, let's just check. Hopefully I don't screw my shit up. Let's do a file, save first. Let's add a layer. No. Create a new layer. Floor. I don't have any of them that have the glowing red, huh? I don't know, let's try that. And now let's take this one and layer properties and change the color to red. And will it let me do it? I don't think it will. Normal mask. No, I don't think it's gonna work like this. Yeah, let's remove that layer. Yeah. I wonder. Yeah, I don't know. We'll leave that alone. But let's do this. Let's take this I'll try something. It's gonna be a little bit of screwing around to do this, but now let's go over to my materials that I created. Just have a look at this material. It's got just that emission map on it. That's how it's working. And even put it here too. Okay. Alright, let's duplicate that. Let's also we'll make it work. You'll see. The idea is to sort of light the way. I might be able to I'll leave it like that and I might be able to get it to work. Duplicate it again. See that. Huh. This is an odd way to do this. What if I can get this to actually do the thing that I want it to do? I'm so hungry. Let's see here. Now we should continue. Huh. I was just thinking about I want to start. I can't wait to start a new band already. Yeah, I want to get out and start playing again. I think it would be great. Is this gonna work, guys? It's gonna take some molding. I think that should do. You see? Oh yeah, it should do. Okay, let's do the molding. Let's see what we can do. We're gonna use raise and lower, and let's drop the brush strength down a little bit. Okay, let's see what we can do. Huh. It's like fiddly, but it works. Look at that. We shall continue. Huh. This can be done. Yeah, I want to create a gnarly sounding band. Something super hooky too. Have to get some. Have to get a young frontman, someone that's full of energy. That the girls are gonna love. This is gonna work. Okay. Alright, see if I can sort of make the rest of it sort of work. What a mess. It looks just wrong. Okay, let's see what we can do. Funny thing is they are lined up. Okay, let's try and smooth a little bit, see if that helps. What a mess. What a mess. Yeah, this doesn't look right. I mean, it's a good idea though. It's the right idea. It's just it is not even. Smooth height, please. If I could just get a nice even thing. See, cause that. Jeez. They don't even match up with each other. So this might not be a proper technique that's gonna fly. Unless I can get them into place where they make sense. But it doesn't look like it's supposed to. I don't know. Oh, 7:59. That means we'll be ending this stream and go get something to eat. I'm stoked about it too. Super hungry. Well, I had a good time hanging out with my friend on the stream here. There was an important conversation that needed to be had. Yeah, it was good. And so I just want to say, my name's Mark. I'm your really, I am your parasocial friend on the internet. And anytime, just pop into the chat and talk to me. Yeah, about whatever. If you need a friend, that's what I'm here for. Yeah, let me just close this for now. Wow, exit. Okay, now let me take this, properties, I'll put it back to normal. Okay. Alright. Close that. I should have put music back on. Okay. Alright. That was awesome. Oh, I'm gonna get some food and stuff. You musicians from Winnipeg, get a hold of me. Just go to my DMs and my Instagram or something. Yeah, message me if you're interested in starting something, starting a band, or if you got something really gnarly, you need a guitar player, let me know. Yeah, I want to start playing some shows right away. Let's make some shit happen. I need some go-getters. Yeah. Actually show up for rehearsal, pull their weight, they don't fuck around, and make it happen. Yeah, that's what I want. Let's do it. Hit me up. And so I'm Mark, I'm your parasocial friend on the internet. Thanks for hanging out. If you're in the VOD, anytime you see me on stream, pop in and say hi in the chat and talk to me. Okay? Alright. Peace and love, you guys. I'll see you tomorrow.